Hello and welcome to the Gfinity Arena for the FUT Champions Cup, and we've already had 3 days of epic action, which can mean only one thing: it's Championship Sunday.
That is right. Only 4 Xbox players and 4 PS4 players remain in the competition, and they're going to take to this stage to compete for the title of console champion and the ultimate accolade of the FUT 19 Champions Cup title.
Well, that can only mean one thing, Lottie. There is no time to waste. Let's get to the action. Let's get amongst it. Ow.
You're the starter staring back up in the mirror. Cause it's special when you stand out from the rest. When you know that you're the best.
So this is what it's all about. The trophy in front of you right now. It is Championship Sunday. $40,000 on the line, plus those 1,500 Global Series ranking points. It's resplendent. That has been polished to an inch of its life. I don't know if the trophy has a life. Welcome. Over on the desk, I have here with me the two main men who have been here for the last 2 days, repping amongst some fantastic FIFA. Dan Gaskin at the end of the table and Onset to my left. Gentlemen, we've come to the final day. I feel quite emotional, and yet the best excitement's about to start.
Yeah, slightly nervous. I think all of us are feeling nervous, so you've got to wonder what the players are feeling like at the moment. You know, we've got both consoles being represented here today. By the end of the day, we will have a cross-console champion as well. Will it be the three-peat for Tex, or is someone going to knock him off his perch? Yeah,
the phrasing being it's the back-to-back-to-back-to-back title for him. He'll be very excited about that, but does that add a bit of pressure to him going into this?
I think he is definitely feeling the pressure. I think I saw a few tweets where he's saying, I'm not expecting to win this tournament. I don't know whether he's just putting that out there as maybe an early excuse in case anything goes wrong, but you know what? I think I'm behind him. I reckon he can actually take this. He just looks like a completely different class to everyone else in the tournament at the moment, and it's going to require someone to really step up and show something special if they can beat him today.
Definitely, and the PS4 side have got to potentially in that cross-console final have got to be able to match F2 Tex. Do you think there's someone out there of those 4 that we're going to see today in the PS4 that can do it?
Definitely. There's a couple of players I'm keeping my eye on today. Nicholas is one of them. The other player is the player that for some reason we still don't talk enough about, and that's Pinna. You know, this guy's the current FIFA E-World Cup champion and on the PlayStation 4 side of things. He lost the final there, but he won the PS4 side of things last tournament in Bucharest as well. So he's winning tournament after tournament, and he's just not getting over that final hurdle of the cross-console. So excited to see if he can make it in there today and if he can sort of set the record straight. OK, well, listen, gentlemen, and to help everybody wherever you are watching today, so lovely that you've come to join us because it is going to be epic FIFA action. I'm going to start a 15-minute countdown clock to get to our first game, which I just cannot wait to get to. So 15-minute clock will start, and then we will know exactly where we are. Now, listen, guys, we kicked off the competition coverage on Friday with the Xbox side of the tournament. For those of you who missed it, here's a recap of how it went down.
We are here at FUT Champions Cup December. Of course, these are the big ones. These are the big boys.
Do you know what's at stake?
Is Tex going to continue performing? Is he going to be 3 trophies in a row?
Right there!
The saviour! But that is what Tex can do from any kind of range if you give him that amount of room.
To hold it, looking for that little bit of space. The run from Ryan Cruyff is solid, and he just sells the keeper, and Dax will retain the lead once again. Big opportunity goes to the former world champion. Towards Martini! There's the first goal, Dossary catches out Brenner 7 with a fantastic header in the bottom left corner.
Mega Man, he said.
The Royal.
R9! R9! With the header! Oh boy! What is this game delivering us?
Tell you what, there is a man who loves to celebrate the full range of emotions. There's some fantastic pictures that Gfinity were taking throughout that. Listen, gentlemen, you've got your 4 semi-finalists, F2 Tex, Dax, the Royal, MS Dossary. The only guy that I'm looking towards there, the Royal, the one with the most emotions, not the top seed to go through the bracket. But in this essence, what did you pick up from Friday's action?
Emotion, passion in a lot of these players. It was it was a fantastic day, and as you say, the Royal kind of surprised us. He came out of, you know, one of the only top seeds not to make it, to make it through to this stage. So massive congratulations to him. Some of the names he took down along the way really sort of, I think, put us all on notice. It's like, okay, this guy's here to play. You know, he had a fantastic season, you know, a couple of FIFA iterations ago, but on FIFA 19, it's the first time we've really seen him. So to come out with that passion at a major and perform at that standard is so impressive and something to admire.
Yeah, why do people, sort of looking at MS Dossary, played just one opponent twice, Brenner 7. Brenner 7 had that chance to sort of get revenge in the quarterfinal. Didn't happen. He's gone through it. He's not been really pressured yet, has he? Or put under too much pressure?
Yeah, this is, I think, a good thing for MS Dossary. He's had a few interesting tournaments. We started at Paris Games Week, where he was an invitee on his other console. Wasn't really looking like he fancied FIFA 19. Maybe was just not warmed up, hadn't practiced, hadn't got to the meta. And then we got to his next tournament and he started to go for the time finesse. He started to move his goalkeeper. He started to adapt a little bit. And now I think we're starting to see the real MS Dossary. The MS Dossary we're used to seeing from FIFA 18. He's putting in the hard work. He knows how he wants to play. And he's just so intelligent. He makes such smart plays. And he, realistically, is the person we should be looking at on the Xbox side of bracket to take down Tex, if anyone.
Wow, I like that prediction already, Dan Gaskin. I love it. Of course, there's also Dax taking on F2 Tex. Now, listen, yesterday it was the turn of our PS4 pros to take to the stage and put on a show. And boy, they definitely didn't disappoint. Here's how Saturday played out. It's all about the PS4 players taking to the sticks to prove they've got what it takes to come back for Championship Sunday.
Another little mistake coming in, and Ronaldo absolutely creams it in the back of the net. Look at the celebration coming in from Yago. What a shot that is, and what a finish.
Elevate from that familiar feeling.
That console victory, going to get those 1,500.
That's another one hit for Nicholas.
And even in the dying moments, he's still bagging them.
I need to move, y'all. Unrestrained. Come on.
Bursting in the box, and it's all the way from Cristiano Ronaldo, and R9 is there to pick up the pieces.
Ronaldinho! Oh my word! And Stefano Pinna is pulling off a comeback of his own.
So
Don't do it to him!
what a goal!
Bang! And he's lobbed it over the top of the keeper.
Indeed, what a great goal that was from MoAuba, the CR7 overhead. Listen, gentlemen, talk to me about who's shone for you yesterday, because there's a few you could possibly pick from.
There's so many players on the PS4 side of things that I think could potentially take that console. As I say, you've got Nicholas, you've got the likes of MoAuba, who played incredibly well. You know, you've got the man that we talked about before, Stefano Pinna, and then the man that we haven't highlighted enough, who, again, another player from South America who's really impressed us yesterday, especially in that final game against Joxan, where he knocked him out of the tournament. Yago, I mean, this guy was phenomenal yesterday.
And people were comparing it online to a championship team taking down a premiership team. That's how they saw it with Joxan coming into this tournament. They thought he was definitely going to be in that console final. And for Yago to make it this far and to really dominate Joxan, to be honest, in that game is incredible. And I'm so excited to see where he goes from that. Like, can he put that behind him now and say, look, I've made it here, I can go further? Or is this as far as he gets?
Wow, indeed. And all credit to him, because he played Joxan in round 2, lost to him, then took on Torre, then came back to Joxan and said, do you know what, I've got your number, mate.
Played with 10 men as well.
Yeah.
for the majority of the first leg, and I think he beat him 4-1, was it, in the first leg? So
8-3 over the 2 legs. So, yeah, I mean, but that was a surprise. What about the guy that they don't talk about enough? You mentioned him earlier, Stefano Pinna. Why has he not been mentioned enough?
I think it's just because of his demeanour as a person. He's quiet, you know, he's not very vocal on social media. He keeps himself to himself, but he keeps grinding out these incredible performances at tournaments. And it's about time that every time that we say the word Tex, we need to start saying the word Stefano Pinna, because he has been that player for the PlayStation 4 so far this season, in my opinion. I think he's the best player on PS4 that we've seen in FIFA 19, and I'm kind of expecting him to find his way into the final once more.
Well, it was him or Joxan, really. Who is the best? That's what I was expecting as that console final. But now with Joxan getting eliminated, that's a chance for Stefano Pinna to step up.
We like a surprise, don't we? We do indeed like a surprise. We've got 8 people competing today, 8 pros. But looking at that schedule today, just to give you an idea of everything that's happening, this is the bracket. You have PS4 on your right-hand side and Xbox to the left. And obviously, hedging there is what I was trying to say, to the grand final, the cross console. And that is going to be where the money's at stake, the $40,000. That's not bad, is it?
It's not bad for a weekend's work, is
Yeah,
it?
thank you.
These guys
I'll
have
take
obviously
that.
worked incredibly hard to have this opportunity, and it is kind of, you look at those names that are left in the tournament, I think, we could have picked the majority of those that we would have expected to be there. So we're set for some incredible games today.
Now, gentlemen, listen, let's see how today's matches are going to play out. The schedule today for you, so you can just keep aware of it. And don't forget, that countdown clock is up in the top. 8 minutes left to go. But as you can see, here's the timing. So who has a diary these days? They just go, yeah, do you have a diary?
Just watch the whole thing.
Yeah, well,
that's what I'm saying. We're here now. Don't go anywhere.
You don't even need to set it. Just don't. The timings mean nothing. Just watch continuously throughout the day. What do you use your diary for? Just general admin?
Just keeping up with Mark, really. Got to keep track of him. Never know where he is these days.
Well, you're an incredible casting duo. You'll be looking after the Xbox final today. Obviously, you need to make sure he's where he needs to be.
Yeah, he's always backstage, eating something.
Yeah.
You've got to keep an eye on him.
That's
you don't
hard.
make these gains without...
It's happened. The first one's in already. Well, listen, gentlemen, let's introduce more of the co-hosted team today. Lottie and, of course, Mike LaBelle at the touchscreen. And Chris Trout.
Oh,
you almost forgot me.
You nearly forgot him. I was hoping you would, because Trout, I mean, he always does, doesn't he?
It would have been an interesting day because there would have been some serious anger towards Tom.
There would have been, and I was looking forward to it, but he's just saved it, isn't he?
Just I'm in the middle of the tension right now. You need to walk across, go talk to him.
Well, gentlemen, welcome. We're at Mike's breakdown board right now, and I'm actually taking the lead here, mate. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, it's all good.
Incredible stuff that we've seen so far over the course of the 2 days. We're into the Championship Sunday. How have you found the weekend so far, Mike?
I think we've seen a lot of the usual players on both sides making it through, but we also have some new narratives where you're looking at the Royal, who didn't do a lot last year. We saw him in FIFA 17, so he'd be someone that no one expected to get this far, and the same could be said with Yago from Argentina on the other end.
Chris, any upsets, any exciting stuff for you?
For me, it's nice to see there's a lot more drama in this format, and it's certainly showing. We're seeing a lot of tension, a lot of emotion out there, and I think that's the biggest thing I've taken away is how much this actually means to some of these players to be able to get to such a big stage in the competition so early on in the season.
For sure. Well, gents, I've got some exciting stuff here on the breakdown board. We're going to show you, to start with, the Xbox top goal scorers, top possession percentage, and top goal to shot ratio. So let's start with the goal scorers. Right, the one thing that I can take away from this so far is none of them are left in the competition. Mike, a little bit shocked by that.
Well, they have the cliche, the saying, defense wins championships. That looks like that might be what's happening here.
I think maybe it's worth also pointing out that these guys probably played more games in the knockout stages than some of the guys who are left in the competition. I think you might want to even take a look at how many goals they conceded, and you'll be like, well, it's probably no wonder that they actually left the competition.
You know, we had MS Dossary and Tech sort of waiting in the wings for some of the guys to come through, so it does make sense. Goals aren't everything, winning is. Now let's go on to the second one, possession. So we've got Dax right at the top there, and then Dossary in the sort of the second position. Then we've got Tex at fourth. Possession, what does it mean in the game, Mike?
It means that you've been able to control the pace of the game. You're dictating what's happening and when it's happening, and that's also why you're seeing 3 out of 5 names on here are still active in the competition.
Trout, important to be able to maintain that possession?
I think it's very situational. Like, obviously, possession wins games at the end of the day, but something slightly different to real football is that you don't necessarily have to have a lot of the ball to win the game. You can have those few chances, put them away, and get yourself through. We saw it quite a few times in the past few days. But it does say a lot that the people on that leaderboard are majorly still in the competition.
Well, I'm interested to see who can convert the goals from their shots. So let's have a look at that. We've got Bundle Stokes right at the top there with 38.85%. Then Razek coming in, Brenner 7, Mino 7, and Nightwatch. Any sort of like interesting players on there you didn't expect to see, maybe?
I think this tells us that some guys just aren't shooting enough, because these guys aren't in the competition once again. So yes, they were very efficient, but maybe they didn't create enough chances, or they just waited too long.
You know, Trout, looking at the percentage though, is that a low percentage at this level?
No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, again, it very much on what Mike said is that maybe they're not shooting enough, but they are, when they are taking those chances, they're getting them right on point. But they're not in the competition anymore, so it's clear that something is not quite right with the way that they're playing their game.
Well, we've taken a look at the Xbox lads. Let's move on to the PlayStation now. We've got top goal scorers here for the PS4. We've got Nicholas at 99 in the top, then Houston, then Yago. Saw Yago, yes, at the end. Fantastic stuff from him. Looking at the goals, 71 there for Nicholas. Top goal scorer.
Absolutely, and that's something that has not been the case for Nicolas in previous tournaments. So I really feel like Nicolas and Dossary are looking like their previous form. It's taken them a little bit longer to adjust this year, but this tournament, I have them both on like heavy watch list. They could go the whole way.
Amazing. Well, we've got time to look at one more now. Let's take a look at the possession for the PS4. We've got Christian Spiteri in the top there with 55.94%. Then we've got Rain K, MoAuba there in the 4th place, and then Pinna in the 5th. Pinna's obviously gone through today as well. Would he be happy in 5th position, Trout?
I mean, I think for him, it's quite a good thing that he got through. I think he had a few wobbles yesterday that, you know, only just managed to get him to this stage of the competition. So I think he's going to be pretty happy with where he's sitting right now. And that's a pretty good stat to be able to say that, you know, for the majority of those games, I have dominated it or I have had control in the game. That's probably why he's here today.
Amazing stuff. Well, I've got some other amazing stuff for you guys at home. That is right, you're hearing correctly. We've got Twitch drops happening all day long. All you need to do to get involved is link your EA and your Twitch accounts. Make sure you're watching the stream on either the Gfinity or the EA Sports FIFA account as well. And to win, potentially get a 92 rated Team of the Week Eden Hazard, 88 rated Rio Ferdinand, who wouldn't mind that, a premium gold player pack, rare player pack, and a rare mega pack. Ooh. That would be a wonderful Christmas, wouldn't it? Amazing stuff. I can't wait to get into today. Thank you so much, gentlemen. Tom, it's back to you.
So much, Lottie to MLB. Loving his jacket choice as well, though. It's sort of almost like a rain mac, but indoors. Is he worried about the rain, do you reckon, at any point today?
Quite potentially.
We're in London.
Could happen any moment now. And also, of course, CT, Chris Trout. Gentlemen, I want to ask you this question, and it's something that occurred to me. You've got F2 Techs, part of Freestylers, and then you've got someone like Dax as part of PSG, more of a kind of esports traditional organisation. Do you think that allows Techs to play with a little bit less pressure on him because they're not results-based driven as like a normal, sort of a normal football team would be?
I don't know. I think F2 Techs is, with F2, you know, they're incredibly supportive of Techs and everything he does. You know, you're going to see the guys in the crowd probably today. We've seen them in the arena already. They're out in Bucharest as well. So these guys are, you know, they're going out and travelling to support their man. They're sitting right next to him. You know, they're giving him advice and how to deal with certain situations. Maybe the pressure of, you know, the football side of things, as you say, results-driven. They still want to see him perform, but I think they're more invested in seeing him succeed and be happy in what he's doing. So, you know, F2 are giving him great support, but I mean, PSG, it's got to be a tough one to keep the pressure.
All I was just trying to say to Gaston is really that the popularity is the kind of the more important. It'd be more entertaining in your gameplay, not necessarily results-driven necessarily.
I think the fact that it is a football-based game and he is playing for a football team is always going to add that extra pressure. So, yes, I agree. Maybe he will be a little bit concerned. In the back of his head, he might be thinking, oh, I need to get a result here. OK, well, listen, gentlemen, thank you very much for all of that. 30 seconds left on the clock. I'm going to take a quick walk over to the casters. And, oh, my eyes do deceive me. He's had glasses on all the last 2 days. I'm loving this, gentlemen. So smart today. Ton and Wonderboy, you're going to get in it. You've got 16 seconds, 15 seconds. What's your thoughts on this one?
I'm so excited. We know there's so much on the line here. Tom, the time has run out.
OK, I'm leaving. That's my cue to go. Bye. Have a great one.
Bye, Tom.
Bye, mate.
Thanks, Tom.
See you later.
Guys, I'm excited. I'm so excited here, Harry. What a fantastic game to start the day here on Championship Sunday. Harry, I don't know who's going to win this. A lot of people have their money on Tex. Yep. But some interesting games from Dax yesterday. A lot of people, when we were speaking backstage, said that this could be determining the winner of the Xbox Final.
Yeah, a lot of people backstage certainly think this is maybe Tex's toughest matchup gameplay-wise, because Dax, for playing for PSG here, is one of those guys who doesn't want to relinquish the ball when he has the lead. So if you see Tex go down early, we're going to see a different side of Tex. We're going to see what Tex can do when he doesn't have the ball, how his pressing game is, how his defensive game is, and how he's going to do when he's chasing a game. So I think for Tex right here, it is potentially his toughest matchup, and I think the guys backstage might be right. You know, this could be one of the most toughest tests that the two-time champ has faced so far in the Global Series.
But one thing to note as we do get into this game, Dax, all 3 games that he has played so far this weekend, in the bracket, of course, have went down to 1-goal victories. He's lost his first game in the bracket against Razak, then comes in and beats Stokes 3-2, then beat Razak in a 7-6 thriller to find himself up against Tex, who did actually have a much easier time through the bracket, 5-2 against Tim Latka, and then 3-1 against Resende, and has found himself now in the semi-final. He's going for the 3-peat on FIFA 19. Can he do it? That is the question.
That's the question, and I feel like we're going to have to see a lot of maturity from Tex if we are to see that. We saw the starting 11 there for both sides. I believe they're both lining up completely identical. No Thierry Henry, so they're going for the Eusebio option instead, and that's sort of a common theme we're going to see throughout the rest of the day, I do believe, through both the Xbox semi-finals, the PS4 semi-finals, then obviously the console finals and the inter-console finals later on today as well. But Tex, he has a lot of pressure on his shoulders as the two-time champ, but we talk about Dax as well. The only French player left in the competition, if I'm not mistaken, so he has France on his back, the entire nation cheering him on, and it's going to be a lot of expectations on his shoulders. You know, the back-to-back ESWC champion for FIFA 17, FIFA 18. He's a big star in France, so he's going to have a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and especially when you look at the Global Series rankings as well, as Tex is coming forward.
Oh, good opportunity for Tex straight away, and that time finesse, we've talked about it so many times, and how this man just has seemed to master it. Tex takes the lead 5 minutes in, and that's not the start that Dax would have wanted.
Absolutely not, and just as I was saying about the pressure being on his shoulders, the pressure of an entire nation, now he's going to have to show his resiliency as the Frenchman, as he concedes within the 6th minute. Letting the ball go into the Tex's hands in such an advanced position is always going to be dangerous. We've seen how Tex can attack in the past when he can build up from the back, but when you give it away like that, Tex is going to take those goals too. That's 1-0 to the Brit early on.
Just to inform you guys, obviously, from that goal, F2 Tex is left to right in his Liverpool kit, of course, and in the white PSG kit is going to be Dax from right to left in the first half here. Now, that was a little bit of a mistake by Dax. As said, he is going to give it away, and that allows Tex a golden opportunity, and he will take those all day long. Cruyff now on the right-hand side is going to find R9 in the middle, does have more options with Pele there as well. He's broken, he's found some space. De Gea's always going to save that one, moves him over very effectively. Dax going for the obvious option, you felt.
Yeah, you can see Tex's reaction in the player cam there. He knew he read that one well, and that's a good early signs for Tex. Obviously, he's thinking this might be his toughest test as well. We were speaking backstage, we spoke on the desk about this maybe being Tex's toughest test. Bit of alliteration for you right there early in
F2 Tex's toughest test.
Yep. It's not in the morning, it's actually in the afternoon here in London, but it's morning for me. And you can see his reaction right there from starting off so well. He's really, really happy to start off well against the Frenchman here.
Oh, there was a potential attack there. Really good defending by Dax. Is going to get the ball with Kyle Walker. We'll spread this one away to Pele. Vieira, good football. Pele again. He's going to have Ronaldo up on his left-hand side. Good play by Dax to keep a hold of this ball. And I think when we've seen Gorilla have such a good game against Tex, it was very, very fast, very, very in his face. And that's what Dax is trying to do, trying to work this ball quickly. Right now, though, Tex is going to be able to retain that one. Finds Eusebio down this right-hand side, back on the inside to R9. Stolen by Alexandro. There's an opportunity here for Dax to get on the attack.
Yeah, it is. And if you look at the Global Series rankings, the disparity between the two up there on the stage in this game at the moment is quite large. 88th in the world on the Xbox side is Dax, with just 49 Global Series points, and then Tex obviously right there at number 1, 2,380. So a big disparity between these two. And if you're looking at rankings, Chris, you've got to favour Tex in this one.
Absolutely. I think that's down to Dax obviously not really having any tournament entries so far, and this is his first one. So if he can find himself even in a final, it's going to bump him very, very quickly up that ranking system, of course. He'll find himself pushed up that very, very far anyway so far this weekend.
And you have to look at his group record as well. You know, just because you're 88th in the world doesn't mean you're not going to be, you know, performing at these tournaments. He won his group. First in his group, 6-1 record, just like Tex on the other side. So certainly nothing to be laughed at.
Absolutely not. CR7 here. He's going to get fouled by Hullet, so an opportunity to create something here for Dax. He probably hasn't had the most of possession since that Tex goal, but Eusebio is going to read that really, really well. Good advanced defending by Tex, and he gets the ball back. Walker here now sending Eusebio down this right-hand side, has Pele on his inside, and that's actually a fantastic ball. A good opportunity for Tex to double the lead. Looking for the quick pass into Ronaldo, just a little bit too close to Neuer. Yeah. And that's one of those situations where you expect Tex to shoot, and he goes for something different. That creates so many problems. You're trying to read what he's going to do, but it's hard to do that.
Speaks to his dynamicism in his attack, doesn't it?
Does. I like that word. Very nice.
Dynamicism.
Love that. Saved that for Sunday, didn't you?
Absolutely, I did.
Vieira out to Pele. Back to Sandro. And more building here for Dax. There's been a lot of building, but not much being finished, to be honest with you. We've had a lot of possession in and around, in between the middle third and his attacking third, but not much else. Hullet here. Exchanging passes with Ronaldo. Just looking for the breakthrough, cannot find it. Tex just cutting off all sorts of lanes. Very, very hard for Dax to get through.
We've seen Tex on the break in the past, and in this game especially. We saw just then with Eusebio and R9 in the end. On the counter, you've got to be careful if you're Dax. You can't let this man counter, because maybe if that pass to R9 in the box is a little bit closer to him, maybe a little bit snappier. If he's not as close to Manuel Neuer, then maybe that's 2-0 to Tex. So Got to be careful here if you're Dax. You can't let Tex get another goal. Otherwise, he will be even more confident than he already is.
100%. He's going to win the ball with Sandro high up the pitch. R9 does have Pele to his left, making a run, but not going to quite happen. Vieira into Eusebio as their time finish again. Just hits the yellow, and Neuer was very, very close to able to find that ball very easily. Ferdinand will get this one away, and Dax survives another attack. And that one wasn't as clear-cut as some of the others, but we've seen them go in from Tex. Just knows the right time to use it. And could he find another opportunity here? We do have Eusebio down this right-hand side. A lot of room to play with here. There's a few men in the box as well, choosing not to cross it. Going to go for a more passing move. Back to R9. Men over in the box as well, just looking for the opportunity to try and pass it. Does have Hullet there as well. Pele in front of him, doesn't need him. 2-0 now. Tex, a masterclass so far. It's been just so confident and so clinical. 2-0 against Dax, and a very, very strong start from our current two-time champion.
Vintage Tex. Look at this. Skills in the box, just waits for the space to open up. Hullet is never going to miss those. Manuel Neuer at the near post, beaten. And very, very well played. And that's why Tex is so dangerous. If he sees the man open, he's going to pull the trigger all day long. Hullet that time, the man in the middle, absolutely open. And it was well worked by Tex because he made that opportunity thanks to the skill moves used.
It was just so well created. And Dax just cannot handle him at the back right now. And the thing is as well, Dax can't get anything going himself, but this may be an opportunity here. Vieira looking for more, just can't find anything. He's just being hounded out. Hullet pushing forward. Oh, he's actually going to find some space here. R9 now. Is he going to be able to get a shot in the box? Not quite. Hullet passing the ball off, can't find the pass there. Eusebio, this could be a break for F2 Tex now.
Yes, it could. He has Eusebio here, I do believe, on the right-hand side. He can come forward. Watch out for these skill moves again. Eusebio does have those 5-star skills, but that's going to be the half in the end as Dax will steal the ball away in his own half. And if you're Dax right now up there on the stage, obviously you still have another leg and another half to play in this tie, but not the start he would have wanted. Obviously, when you're going up against a guy like Tex, who has been red hot in the global series so far, you want to start as hot as you possibly can. And yeah, that was not the ideal start.
It's difficult because he's just so clinical, isn't he? Every single time he goes forward, he looks like he's going to score, and 9 times out of 10, he does. It's so difficult for Dax to deal with. And the thing is, he's unpredictable. We've seen so much that, and I've harped on about it, we've seen a lot of the time finesses from the outside of the box, but it's not all he can do. He tends to find himself in those positions, and because everyone knows there's such a threat from Tex, they have to make sure they push forward, but then it's leaving men over, it's leaving people in spaces, and that's what we're trying to see here. We've seen Hullet in the box there, the space was created, and he expected the pass to maybe go off to Pele to the left-hand side, but he just shifts inside and puts it in the top right corner. Tex, very much a large repertoire of skills that he can use to try and find goals. Anyway, Cruyff here on the attack, and that's actually going to find its way to Ronaldo. A good opportunity for Dax at the beginning of the second half, I should say. Ronaldo, a little bit of room, not in the right position to take the shot, but he might be in a second. The skill moves, making himself some space. Vieira into Pele, it was well worked, just a little bit short for the Brazilian to find anything going. Tex will survive that attack.
Yeah, look at the possession statistic right there. 61% in favour of Dax, but he's 2 down, and that just shows that this man on the ball at the moment, Tex, can counter so quickly and so venomously with these skill moves.
Oh, he's trying to get through there, and Blanc will be able to shut that down. Walker helping out. These passing moves from Dax are nice to get away, but really good stuff from Tex. Again, it's just every single time he attacks, he looks so dangerous, whereas Dax is moving forward, and Tex is not giving him any sort of room.
And it's not just that, Chris, it's the way he's defending as well. It doesn't seem like Dax really knows what to do to break Tex down on the defense. We speak so much about his dynamic offense and the way he attacks players up there on the stage, but honestly, his defense is really underrated, and Dax is really struggling right now.
Yeah, so he's going to release Cruyff down this right-hand side, though, but it just seems as if Tex has somebody there all the time. Maldini may be caught out of position now, though. Vieira and Hullet exchanging passes, looking for room. Get a couple of runners in front of him, looking for the fullback to maybe make a move, but Pele towards the edge of the box, and he just can't find it. Every single time, Tex is reading him like a book. And Eusebio now will move forward. And Tex, an exemplary performance so far. Sandro down this left-hand side. Plays it now to Pele. And look at the back post, that's going to be Eusebio. Spots him a mile off. Neuer with a great save. Tex really putting the pressure on now. Trying to put this one to bed.
Such a well-worked move as well, Chris. I mean, the patience on the counter-attack was tremendous.
A ball played in. Ronaldo just about gathers it, but it will be cleared away by CR7. R9 is going to be able to burst away. And this is where Dax needs the numbers going forward. Maybe doesn't want to commit too much. It's only 2-0. There's another leg to go. So not really wanting to throw everything in the kitchen sink at it quite yet. It's getting to that time, though, where nicking a goal would be very, very nice for Dax. But as said, a lot of FIFA to be played. Cristiano Ronaldo out to Pele, and now a building attack down this left-hand side from Sandro. Does have Vieira on the inside, and the skill moves are just not there. Walker from Tex reads it very, very easily. They do get the ball back, though. Let's see if they can do something with it.
I'm just thinking right now, if you're Dax, a goal before the end of this half of play would be tremendous. Going into that second leg with a goal underneath you, maybe that's what you want. He is building around the box at the moment, though, but no real clear-cut chance. Again, that finesse from outside the box, always covered by Tex. The block comes in, and you just wonder, where is this goal going to come from, Dax? Because he's really struggling to break Tex down at the moment. Maybe a change is going to come in. I think that's certainly what Dax is thinking up there on the stage. The Frenchman representing PSG maybe needs some fresh legs, some different avenue of attack. I don't know who you bring on here, though.
And if you're Tex, you don't need to change anything. Everything is going so well. The defense is solid. And Dax looks like a man that maybe doesn't have too many ideas of how to get through on this one. He's tried in and around the box, maybe trying to start going with some crosses to try and figure out something on that angle. But right now, the standard gameplay that we see a lot of people go through is not working for Dax at all. Substitution does come in. That is Cruyff going off. Ronaldinho coming on for R9-2. And it's Eusebio on for Cruyff. So, some more pace. Not necessarily much strength in that one, but going for the pace down the outside, looking to try and counter. But Tex is going to try and counter himself. Pele now down this left-hand side does have men over. They just seem to stream forward whenever he goes forward for Tex. 70 minutes gone, he's well in command here, Harry.
Eusebio and Ronaldinho, the men to come on, both very agile players, filled with skills. Maybe that's how Dax feels he might be able to break down Tex here. Hasn't really worked out for him so far. Tex is able to read most of anything that Dax has brought at him skill move-wise, so maybe these two players are a little bit more agile, a little bit snappier with these skill moves, might be the way through.
That pass is just not going to find its way through, and everything that Dax has thrown towards Tex so far in this first leg in the semi-final of the Xbox side.
And if you're Tex, I mean, you're looking for another goal here, Chris. I mean, 3-0 going into the second leg would be great. That would put all the pressure in the world to Dax, onto Dax to chase the game, and then you know if you're Tex, you can counter so well. And just look at this display of patience. He's playing Dax at his own game. A lot of people backstage thought if Dax gets a goal, he's going to kill off the game with possession, but Tex is doing the exact same thing right back to it.
And the thing is, Tex can just take his time to build here. We can see no passes that need to be rushed forward. Sandro just plays it back to Hullet. Vieira's in the middle there as well. Nothing too advanced. Ronaldo now will find Pele. There's men over here as well. There's a good opportunity for Tex to find a third. Pele with the skill moves in and around the box. Does find Hullet. Building pressure now. This third, you feel, could be the dagger. The skill move in the box, the heel to heel. Pele not going to find anything, or does it get across? And he's just stole it out of Neuer's hands. And Cristiano Ronaldo was there to put it away. F2 Tex. 3 to the good against Dax here in the first Xbox semi-final. And then you've got to say it's well deserved.
And we were saying, if you're Tex, you're looking for the third to make Dax try and chase the game for the rest of the first leg and into the second as well. And those skill moves so well, just so well used. Dax honestly confused. He had no idea what was going on. There were ball rolls, there were la croquetas, there were heel to heels, and maybe a little bit fortunate in the end to get that ball through to CR7 just to poke it through. But now Dax, I mean, he's 3-0 down and the second leg yet to come.
Oh, that's tough. That's a tough one to take. The build-up deserved a goal.
Absolutely.
The way that it does go in is a little bit unfortunate for Dax, but F2 Tex, the pressure pays off. That man Cristiano Ronaldo, always there to put them away. Harry, you could have scored that, to be honest with you. It was a fantastic build-up play by Pele, though. And F2 Tex. Who can beat him at this point? Who can challenge Tex? That has to be the story in the Xbox side. MS Dossary is a guy that could potentially do it. His game against Royal will be coming up very, very shortly as well. The winner of this plays the winner of that, of course, in the Xbox final. But right now, Dax could do with getting a goal back. We said he doesn't need to rush. There's a lot of FIFA to be played. But right now is the time where you really do need to be turning on, finding Pele with a little bit of space. But every single time, F2 Tex is there to defend. And here he goes on the counter-attack. Eusebio down the right-hand side. Sandro is just about going to nab it away from him. and you've got to feel that Dax needs a goal pretty shortly.
Yeah, bank on Tex sleeping right here if you're Dax, because, I mean, a goal going into the second leg, again, will give you that confidence, but you just want to break your duck here on the stage. We've seen most of Dax's games recently in this competition have been won by narrow margins, and right now you're just not sure how Dax is going to come back in this one.
These two yet to match up this year, and right now, I mean, it was said, we were talking about it backstage, I said, this could be Tex's hardest game so far, and he's just doing that thing that we see him do. Through Friday, Saturday in tournaments, you know, he's maybe cruising, but we get to Championship Sunday, and we just move into 6th gear, a gear that nobody else in the world seems to be finding just yet. 2 minutes of added time to go. Tex could add to the woes here. You don't feel like he might, though. Tex well and truly in the driving seat. In every attack Dax sends forward, Tex slams that door shut. One leg down, and you feel as if it's one step into the finals here for Tex.
And you wonder now, what adjustments do you make for both guys up there on the stage? If you're Tex, do you keep playing your game, bank on Dax having to chase the game, which is something we've discussed as we look over the highlights from the first leg right here.
I mean, it's a mistake for the first goal.
It's a mistake for the first goal, and that sort of set the scene for the rest of the tie. I mean, it's a great finish, cracking green time finish right there. And if you're Dax, again, going into the second leg, what do you change? Do you chase the game and risk hemorrhaging more goals? I mean, that's kind of what you have to do, because right now, you know, you're not really finding too much by way of attacks, and that man right there is going to burn you on the counter-attack, so you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't. How do you beat him?
I mean, it's so difficult. He's so good at defending. His attacks are clinical, and every single time he goes forward, he looks like he's going to score. This was fantastic. A great goal. Just moves inside. Hull it. Expects the pass out to the left. No, thank you. We will just slot that into the top right.
Honestly, Chris, it's the same for the third goal as well. You'll see when Tex gets the ball into the feet of a 5-star skiller in the box, you may as well kiss your goal goodbye, to be honest with you, because he's always going to find that man open. Obviously, a little bit fortunate for the goal that we're about to see coming up. But it is almost a mirror of the second goal, because the way he uses the skill moves, the ball rolls, the fake Rabonas, the La Croqueta here from Pele, I do believe, coming up pretty soon is what really just built up the space.
It was that heel to heel.
The heel to heel, yeah. There's the La Croqueta I was talking about. And again, fortunate to beat Manuel Neuer to that ball to poke it into CR7, but it's the skill moves that Tex utilizes. He has that confidence in his attacking gameplay that...
And it's all about finding space.
It just confuses the opposition.
It's all about finding space, and he just does it so well. A fantastic leg one from Tex, and he'd be very happy with that one. And some of the boys were speaking to him. I think it was Brandon, had a chat with him before the game, and he was like, I don't know if I'm going to win this weekend. I don't, because he says he just feels like he wasn't playing great FIFA. He said himself, Tex, Tex wasn't sure, and he said himself that Dax was probably the hardest game that he's ever going to have so far in FIFA 19. And unfortunately for Dax, he's making it look very easy right now.
Yeah, if you're the Frenchman, again, the question is, the hypothetical is, what do you change? Do you change formation? Both guys rocking the 4-2-3-1 in that first leg. Obviously, Tex getting the better of that formation matchup. Do you maybe switch to a 4-2-2? Maybe do you... You know, maybe start with 3 at the back, but against that man who, again, we keep saying is so good in the attacking sense, he's going to burn you on the counter, and there's no way you're keeping a clean sheet with 3 at the back against Tex. It's just not going to happen.
He needs a quick goal, very quick, to be honest with you, and if he can't find that, you feel as if this one's going to get put to bed. It's just going to be so hard, because, as you said, Dax needs to attack here. He's 3 down. We've seen comebacks like this. We have. But have we seen comebacks like this against Tex?
No, certainly not in FIFA 19. I want to go back to something that Richard Buckley said backstage as well. We were chatting to the guys, you know, picking their brains, because those guys know so much about the FIFA 19 community. And Richard reckoned that the winner of the first leg is the winner of the tie. That's the way he felt that this game was going. Looking at some of the starting 11s at the moment, looks like it's going to be the same 4-2-3-1, honestly, from that man right there, Dax. But we're going to have to, again, see if he changes that in-game. Does he make some adjustments? Because you think at least within the first 25, 30 in-game minutes, if he hasn't got himself a goal, then you've got to switch something up.
Yeah, a hot start is what is needed here for Dax. Tex, as said, ready to put this one to bed. He's looking at another Xbox console grand final, looking for a cross-console grand final too. And right now, the way he's playing, do you doubt him?
Is that a real question? Do I need to answer it?
You don't. You really don't. Tex will answer it himself, I feel, in this game. Just looking so confident. You know, I feel like a lot of the people at home will be watching and thinking, oh, you just, there may be favoritism towards Tex, but he's just that good. It's so hard to beat him, and right now he's the one in possession. Tex will be shooting from right to left in the Liverpool red, and Dax once again in the PSG white from left to right.
Same kits from the first leg of this tie, and immediately within the first 5 in-game minutes, it's Tex coming forward.
Oh, it's just a fantastic opportunity straight away. He looked for the pass when you thought the shot was on, and that's it every single time. He's got so many skills that he can do. He's got so much he can offer. He just does something you won't expect, and it puts you off your gear. And then when you think you're overthinking yourself, is he going to pass? Is he going to shoot? You don't know, and he'll go for something simple. It's just so difficult to read. Tex right now, 3-0 up in this game. Second leg, though, has just started. We need to see a quick stop from Dax. What can he do to get back into this, Harry? Because right now we've seen him throw nearly everything at Tex, and he just can't find a way through. We haven't really even seen De Gea have to make a save.
No real pressure on Tex's goal, honestly. I mean, obviously what he needs to do is to get an early goal, but the question is, how does he get that goal? It's the question we've been asking the entirety of the first leg, and it comes back to what you said, Chris, about maybe us showing a bit of favoritism for Tex. It's certainly not the case. I mean, we're just witnessing greatness here up on the stage, and Dax, again, he needs an early goal. He needs to somehow break Tex down. I'm not sure what his weakness is at the moment, though. That's the problem. Trying to dissect Tex's weaknesses and analyze his gameplay is so tough, because he rarely makes a mistake at the back. And how do you force that mistake out of him? Maybe a bit of individual brilliance, a bit of skill moves?
It has to potentially be that, and just a little bit of skill that you wouldn't necessarily expect.
It's tough to break him down and pick him apart.
It is. Cruyff down this right-hand side did have Ronaldo running in front of him, but chooses to play it back to Cristiano Ronaldo. Walker back to Hullett, and again, we've seen this from Dax. Plenty of possession in and around this area, plenty of building, but he struggled to get past anything, past the 18-yard box, to be honest with you, and it's been really difficult. The free kick, sorry. Not going to be whipped in, and once again, he is there in the face. He just covers the lane so well. Pause cued by Dax. Has to be a massive formation change coming, but he has to defend this attack from Tex. Ronaldo has got away. Got a couple of men in the box. He's going to try and feed R9. Not going to happen. Ferdinand will get this one away.
We saw Dax's Hullett right there, kind of backing on CR7, being controlled by Tex to sort of go back on himself, maybe use a skill move to try and beat Dax's Hullett, and Tex just double bluffed him and said, I'm just going straight forward, and that got him so much space. Unfortunately, the pass not there, but we spoke about it. You know, if it's not working within the first 20 or 25 minutes, 30 minutes in-game for Dax, he's running out of time quickly in this two-legged tie, so not surprised to see the pause come in. I'm wondering what the change is going to be. Like you said, a formation change, almost definitely. Is there a personnel change? Maybe. I mean, who do you have on the bench? We saw him bring on Eusebio. We saw him bring on Ronaldinho in the first leg. Maybe a bit early for me for a personnel change in this second leg. Obviously, stamina still up there for the Frenchman, for the players he's controlling. But yeah, not sure who or what the change will be here for Dax.
Well, Texas want to try and have a look here, but nothing coming up quite yet. It'll be interesting. I mean, 3 at the back, 4-2-2 are the first 2 things that come to mind, but
you can see the Tex almost definitely anticipating a formation change right here. That's why he's sat on this player rating screen, just waiting for the change. But yeah, 3 at the back, it's so risky against Tex. I mean, with 4 at the back, you're struggling. With 3 at the back, could be calamitous.
I think the thing is, though, if he can maybe get a lot of pressure on here, Dax, and start attacking very strong and putting Tex on the back foot, then it makes it hard for him to attack. Attack seems to be the best form of defense. Tex showing that so far, but right now, I mean, we haven't seen a route through for Dax at all. So something needs to change in the attack, which unfortunately means that you have to compromise on your defense. And it's that classic thing where you find yourself so many goals behind, you really have to throw everything at it. There you go, the formation change coming in. 4-4-2. Was it 4-2-2 or 4-4-2?
Could be a 4-4-2, right? It looked like a 4-2-2 to me, but could be the 4-4-2. Similar sort of concept. Interesting to see if he did go for the 4-4-2, going for wingers instead of those 2 attacking mids. So maybe looking to exploit the wing play.
It's something that we haven't seen him use too much yet in the form of Dax. So it'll be interesting to see if that's what he goes for. But we're only 22 minutes into the second leg, of course. And it's going to be interesting to see if we can get this back underway. And we are back underway now. Let's see. Does this formation change offer Dax a route back into this game? Because right now, this has been picture perfect from Tex. Walker down this right-hand side.
I mean, it's a good idea if you put those wingers on the pitch, to be honest with you, Chris. If you tell your fullbacks to join the attack, obviously you have those overlapping runs. You have more men in the attack, obviously you are a little bit exposed at the back. If you have the likes of Sandro, you have the likes of Walker bombing up the pitch to help Pele, and the other winger on the other side then.
And they are moving up the pitch, so an attacking change here for Dax.
So there you go. Maybe not the formation change, but it was actually the custom tactics changes that might just be the difference maker here for Dax.
He's got a few more men here, and Cruyff is definitely somebody that can do something.
Referee.
That's very, very close to the edge of the box. Does he go direct? No, he goes to lay it off to R9. That's not something you expected, and that's the first big save out of Davide here. The first time that Tex has been tested, and he passes with flying colours. You have to say, Dax just couldn't find enough room to put it in a corner that he wanted. But a good opportunity. Yeah. Dax starting knocking the door right now.
Certainly, that formation change has been good for Dax so far. Obviously, only 5 to 10 minutes in-game gone since he made that custom tactic change, but that's going to give him confidence, knowing that tactic is certainly working, is giving him a bit more of an attacking presence on the pitch.
Well, this could be bad, though. Tex, he could make it 4. Skill moves in the box is actually going to make its way towards Hullet. Back to Pele. So dangerous in this man's hands, but good defending by Dax. It's going to be Walker to get this one away. Finds Vieira, and he needs to start punishing Tex very, very quickly. Ronaldo back to Pele. Does have Sandro making the runs. But the thing is, with the fullbacks pushing up, all you guys at home will know exactly what happens. I mean, I personally play with them staying back all the time because, to be honest, you need the defensive cover. But here we go. This is a good opportunity here for Dax. Pele now, edge of the box. Vieira back to R9. He just can't find space. Look, he's just flooding him, Tex. And Ronaldo, he just can't get through. Oh, it's going to actually be a mistake. Martini shoves R9 off the ball. We are seeing Dax, though, find a little bit more luck in the attack. But every single time, Tex is there to answer, and Pele now on the counter-attack. And you feel a 4th would be the final nail in the coffin. Pele down this left-hand side, not much room to work with now. Just going to play it back. He can take his time on this build-up. Possession is key here for Tex.
Absolutely it is, and I wonder if Dax has changed his custom tactics on his central midfielders to stay back and cover those wings, as those fullbacks will be bombing forward. Long bomb from Hullet. Will just sail over, but way too much room afforded to Tex right there from Dax, and he keeps doing that, and again, like you say, concedes a 4th. Maybe this tie's over.
So hard for the PSG man to get back into this game. We're nearly halfway through the second leg, and he still needs to find 3 goals. He's looked more likely in this leg, and this could be an opportunity for R9. Walker is there again. And we talk about the attack from F2 Tex, which is on right now, but his defense has been fantastic as well. Pele putting the afterburners on towards the back post.
Oh, no!
And the crossbar saves Dax towards the end of the first half in the second leg. Tex still in control, but he could have put it to bed right there.
Is that CR7 with the header? CR7 and Tex had the same reaction. Both of them knew that that was a sitter. Hands on heads between Tex and CR7, but that's just goes to show, when you play more attacking against this guy, he's going to pick you apart at the back on that counter attack. And so dynamic again. We keep using that word dynamic, the way he can beat you with the crosses, with the skill moves. He will always find a way to find his man in the box. And the pressure is on for the Frenchman on your screens. Needs 3 goals at the very minimum in this next half of play. And the question still remains, how do you get it? How do you break down Tex? You feel if he gets 1, then maybe there's more to come after that. Maybe you see Tex shaky a little bit. We spoke about him maybe being very wary of this tie, being his biggest test yet. If he starts to crumble a little bit in the second half of the second leg, then maybe if he'd actually stop gaining that bit of confidence, that bit of momentum, that bit of traction here in the second half. Again, we keep saying it, early goal, so vital. Time is running out here for Dax on the stage.
Matthias coming on for Vieira. Eusebio on for Alexandra. That has to be from Dax.
Pure attacking.
Has to be. You have to throw it all here, or you're out. Semi-final. Nobody remembers who loses those. If Tex can go on to win this game, he will find himself in another Xbox console final. But right now, Dax, I hate to say it for all the French fans, it isn't looking likely. Tex has just pretty much put in a perfect performance. We said again and again, maybe a little bit shaky through groups, shaky on Friday, maybe a little bit slow on Saturday. When it comes to Sunday, there is nobody better. Fantastic defending once again. Maldini is there, and this is where we're going to see Dax have to defend with very limited resources because he has to throw so many men forward, and Tex could punish him. But right now, conservative attack from Tex. He doesn't want to give anything away that he doesn't need to. The more he has the ball, the less time that Dax has to try and score 3.
Keep using the P word, Chris. Patience. That's something that Tex will display in absolute bundles here. He knows he's cruising right now. 3 to the good. He just needs to wait for the space to open. And as you said, the more resources Dax commits forward, the less resources he'll have in the defense. So if you're Tex, you just wait for your opportunity. You just play a bit of possession. You wait for that run. And if it's not on, do just that, as he did just then. Play it backwards. Find the extra man. And as long as Dax chases the game, look at these gaps.
Oh, there's so many gaps. And to be honest with you, what it seems like Dax is probably playing constant pressure at this point as well.
Yeah.
It seems like a lot of the players are flooding, so your stamina on your team is going to start to dwindle. He needs to find something within the next in-game 5 minutes, or you've got to feel that Tex has put this one to bed early.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen ties in the past. Obviously,
has to rush.
Quick goals. They can come in abundance in very short spaces of time, but against Tex, again, do you see that happening? Probably not, honestly.
And the thing is, it's not even scoring 3 goals that is the problem. I mean, it is a big problem for Dax to have, but it's doing it without Tex scoring himself.
Yeah.
How do you manage to keep him out while you're committing so many men forward that you have to try and break his defense?
The players chasing the ball, and all it takes is a quick 1-2 right there. Vieira to Eusebio, and yeah, that's maybe a bit of frustration being shown there for Dax. Maybe he wants that pause in that he cued. He wants to change some things up, and Tex, again, he's cruising up there on the stage. Maybe not so much he needs to change right now. Look at that, that's the 3 at the back.
3 at the back. Tex will read that now. And it just releases so much pressure down the left and right.
I think he's been playing 3 at the back since that previous pause.
Yeah, since the change.
Obviously, the change is coming in at half-time. Mateus coming on, and Eusebio, I believe he brought on as well. Or was it Laurent Blanc, actually, at the back? So,
I think he changed it for Sandro. So, sacrificing one of the fullbacks keeps Kyle Walker on there for his pace, of course. But right now, what do you do? He's been trying to knock at the door, but it seems like nobody is really home. Tex just saying no every single time. Eusebio here for Tex with the short free kick, the heel-to-heel, trying to beat him with a skill once again. Another opportunity for Tex to finally win this tie. You feel as if it could have been won a long time ago, but that might just be it. He finds the space that has been afforded to him, and he takes the opportunity every single time. Tex is cruising through to this grand final.
Looking to make it 3 in a row, and the first time finesse, we've seen it so much. Eusebio puts that one in the back of the net, but I love watching Tex play. I said it, I said it, excuse me, on the Xbox Day here on Friday. I'll say it again now. I love watching this man up there on the stage play FIFA 19 because there are so many ways he can beat you, and he has you on the back foot. Exactly. What does Dax do bad? I mean, obviously he's chasing the game. He's on constant pressure, but the way Tex can beat you with skill moves as Dax is coming forward here, it just is amplified when you go onto constant pressure because so many players are chasing the ball, and that's just all it takes is one skill move from Tex just to open up that space to then make other players move out of position to afford Eusebio that space on the edge of the box. And if you give Tex that, it's good night.
On the attack once again, potentially here, but Rio Ferdinand is going to win the ball. You feel as if you want to say there might be a lifeline if Dax gets a goal here, but I don't think it is. I think this one might be dead and buried, but here we go on, and can he get a goal? And it just sums up Dax's day. Just can't find any good opportunity, and he's starting to snap at the bad ones, and he has to. That's the thing. He doesn't have time to try and build to find a good attack because Tex has found himself 4-0 up. There's an attack on now, and he's just wasting time away. He'll look for a fifth. I have that of no doubt. But he does not need to rush anything. 4 to the good right now. Tex has cruised through this game. His potential toughest challenge has been made to look easy.
So professional. It's been a professional, immaculate performance from Tex. Obviously, still time left to play. Don't write Dax out just yet, Chris, but it's looking ever more unlikely. And it's been an incredible display of maturity by that young man up there on the stage, looking to make it 3 in a row.
17 years old, this kid. He's only going to get better. With age comes more. I mean, I want to say it comes more sort of a coolness, a calmness when you're up there in bad situations. But when has he been in a bad situation other than against Gorilla last week? He never finds himself in this situation to be getting too stressed because he's just so good. Tex now 9 minutes away from a console grand final on the Xbox, and we talk about how good he is so much, but it's just super impressive. Every single time we see him play, it just seems like a perfect performance here against Dax, which, as said, seemed to be one of his toughest tests. He might add a 5th yet.
Just look at the skills he's bringing out. The scoop turn, the stop and go, the ball rolls. It's amazing. I mean, we saw the heel to heel used so well for 2 of his goals in the first leg. And just, again, I think it really is the use of skill moves that sets Tex apart, as well as this exemplary, as you would say, defending here.
That could have been a 5th. Just taking his time. Dax, you feel, looking at the player card, knows he's defeated Tex, cruising in this game. He sat back, he's chilled out, thinking about the grand final, and who can blame him? A fantastic game of FIFA out of him.
I mean, credit to Dax as well. I mean, considering he's chasing the game against a great attacker like Tex, keeping this leg just 1-0, if it does stay that way, is a tremendous achievement in itself. Obviously, he'll be bitterly disappointed not to beat this man. I mean, that's the guy that everyone in the world is gunning for at the moment in Tex, but to keep it 1-0 when you're chasing the game, very impressive.
Well, Tex gets 1 in the second leg, 3 in the first, and what is more likely to be one of the most perfect FIFA performances you'll ever likely to see. Pele goes for a shot and he moves his keeper. It's just perfect. Tex into the Xbox Grand Final with a fantastic performance against Dax. What more could you ask for? A brilliant performance. And he said, this could be the toughest opportunity that I have. The toughest game that we have. But Tex makes it look very easy. Always on the desk. What do we think about that? Perfect.
Loads to talk about. Thank you very much, Tan. Thank you, Wonder Boy. Yes, we were watching the whole of that match on set, and Dan Gaskin. What do you need to do to beat Tex? Obviously, score a goal helps, but, you know, Dax will be annoyed about the opportunities that went begging and Tex just delivering.
I mean, if you want an all-round performance across FIFA 19, just watch that game back. Both of those legs was just phenomenal from Tex. You know, he got out to that early lead in the first game, which gave him that confidence. He said himself this was going to be his toughest test, he thought. And when you get out to a start like that and you get that early goal on the board, it just makes everything relax. Everything that you're doing becomes more permanent, because you just feel like, you know, this was my worry, and I'm already overcoming that first hurdle with an early goal. And from then, it was just the Tex show. And we were talking about the way that he builds up his attacks. It's the speed of which he changes his passing as he approaches the final third is so impressive. It's very slow, very methodical up until that final third. And then as soon as he gets into the box after some quick passing around the box, that's when the skill moves come out. That's when you start questioning yourself as a defender. It's so difficult to predict what he's going to do because there's so many things that he can do.
He's just so unpredictable, I think is the best word. Like, his versatility is great. He has so much to offer, and because of that, you're scared with every attack. What's he going to do next? Is he just going to pass it to the edge of the box? Is he going to smash it in from 25 yards? Or is he going to just beat the man and then suddenly have an easy pass? It's terrifying.
It is terrifying. Going with De Gea now, which I like it. Mixing it up, changing those keepers whenever he feels like it, and feeling the vibe. If you're getting good vibes off that player, then you'll put him into your team. However, just the goals are coming, like you say, Mark. He is unpredictable when he's in the box. Skill moves happen, and you don't want to give away a penalty to someone like Tex.
You second-guess yourself about what you're trying to defend, essentially. You kind of think this is what the majority of players would do, but is Tex going to do that? And that puts that seed of doubt in your mind. As soon as that seed of doubt in your mind, that's where he exploits it. But let's talk about defensively as well. I mean, he didn't concede a goal. He didn't concede a goal against Dax, who's been phenomenal so far this tournament. And for all the hype and you know the love we give to Tex, watching him go forward and what he produces and what he brings to the table defensively, he has been the best player in the tournament so far. You look back last weekend, he was the best defensive player in the tournament out of the groups. He is the all-round package at the moment. I don't know how you stop him.
I think what surprised me with Dax is when we saw him against Stokes, he had something like a 70% possession in favour. And I was wondering how he would come into a game like Tex, and will he still have that possession-based football? Will he be able to control the game? And he just couldn't, because Tex just didn't allow it. He just made sure he closed him down and pushed him off the ball when he needed to. What you can see there, 50-50 possession.
Yeah. I was going to ask, what do you make of that, the stats in front of you, the 50-50 possession? You know, you get the possession, you've got to use it to your advantage. You can try and get that goal.
Yeah, of course you have. And I mean, the interesting stat for me there is the amount of passes that Dax makes in comparison to Tex. And if you're watching Tex, a lot of the time that he has the ball with his fullbacks, he's always looking for the runs of his left and right cam, looking to get down the line. And he kind of cuts a lot of the ground out with the short passing that Dax will use to build up to those same positions. Tex plays a much more direct ball, likes to get Pele and Eusebio on the ball because you have those five-star skills. And when you get into the box, you get into those wide positions. As you say, you're always worried if you let your opponent get into the box, there's the chance of the penalty. There's the chance of making a mistake, dragging a player out of position. So Tex has a certain game plan when he goes forward, where he tries to be direct up to his strikers, and that's when the quick passing starts coming in.
He looks dangerous at the moment, and that's an understatement if ever you've heard one. He's going through to the Xbox final. I want to know how he's feeling right now. Lottie, you're going to have a chat with the main man himself, F2 Tex.
I am indeed. Dangerous he is, Tom. You're very, very right. Tex, unbelievable stuff from you, of course, and we've seen that all season long so far. But I did notice on your Twitter the other day that obviously you've been traveling for a long time, 3 weeks, you're really tired, and you put out to your fans that, you know, I'm going to try my best and get this win for all of them and for yourself as well. What would it mean to you today to become the Xbox champ, but not only that, manage to get that three-peat you're so looking for?
I want to be the first person to go back-to-back. So today I need to win, and if not, I'll be disappointed. But yeah, Dax played quality. I just thought if you don't score, I'm going to win. So I thought, yeah, no goals for you, and I won.
Plain and simple stuff, guys. That's it. That's the formula you need. What do you think of the level of competition right now that you've seen all weekend long? Are you surprised who's joining you up there in the top ranks on Championship Sunday?
Nah, it's FIFA. Anything can happen. And Dossary, Royal, I don't really mind who wins. I think I can beat them both, so hopefully I will.
Oh, big stuff. Loving that. But you think you've got what it takes? You think you're going to go all the way? Are you feeling confident about it?
Yes, I am. It's just that cross console. I think Dossary, Royal, I want to play Dossary, so I hope he wins. So yeah, I'm confident.
Love that, the previous E-World Cup champ. I love that, taking him on. Big stuff over here from Texas. Tom, it's back to you.
Thank you so much. F2 Tex, love it. Candid interview there. He knows who he wants to play. He knows what he's about. He's got the winning formula. Simple as that. Bish bash. That's the kind of like, done. Move on to the next tourno. Listen, gentlemen, just to let you guys know as well, because you've been mentioning it over the last 2 days, there is a Twitch drop which is happening right now. Make sure you link your EA account and your Twitch account. Make that connected, because then you can have the chance to earn a reward, which is going to be a 92 Team of the Week Hazard, and that would be a great addition to any Ultimate Team. Would you like to use a Hazard there on set?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd like that foot. I'm quite a lot.
Hang on. Let me just get that little bit. Just slightly dribble in there, mate. Yeah, got it. There we go. It's just the thought of the Hazard on that card, on that team sheet. Gentlemen, let's look at the updated bracket of this. What is happening right now? Because F2 Tex is going straight through to the Xbox final, and he wants to take Dossary. What did you make of that?
I found that quite interesting. I thought, you know, out of those two players, I would have, you know, said, he'd probably say, oh, I want to play the Royal, because, you know, Dossary's obviously got that pedigree to him, obviously all the history and the achievements he's had. But he said, bring on Dossary. I'm feeling confident. I want to beat Dossary now, and I like that. I like that about him, that bring it on attitude.
I think there's two reasons for that. A, it's a statement if he beats the previous E-World Cup champion, and last week in the LQE, he did beat him. He took him down 7-3, I believe, in the group stages. So he knows he's got what it takes to take down Dossary, and I think he's always thriving for the best competition. He doesn't want an easy route into the console final. He wants the best player there to say, well, that's the best player Xbox could offer, and he wants to smash him. He wants to destroy him.
Yeah, wow. Big words there. To destroy, I can't even say it. The Royal has been an absolute grafter, though, so whoever gets through to the final will be taking on F2 Tex. We will have that match. MS Dossary, or is it going to be the Royal? After the break, you'll find out.
FIFA World Tour.
Yeah. Shout out to the real ODB. You know, you can add the J if you like.
I've been playing FIFA since like 2001. Like I've been playing it for a long time.
Yeah, I play board games like Sorry.
What was the first sport you fell in love with as a kid? I'll tell you the truth, it really was soccer. I was always trash at sports.
Short pass, long pass.
I think FIFA's just international, so I had David Alaba and a couple of his people from Bayern Munich over at the crib. Me and my boy played them 2-on-2, and they was like cussing in German the whole time. We couldn't understand anything, but you can understand that they was getting that.
Boy, how you did that, bro? So what settings you got on your controller?
PlayStation, the best place to play.
PlayStation.
Right then, welcome back to the Gfinity Arena for the FUT 19 Champions Cup. If you're just joining us, I'll let you off. Welcome, because you have missed part one of the semi-final on the Xbox. It was between F2 Tex and PSG Dax. This is what you missed. So here we go then, PSG Dax taking on F2 Tex. We know what F2 Tex is all about, and blimey, did he turn up, much, I'm sure, to the annoyance of PSG Dax. Getting a 3-0 in the first leg. Look at that, taking the ball right out of Neuer's hands. Furious scenes, but do you know what? That Liverpool kit looks very good with the CR7. Overall, 4-0, 2 legs. F2 Tex is through to the semi-final. Epic scenes there, gentlemen. But now we move straight in to the second semi-final on the Xbox. And this is the interesting thing. The main man, F2 Tex, is calling out MS Dossary. What have you made of MS Dossary's journey into this stage of the competition?
I said it yesterday. I said it the first day. I feel like Dossary's been growing. Every tournament this year, he's getting a little bit better. He started in the Continental Cup in Paris, and he just didn't look himself. He didn't look adjusted. He didn't look ready. And then when I saw him in Bucharest, I was like, oh, look, okay, hold on. He's starting to look a little more Dossary-esque, and I think he's back ready for the main stage. And I think he'd be happy with that Tex matchup.
Yeah, listen, Trout, lovely to have you on a desk. Looking at the highlights of MS Dossary over the last couple of days, finished top seed of his group and then played the same person twice, Brenner 7. So it's hard to know that in terms of other top competition, he hasn't had to take on anyone, has he?
Yeah, I would say for most players, you'd say that's a little bit worrying that he's only played one person in such a big stakes part of the competition. But I think for a guy like MS Dossary, it's not really a big deal. You know, it's still going to linger there. It's still going to like niggle at you, the fact that he's not played anyone else. He's only played one style of play in this knockout phase of the competition. But he's so talented, so experienced that he knows how to win these games, regardless of who he comes up against or how often he comes up against someone.
He was very much for him, it was Operation Beat Brenner twice. Done that, now it's moving into the other operations. We know how classy he is, we know what he's about. Do you think he sort of is looking forward to that challenge, potentially, if he beats the Royal, to take on F2 Tex and put right the wrongs from earlier in the year?
Absolutely. I feel like both these guys don't want, and I don't want to take anything away from the Royal, but don't want an easy pass. No. They have all this hype behind Tex this year, and Dossary from everything he's done in the past years, and like I said, he's kind of been growing. I think they want to face off. They want that matchup. They know it's going to be streamed. It gives them a lot of bragging rights, and it sends a message. If Dossary beats Tex, for example, Tex has been the guy.
Yeah.
Does that mean that we're going to have a shift of power?
It could happen. It'd be interesting. F2 Tex wants that back-to-back-to-back tournament. However, talking about the Royal, Chris Trout, he did beat Megabit in the quarterfinal 5-4. So it's not as if he's had an easy pass. He's proved himself, and he's done his job as and when he's needed to. And he's been fascinating and really entertaining to watch up at the players' area with his emotions.
Yeah, I think you've got to also look at the fact that in the group stage, he just about got through to the knockouts in general. 4-3 in the groups. Not really the kind of form of a champion, but because it's now in a knockout stage, it's all about how you turn up on that day and perform and make sure that you win those games that are the most important. And he's gone through some major names in there to do it. Granted, they've been, you know, a bit close. He's only managed to do it by a goal or two. He's sitting at a +5 goal difference for the competition so far. Again, not really the kind of form of a champion, but like I've said, it's just how you turn up on today. It's how you turn up against your opponents when it matters. And, you know, he's lost to F2 Tex in this competition already in the group stages. He'll want that revenge. That's the extra motivator against MS Dossary.
Yeah, and obviously mates before, and they've played together at various times, but he's getting hot just at the right time. You know, group stage, just get through, learn a little bit about your competitors, and then do when you have to do and deliver. So that could be another way of looking at it for the Royal.
And I'm going to play devil's advocate here because I'm assuming they have some history. Yeah, I know you do. I would think they have history. Royal and MS Dossary both. We got a Saudi semi-final here. These are guys that will match up against each other regularly, especially if it's any LAN event in person. And then at the other end, I think Royal's probably riding a little bit of a high wave. He just beat Megabit. Megabit's a favorite.
Yeah.
When I talk about Megabit, it's usually not like I think he could get beat. No, I think Megabit's going to get that win. He's going to progress. I like the form that he's been in, especially seeing him play in Bucharest. He was kind of bringing a different style. It was a little more faster paced, a lot of shots inside the box, and it was power shots, which I think it's important if you're going to win tournaments to start shifting the meta. We're not going to see the same tournament winner with the same style every single time. Even though we've seen Tex have these amazing results, his gameplay is progressing. It's not the same as the first Bucharest event. The second Bucharest event, I saw something new. And this event, we're seeing some different changes. And his defense.
That's worrying. He's getting better and better. I love it, though. The Saudi semi-final. It's just got a ring to it.
Hashtag that somewhere.
I like that, MLB. Right, the Royal won many new fans, me included, during his run in the Xbox half of the tournament on Friday. His skills on the pitch were backed up by passionate displays of celebration that meant we couldn't take our eyes off him. I'm delighted to say we managed to grab a few words with him ahead of today's fixture. Here you go.
The Royal. R9. R9 with the header. Oh my! What is this?
Yeah, I know Megabit. Once he starts scoring, you can't stop him. So I was focusing on just score a goal because I knew that he was going to score. It's a matter of time. But when I scored a goal, I thought it was over. Then he came back again.
Surely it's over. Yes, it is. The Royal is in the semi-finals.
But that last goal, I just can't describe it. It means a lot. Last year I didn't do well, but so this year it was just make it or break it for me. So when I came back and I knew that I'm in the semi-final now, it means a lot to me. The world champion, Mr. Dossary. He's the best player. I think he's clearly the best player, not just in Saudi Arabia, but in the whole world. Obviously, everyone that comes here wants to win. So that's the feeling in me. I want to win, but if he wins, I'll just congratulate him. Just go easy on me. We're very proud to represent Saudi Arabia and to have a guaranteed Saudi in the final. That means a lot to us, and that says something about our region.
That is a great insight from the Royal. And I have to say, I am joined in the casting area by these two gentlemen. I'm so excited to get this. I even heard Brandon just say a second ago, it's time to perform. And it is indeed Brandon Smith, Richard Buckley. How are you looking at this Saudi semi-final? Words of MLB.
It's a game that coming into this tournament I would never expected to see. Like these two, you know, giant players from their own country. It goes without saying, you know, the records they've achieved in competitive FIFA. Coming into this tournament, there's 4 Saudi Arabians, probably the most we've seen in a kind of, you know, worldwide or a major as such to this date. And we talk about the odds of games like this happening. I'll say it again. The Royal against MS Dossary, former teammates, best mates. Like all day this morning, they've just been hanging around. They probably went for breakfast together. Now they've got a.
Oh, no, let's not speculate. Let's not speculate.
They've got to now just simple. As soon as that game starts, headset on, game time. Whatever happens, we'll be friends afterwards. But let's get the FIFA on.
Yeah, because Richard, I mean, you've obviously played Brandon at FIFA. Sometimes you've got to put those friendships to one side. Just focus on the job in hand, haven't you?
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it really. The way we're talking. Obviously, you've got respect for somebody. It's your friend, but you can't be saying, "Oh, I hope that he goes through" and things like that. If I'm playing against Brandon in a tournament, in a semi-final, I'm not going for breakfast with him. I'm not talking to him that day. I'm switched on, and I want to win that game.
I know about this as well, trust me. Trust
you know. Listen, gentlemen, let's get to it. It's the Saudi semi-final, the Royal taking on MS Dossary. This one is going to be a beauty. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Tom. Well, yes. As we said, we already know who will be in that console final over on the Xbox side. PSG Dax, unfortunately, crashing out the competition. He still, of course, got those Global Series ranking points and that $5,000 to go home with. But, of course, he wants to go that one step further. F2 Tex, 4-0 in that one. Now, this game, we saw the Royal, we saw the emotion this Saudi Arabian player brought. just a few days ago, in fact. You know, I think we're on, of course, Sunday now, Championship Sunday. That was back on Friday, the day after the groups. That game against Megabit springs to mind for me, Richard. The Royal, I think, just surprised us all. We know this guy's got talent. He kind of didn't get to show us as much as he would have wanted to last year as such. The year before that was a champion back in Sydney, 2017, against actually Mr. Dunn there. Abdel Al-Shiri, a former FIWC champion as well, who won that in Munich. So Saudi Arabian players are fantastic at FIFA. We don't need to say this, Richard, but this is going to be a fantastic game.
Yeah, which Saudi Arabian will be making it through to that console final to take on F2 Tech to try and take down the Wonder Kid? Will it be MS Dossary or will it be the Royal as we get into this game?
And I think one thing that people often forget is that MS Dossary, Console Player of the Year at the Esports Awards,
yeah, not
the
just
world champion
in FIFA, across all esports, every single esport, he was the Console Player of the Year. They were fan voted and a panel, and he won that award.
He must be doing something right. World champion as well, FIFA E-World Cup back at the O2 in London. In FIFA 18 against Stefano Pinna, who will be playing a little bit later today. He's still in the competition, the Belgian from PSV, but this game, a two-legged game between the two Saudi Arabians up against each other. One from Al Nassr, a football club out in Saudi Arabia, then Rogue Esports, that the likes of Goal Machine plays for, Nicholas Rajek. And once upon a time, Richard, these two were both under that Team Falcon banner. They made their own esports team, these guys.
Made their own esports team, then they both went their separate ways. Dossary this season so far in FIFA 19 is a top 16 and a top 8 finish in Paris and Bucharest. Now he's coming into this tournament in London. He loves to perform in England. He won in Manchester, he won in London. Can he make a hat-trick in the nation's capital?
Of course, at the Gfinity Arena, where all the action has taken place over the 4 days. Obviously, day number 4, really. MS Dossary from right to left as he's got an attack early on now. Drag back, so simple for him. Tried to just play it through there. I think the ongoing run from Cristiano Ronaldo, but unfortunately couldn't find that one. But it's safe to say as well that MS Dossary does not concede goals. A few stats coming into this one for everyone at home. 1.05 goals a game this guy concedes, which is low.
Yeah, extremely low when you look at some of the high-scoring games that have been taking place over the weekend. He's actually only lost one game as well throughout the entire weekend, group stages and in the elimination bracket as well. That were 3-1 loss to Tim Latka.
And the other side of that, as we know, with the Royal, went 4-3 in those group stages. AK 4 wins, 3 losses, just pulled himself through. Had an incredible road as well to get himself to the knockouts, and that game against Megabit was so entertaining.
Yeah, to go through the losers bracket as well.
He beat Salza as well in extra time, 3-2. 120th minute winner.
Another late goal against Megabit to send him into this semi-final, the Saudi derby.
Well, safe to say it's going to be an emotional game. Whatever happens between these two, to play against F2 Tech, who's waiting now for whoever comes into his path. He says before he's fearless, F2 Tech, he'll play anyone. I'm sure these guys will as well. Pull it, ball roll into R9. A little bit of space. Still the pressure is on. Going to play all the way across to Cruyff. Interesting to see him starting. Some people will obviously take preference to starting Cruyff, Eusebio, those new icons for FIFA 19. There's a bit of space for him. No, there's Eusebio, and the first shot and the first save of the game coming from MS Dossary.
Interesting to see the development of MS Dossary this season in FIFA 19. He started in Paris, wasn't really using the goalkeeper movement, wasn't really using the timed finishing, didn't really know the meta that well. Over the last probably 5-6 weeks, he's transitioned into FIFA 19. He plays his FIFA 18 game style, pretty much exactly the same formations and same style of play, but he just added in the time finishing, added in that goalkeeper movement.
And let's be honest, at that event that he did play, MS Dossary, he went out to Gorilla in the knockouts. You know, it's not going to be an easy game, is it? 4-3 lost in that one, an end-to-end game. However, MS Dossary did lose to Tex. 7-3. So if those two match up, I know how 7 days can change, you know, a tournament, how a day can change a tournament, but Dossary goes into that one. He'll know in the back of his mind that Tex has already beaten him. Still goalless between the two, and one thing that we noticed from Mr. So Royal is... It's just a case of he was scoring goals that no one would predict. He scored some headers that were very interesting. Here we go, MS Dossary back to goal. He drops one shoulder, dropped
Good
it again.
save.
Kind of faked to go the same way twice. Still got a shot away. David De Gea will pull the save out. In it comes for a front post flick on all the way across. And
yeah, when that ball got rolled into him there, a lot of people with Ronaldo are going for that finesse shot across the goalkeeper straight away. Dossary decided to not go for it, turned back with a drag back onto his right foot. That unpredictability that Dossary has in his locker, once again proving why he's one of the best players, why he's one of the most feared players in the FIFA scene across both consoles.
here we go. Surely that's the chance, and that's the goal to open up the game. He could have went the other way, could have went to the right side of the keeper. Instead, still finessed it, but just directly in a straight line. You have to say it's been coming as well from MS Dossary. You can see on the replay there. Hullet or Vieira couldn't even track Ronaldo.
Yeah, that pass from Cruyff just almost put it on the plate for R9 just inside the box. He's not going to make any mistake from that sort of range, firing past the goalkeeper. When you've got 95 shooting, you're putting away 9 out of 10 chances. Dossary takes the lead 1-0.
He's had 3 or 4 good chances, Richard, already early on in this opening 30 in-game minutes.
Yeah, the Royal
hasn't really
struggling
shown
to
us
create
too much.
something.
Here he comes now, though. Eusebio. Tried to just tee that back to Vieira. Hullet got something on that, though, to take the sting out of the ball. Now we'll switch all the way across, and MS Dossary once again on the attack. He's looked so good in this opening half of this game. Two-legged game, as we know. Aggregate scoreline. The semi-finals, the last 4 on the Xbox. Then we'll do it all over on the PlayStation side of things. Of course, we don't know who's on that PlayStation side. You've got 2 Argentines over there. A Belgium, and MoAuba, the German as well. Vieira, there's the overlap if he can find it. Cut back inside, he probably will. Only if you'd let him, but he was not giving him any time in the world there.
Yeah, Ferdinand getting across nice and quickly, stopping the attack.
It's going to be interesting to see these stats at half-time. We haven't, as I said, seen anything really from the Royal going forward. Wouldn't even go as far as seeing a first shot on target. However, that could change right now. When it comes, leapt up by Cristiano Ronaldo, the 6'6" giant of Thibaut Courtois. Had to dive left, a big save to parry that away. Corners are coming now, Royal again, and there we go.
Yeah, you talked about before the game about that crossing, about that some of the headed goals that were scoring. The best chance that the Royals created coming from
was a header.
A cross, Ronaldo getting up in the box and forcing a good save from Dossary's goalkeeper. Now looking, Dossary, one of the best players at just running down that clock, that game management style, but that's a poor pass.
And with all credit to Stefano Pinna, a fantastic PlayStation play. You know, I'm thinking back to FIFA 18 here in that final. Obviously, we were lucky enough to be at. He didn't really let Stefano Pinna even really do anything. He did not. It was just constant pressure from MS Dossary, and it was a convincing final for him. Here he comes again. As far as R9, Ronaldo, what a block that is from Rio Ferdinand. May not have known much about it, but stuck a leg out. Had to be big, had to be brave. In comes the corner. And are we going into half-time? At 1-0, yes we are. MS Dossary leads at this point.
Yeah, probably deserved lead as well. You see the stats on your screen.
I was going to say
66% possession.
I was going to say, going into half-time, Richard, if we didn't have the header, there would have been no shots registered from the Royal.
And Dossary coming out stronger of the 2 players. Maybe the more, well, he is the more experienced in latter stages of competitions. Playing on that experience right now. Looking to make it through to another console final.
Still a long time left, though. It's tough as well when you like sparring partners as such. Ed Mike LaBelle say that, you know, if you think about weekend league, the regions of matchmaking, they're probably going to match up against each other once or twice throughout either FIFA 17, FIFA 18, or currently right now in the online qualifiers. They're probably played against each other once or twice. It's tough when you're playing against your best friend as such. However, Hullet, it's going to hit that.
These two have played so many times against each other. They were partners at the Club World Cup last season.
There's a chance. There's Cristiano Ronaldo.
They know each other's game inside and out.
And how hard is that?
Oh, extremely tough. You've got to almost play a different complete play style.
You have to create like a plan D, a plan E of how you're going to play this game. Because you can't play the way you're normally going to play, because MS Dossary will know exactly what you're doing.
Especially this year with the custom tactics. I imagine they've shared custom tactics, talks about what they think strong in the game.
Fantastic tackle. Oh, it's a little bit
Free
naughty
kick.
there.
It's quite a...
Here we go.
It's
Something
good
off the
position.
training ground. Cruyff to run over. Played short, looks so easy. Oh no, Ronaldo, well done there. For getting something on that. It could have been such an easy finesse for Cruyff.
Quite an easy set piece there from Dossary, nothing too complicated.
I think we've seen one direct shot this weekend.
From a free kick, and I'm trying to think who it was who did have that direct shot. Could have been Sian, I believe.
There's been so many goals. To try and think back to that one. Of course, it didn't actually go in, did it? The keeper did save it.
Aggie as well.
Corners, set pieces, so important to add to your game. I'm sure Tex or anyone, any pro player would tell you more.
As we've just watched 2/3 of this game right now, it seems as though the Royal just a little bit slow with all his decision-making, passing, trying to move the ball forward. There's no real conviction in any of his passes.
Unless he's trying to somehow keep this game down to a very low scoreline. Second game he comes out with something completely different, because we know how two-legged games work. 2 goals, 3 goals down, we see comebacks. If you're 1-0 down, most definitely we're going to be seeing more goals. But I'm completely right there, Richard. We haven't really seen anything that we saw, I could say, back on Friday. You know, those games where he had to come alive. He scraped himself through in the group stage with 4 wins, 3 losses. Did the Royal compared to MS Dossary, who just blitzed through everyone. 6 wins, 1 loss. That loss coming against Tim Latka, but when you've won 6, you're already through as a #1 seed. Here we go. Ronaldo now. This is the Royal on the rebound. Can he finish it? Great save again from Thibaut Courtois. Gets a lot of sticks sometimes at the mistakes he makes, but a huge double save there. The attack isn't over yet, though. Vieira to Walker, all the way across. Better from the Royal.
Yeah, that chance all came from that little dink through ball over the top. We saw it on Friday against Megabit. A lot of his chances, Megabit squeezing high up the pitch, and then that lofted through ball over the top was where we were getting his space, creating the chances from. Looked to that rebound across the goalkeeper on that occasion, but Courtois, good double save. Keeping Dossary with that 1-goal cushion.
Watch out on that far right-hand side. Cruyff's making that run. He doesn't want to use it. He's going to go to Cristiano Ronaldo instead. Just watch him try and tee up that shot around the edge of the boxes. Number of pros will tell you it's a deadly area to finish from with the finesses this year. Well worked, though. From the current world champion, you have to say. Holding that title until the end of the FIFA 19 game cycle, the end of the global series, where we find another world champion.
I think people forget that as well with how well Tex has been playing FIFA 19 so far. We're watching the world champion right now.
Oh, lovely ball roll. This is Cruyff, hill to hill as well. Trying to just wait patiently is MS Dossary. He's happy to play back. He's waiting for that perfect opportunity. You can see Royal just controlling Hullet there. He's giving him too much space. A deflection off the head of Maldini as well. De Gea could react and has done enough. For the Royal, we'll be happy to get out this game 1-0.
Yeah, he's been under the cosh pretty much for the entirety of this game. He's had a couple of chances, a couple of breakaways, but apart from that, it's been all MS Dossary again. MS Dossary, one of the only players.
Pele's made it.
One of the only players to actually use offside track. You see it in the bottom left there.
Oh no, he's twice now, Richard. 3 times the press from Dossary. Just dispossess the Royal. You can see the confidence on keeping the ball there between both players. The difference is maybe those extra few big events. That big final with all the lights, all the camera, all the action. And we know how much the Saudi Arabians love their FIFA. As I said, 4 of them came in and competed in the tournament. You had Zayed, of course, from Lightning. You had Kay as well, another competitor there, plus these 2. I'm sure Mr. Dunn as well will be watching at home, supporting these guys. 5 in-game minutes, just under, after this first leg will come to an end. 1-0 still to MS Dossary. And he seems so happy to keep the ball to ensure that this last chance of the game will be his. Pele, can he play that ball through? No, he doesn't want to.
A good defensive play there from the Royal. He struggled though this game. if he could snatch a goal right now, like a daylight robbery to get away. Drawing after this first leg, the stats going so heavily in Dossary's
try and
favour.
get through this one though, Richard. This attack, he's got to stand strong at the back, make a tackle if he can. No, he's 2-0 down. Added time at 2 minutes. It's been non-stop pressure from MS Dossary. The Royal can only smile. He knows it's been a tough game for him.
You look at the goalkeeper as well. Just look for a little bit of movement from the Royal. You saw it there. A couple of steps to the left, expecting that finesse shot. He's just gone low past the goalkeeper, pretty much down the middle of the goal, but that goalkeeper movement, if he don't move him, he saves that. Simple as that. Because he did move him off for his position. And now Dossary leads 2-0 with a late goal in this first leg. Giving him a 2-goal advantage.
He's going to get one chance, is the Royal.
He's not going to score.
And as you said, Richard, he's not going to be scoring that one. 2-0. The first leg between the two there, Richard, as you can see. Not the best performance from the Royal. MS Dossary, though, if he's got a game plan, he's stuck to it, and it's working for him.
Yeah, I'm very, very interested to see the stats after this game. You currently see on your screen MS Dossary, but on this screen just underneath me, the stats. 61% possession for MS Dossary, 7 shots, 6 on target against the Royal.
Bearing in mind that the Royal only had 1 shot at half-time and it was coming from that header. I know you could say a better half, but really he's conceded 2 goals in it. It's tough to take for him, but we're going to have a look back at that game and see what went wrong for the Royal. This was the opening goal, or the opening chance, or I should say. This was MS Dossary. We said about how much pressure this guy was putting on.
Look at this pass here. He plays it into Vieira. A nice ball into Cruyff.
So much time. So much time.
Cut it through the defence of the Royal. R9 finishes like you'd expect him to do on that left foot. Left foot or right foot, doesn't matter for R9. There's a reason he's the most expensive icon on the game.
The swerve on that as well from the right foot of Ronaldo. He thought he'd put it in the other corner, but that's what the Getsy game is all about in competitive FIFA right now, moving that goalkeeper. Went the other way. 40 minutes into this one, this was the chance. This was the only shot of the half from the Royal. We said he's deadly from headers. Safe to say, Courtois, he earned his money there.
Yeah, and just about these highlights of playing, probably interesting to point out, this was probably the best chance of the game for the Royal. Pele,
great double
with
save there.
Follow-up chance to the Ronaldo shot. He's a confidence player. You saw him when we were playing against Megabit. Every time he scored, it was a big celebration. Do you feel as though because he's playing against one of his friends, a very good friend,
maybe he's being respectful.
He don't want to celebrate as much if he does score a goal? He doesn't want to give it large like he was against other players. Is that something that you just need to cancel out whoever you're playing against? You've got to play your game. You can't worry about your opponent.
I'm sure if he somehow pulls this back, Richard, which is definitely possible. We know we're not writing anyone off as of yet, which I'm sure we've done within our commentary career in competitive FIFA. We've seen 2-0s, 3-0s go down. He can only laugh and smile there because he knows that if he just held on for an extra in-game minute, he could have just done well. But look, we said he had so much possession, MS Dossary, 61% possession, 94% passing accuracy, Richard. The stats speak for itself.
Yeah, just looking at some of the other stats as well. 10 tackles, he's winning the ball high up the pitch. 2 goals from 6 shots on target. He cannot complain with that from MS Dossary as he takes that 2-goal advantage into the second leg.
MS Dossary is not going to give you. He's not going to give you many chances, is he? If you play against MS Dossary, he had 2 chances in that game. You can see behind MS Dossary, a very good family member and a coach of him. Went all the way to the final with him last year.
We were in Manchester with him when he won the Spring Cup last season. It was in London with him when he won the World Championship. And now he's in London once again with his man to try and lift the FUT Champions Cup.
But this guy,
December.
He needs 2 goals at least to take this to extra time, and there's no reason why he can't from what he showed us in this tournament. I think a number of people would have written him off in some of the games he's played, but he's brought late goals, he's brought drama, he's brought big celebrations.
Yeah, and throughout the tournament so far, he's averaged 2.17 goals per game. So if he averages that again in this second leg, we're going to extra time, potentially for this semi-final. The winner will face F2 Tex in the console final.
I think the difference is, though, Richard, you look at the run these guys have had in the tournament. MS Dossary only lost 1 game. You know, winning, obviously losing isn't... He experienced losing last weekend in Bucharest in that LQE against Grilla.
I think something to point out, I think the Royal almost looks happy to have made it this far. MS Dossary doesn't. MS Dossary wants to go all the way. He's a champion. He's a winner. He knows what to do to get over the line, and I think potentially that's going to be the difference between the two players. The Royals won trophies in the past. FIFA 17, it was the rest of the world champion. However, this is just a different kettle of fish completely.
As you can see the formation on your screen there from the Royal, 4-1-2-1-2 narrow. And a 4-2-3-1 from MS Dossary. Normally see a lot of pros match up against each other. It has to be different though. A narrow play style from the Royal.
Yeah, that's what he does pretty much all the time. Interesting to point out when he was playing against Megabit. Megabit brought the game back and he was playing narrow. Royal went from 4-2-3-1 and matched him into a narrow formation. A lot of pros would go back to a 4-2-3-1, but your opponent, you're probably 10 minutes away from seeing out a game. You match it, you go narrow, one of the most attacking formations on the game.
Look, straight away, you can see the press from the Royal. He knows he needs 2 goals. They might be friends off the virtual pitch, but right now it's all business, and the Royal needs to show us that he can come back, or could it be worse for him? No, it's going to be worse for him now.
Tell you what, he baited him with the goalkeeper. He let the Royal move him across. Looked like he were going to go for finesse, and then as he moved him back across the goal line, did the Royal, he slid it into that near post, and great FIFA smart, you'd say.
Now he finds himself 3-0 down, Richard. Johan Cruyff, for all the time in the world. If we can see the replay again on that, we're going to analyse what went wrong at the back. Obviously just a fantastic ball, just to put him in the best position possible.
That's maybe some of the disadvantages to play narrow as well.
I think MS Dossary is waiting for a change from the Royal. As we know, of course, the Royal doesn't score many goals, maybe just over 2 per game.
See the replay here. Lovely through ball. You see the goalkeeper movement. He went to the left. He then expected the finesse, so he went back the other way, and then Dossary smashed it into that near post.
And when you look at the, we look at the stats there. We just spoke about the Royal, and he averaging about 2 goals a game. MS Dossary concedes about 1 goal a game. That's his average. It's going to be hard to break this guy down.
You ask the questions of De Gea as well there. It's straight at him, and it's still gone past him in the goal. But Johan Cruyff takes it and puts Dossary 3 goals up. Formation change from the Royal into a 4-4-2.
You can see down the bottom as well. The next game coming up for you, PSV Stefano Pinna up against FC Basel's Nicholas in that first PlayStation semi-final there. So do not go anywhere. So much competitive FIFA coming for you here at this Championship Sunday, where someone will be walking away with $40,000, 1,500 Global Series ranking points, and picking up that trophy, getting their name engraved on it, Richard.
Belgium versus Argentina. PSV versus Basel.
Over right now, there's the chance. Great save. Thibaut Courtois. He's performed well. His reach has been really good. He's going to do it again. Every single corner he's there. He's there to win it.
Yeah, really bad touch as well from Henry, just letting the ball roll away from him. And Dossary happy right now just to keep hold of the ball. Play at his tempo, doesn't have to go forward, can go backwards, can go side to side.
He knows that he's in control. He's 3-0 up. He's only lost 1 game. Other than that, he's just been cruising through. In the knockouts, had to play against ex-Brenner twice. After he lost, of course, dropped down to the losers bracket, won that, came back up to play him again. Here we go, Cruyff with a bit of space. MS Dossary, great save. Had to, otherwise that really would have been curtains and game over. Got to defend this corner first, though.
You're looking for that back post. You see Maldini just peeled away, number 5. Going to recycle, going to keep hold of the ball, doesn't have to go forward.
Needs to defend this one. As I said, if he concedes 1 more, you're going to have to say it's going to be a job too big for the Royal. Be 4-0 down on aggregate, and he'll need 4 goals. And from what we've seen so far, he had 2 big chances in that first game. Other than that, we know he doesn't score loads of goals a game. Here's the chance. Taylor had to be brave, otherwise Cristiano Ronaldo would have just snatched that out of his hands. He probably would have said, sorry. He'll be sending MS Dossary through against F2 Tex.
Offside trap played once again from Dossary, just pushing up the back line, 5 or 6 yards. get a little bit closer with the midfield. The attackers drop back in.
Just needs a goal, Richard. Just needs one goal to just bring him alive. Say, yes, I'm in this tie still. Ball across. Cristiano Ronaldo, there it was the jump, there was the leap. And
yeah, I don't actually think... I think you were controlling Hoyt, actually.
I don't think he expected it to go to Ronaldo.
Yeah, I think the AI headed that for for Royal, I should say, looking back at the replay. He wanted the ball to go into Hoyt towards the back post. Ronaldo rising. Header, unfortunate for him, going 10 yards past the post. Again, that ball is such nicely weighted from Dossary. He wins himself a corner out of nothing. It's a long ball into the corner.
Hoping for a cross at least. Instead wins himself a corner, Richard. Now he's in a fantastic position there. Ball roll or two from Johan Cruyff. Back out to Hullet again. Working the chance perfectly as MS Dossary will do. We saw it all last year in FIFA 18. He had a slow start in FIFA 18. Picked up that win in Manchester. Went all the way to win the World Championship, you have to say, in the FIFA World Cup. Whatever the difference we're seeing this year. An early start from him, being grinding the game so much. Qualifying for events. Didn't make that Cup one, but ensured he was at the LQE, was at the Continental Cup, and ensuring that he's got a better performance as well from those events. That's what we're seeing here. It just looks so hard for the Royal to try and break down MS Dossary.
It looks lost of ideas, almost. It looks like he doesn't know what to do to break him down.
Maybe play out wide, look for the cross. He knows he can score headers, that's from distance.
See, that's so aimless.
He's just reading it all.
You're playing a ball there, and you're almost hoping for it to happen. There's no conviction to the pass. I said it in the first leg, it's continued in the second leg. He just dinked that ball over the top there. Nobody were really on, nobody were making a run.
There's no guarantee. It's a high-risk ball.
It's a panic ball.
And you're out of options. Probably the one person you don't want to be out of options to is the world champion, MS Dossary. Ball across the box.
That's the difference. He got him down the line there, and that's fizzed across the box. It's with a purpose. He can see the man he wants to pick out.
Cristiano Ronaldo, front post, flick on, there we go.
The corner, whipped into that front post. He knows Ronaldo's going to be in that area.
And how good was the Royal at keeping the ball against Megabit at the back? It's one of his key strengths, you have to say.
Yeah, maybe that is. Maybe in a winning position, he's much better. He can play at a slower tempo, keep hold of the ball. When he goes down, he hasn't got really anything to get him back into the game.
There we go. Back to goal, Pele. There we go. He's done well to just get a rebound on that. Referee, that's a penalty. And that could be a lifeline.
Is that the Royal? The slice of luck that he needed to get back into this game?
I don't think he'll be getting a red card. Carl Walker for that one, just a warning. A yellow at most. However, that is a great chance. I actually, I didn't think he had much room to work with. He's saying go right, Courtois, which way he goes left.
That would do or die moment for the Royal. If he misses that penalty, I don't think he's get back into the game at all. He scored the penalty. Now, can he build a little bit of momentum? Can he build a little bit of confidence?
Spoke to Nightwatch yesterday. So he was in this tournament and was in an insane game against Ed Rajak in the tournament. He just said, I was like, in a game, I was, 2-3 goals down. I needed one goal, just to believe in myself a little bit and say, you know what, I can get this back. I can score goals against this guy. Next thing you know, it took us all the way to an incredible game.
Reignite that fire, almost, for the Royal. But Dossary, he can extinguish that fire.
This is better now from the Royal. Cristiano Ronaldo. Well read. Well read. The Royal's laughing, saying, how have you read that?
Again, that ball over the top. So much space out wide for him.
The best thing MS Dossary can do is reply with a goal.
The fourth official has indicated there will be a minimum of 2
Added time of 2 minutes. One more attack for the Royal in this first half of the second leg. Currently 3-1 to MS Dossary. And it looks like he's going to be comfortable going into half-time. Still got the 2-goal lead, but a lifeline, as we've called it, Richard, from the Royal, to get that chance, to get that penalty.
That's exactly what it was. It was a lifeline. The last line of hope for him.
We're looking at the team here, the team management. 4-3-3.
Into a 4-3-3 second variation. 1 CDM, 2 centre mids.
And we can't see what the Royal will be doing. He might go and see, wow, he's matched him up. If we do see that, we'll give you an update. There's the stats from the first half. Possession is what MS Dossary is about. And once again, you can see it from the stats on your left-hand side. 64%, 96% passing accuracy. Again, we talk about how influential that is. You're like, what are you guys going on about passing accuracy?
That is the stat. So he's got 96% passing accuracy from the 63% of the ball that he's had. That is unbelievable. Unbelievable composure.
Dito-esque.
Just calmness from Dossary.
And watch it right now. If we haven't cursed it, how he's going to keep the ball.
The thing is,
so much pressure.
He's been in this situation so many times. He's been in big semi-finals, big finals, in Saudi Arabia, across Europe. He knows how to manage a game. He knows how to handle the heat.
And he knows more than anyone how to just put on the pressure against any opponent, wherever you're from in the world. I'll take you on. And even against his fellow countrymen, he's not giving him an easy ride. Played advantage there, would have been a free kick anyway to MS Dossary. If you have just joined, this is the second leg of the Xbox semi-final. As we know, Dax lost 4-0 to F2 Tex. So F2 Tex is waiting in this console final for one of these two to join. If he scores now, MS Dossary, you have to say it's going to be Dossary against F2 Tex, a repeat of what we saw in Bucharest in the knockouts. Not in the knockouts, sorry, in the group stages. In the Swiss-style group stages there.
Yeah, talk about that performance. To be able to keep a clean sheet over 2 legs is remarkable. You don't often see that. For Tex to be able to do that and do it while seeming comfortable throughout the majority of the game just goes to show how well he was playing in that semi-final. But this is the second semi-final. Dossary against the Royal, 3-1.
Here he comes. This is the Royal now on the attack. Pele. Back to Hullet. He's trying to just tee up a chance. He can't find a gap round this defence of Emerson. Sorry, that's the finesse. If he can find it, goes the other way, and he's going to score it. Maybe. The Royal is in this game still.
Game on. The Royal. You saw the finesse opportunity.
Could have easily finessed it. We've seen it so many times
between us and the pros.
Did he move the keeper?
He didn't. He just expected the finesse, and they went across the goalkeeper with a beautiful strike into the bottom left corner. We talked about the Royal. Did he have what it takes to get back into the game? Looks like he does.
He might have the possession, but when he gets a chance, he knows more now than ever.
Also, soon as though he's not having the possession, he needs to go forward. He needs to do something because he's only going to get 3 or 4 chances when you've got 30% of the ball.
You look last game and he had 2 chances, Richard, and looking back at them, one of them was definitely the second chance, that double save from Thibaut Courtois. You had to take that one. There we go. This is the Royal we know now. The confidence, could say, is maybe slightly back for him. Cristiano Ronaldo through to R9. This is how games can turn around sometimes in competitive FIFA. Ball all the way over.
Yeah, and that's all come from a mistake from Dossary giving away the ball. Again, is that another good ball out wide? We saw mistakes from Dossary in Bucharest last weekend, rolling the ball out. He did it on 2 different occasions.
You can see the defensive line there. It's all over the place from the Royal, but he has to be aggressive. He has to press this ball. MS Dossary won't give it back to him easily. Constant pressure, look, pressing him freeze, hunting in packs. Vieira just to take the sting out of it. MS Dossary, he's got no rush to go forward. One more chance. If he gets the goal, though, you have to say the tie could be over. Silly free kick to give away there, just on the edge of the box.
Will Dossary play short? You've got to think so. He's going to run over it, I imagine, with Thierry Henry.
Front post. Henry to run over on the left-hand side. Played short. That's a shooting opportunity. That's a finesse. Doesn't need to even finesse it. Goes in the left-hand corner. I said if he scores the next goal, you'd have to say it's game over. He's restored his lead. 2 goals up as well.
Played short from the free kick, and then a lovely timed finish into that near post.
Just look at that, through
from
the gap.
Eusebio.
The timing of that, just to get it through the gap. The 2 defenders there. Well, even Cristiano Ronaldo, sorry, and Rio Ferdinand.
A lot of the pros at the minute, almost the finesse is the option that a lot of people are expecting. So a lot of people are mixing it up, going for that near post. We expected this. You see the meta, and then you change it.
Because everyone else is going to do it. You have to be unpredictable. This is the Royal. Look at the numbers back. Look at the defensive midfielders were there. Henry even getting back. I think he's playing in a 4-3-3 now. He might have changed it up, in fact, the Royal. Sorry, not the Royal, MS Dossary. If he is playing that 4-3-3, I think Henry's sitting in that midfield 3. We've seen Birdcam do a job there for Goal Machine. We've seen Henry play there as well.
We're talking about the defensive work of Dossary. Tex beat him 7-3 last weekend.
Can he go and do it again? Here we go. This is to conclude it. MS Dossary. Great save. He knows that was a good chance. Yes, he's 2 goals up in front. Just over 10 in-game minutes left. Whoever wins this will join F2 Tech in the console final. And then we'll do it all over on the PlayStation side. 4 players will narrow that down to 2.
Switch of play. Alexandro to Kyle Walker. He had a corner. If you're just joining the game at this second right now.
Played it all the way back.
All the way back, and now he's recycling the ball and trying to get an attack, but he's been dispossessed.
He gets a goal now, the Royal.
See, it's rushed. I understand you're going to panic in the last 10 minutes. You're in a semi-final. You've got to get 2 goals in 10 minutes, but a lot of players,
as well.
They'll work that perfect opportunity even when it's late on. Look at Megabit when he got back into the game against the Royal. He didn't rush anything. He waited. He played patiently.
If anything, MS Dossary seen that key pause now. He's going to just happily keep the ball. And say, no, you're not getting a pause there to go free at the back or to just throw everything at me. Watch now, we'll keep the ball.
Again.
And why wouldn't you? You're 2 goals in front. Could be free. Thierry Henry now. Fake shot. Back into Eusebio. One more across. Oh, went for a back heel. To Ronaldo. That was blocked.
Yeah, that would be a really good goal as well. Good passing play, good composure in the box, calmness.
It's been a better performance from the Royal in this game. He's taken his opportunities. He knows he wasn't going to get many against his good friend. And as time ticks down, it looks like we are setting ourselves up for an incredible console final. Back-to-back for Champions Cup winner, up against the world champion.
In a knockout game, in a console final.
2 legs of FIFA, here's a finesse off the bar from Eusebio. R9 tries something acrobatic and time will just tick down.
As this game is finalising, one thing that I've picked up from Dossary's game, he loves just a cutback pass. When you're in positions like this, almost like passing it where you shouldn't pass it, that's what he seems to do. He'll do it often, he'll be running through with Hullet, maybe just past the halfway line, and he'll just cut it back to Vieira to run onto the ball. Switched into that 4-3-3 second variation, has Dossary for the last 48 seconds of the game.
Not long left, and it will be the Royal crashing out the tournament. There might be time back for 2 goals, though. He might get a consolation more than anything for the Royal. A little chip over the keeper. Yes, he's going to score that one. And if somehow the referee decides to play on an extra minute or so, I really doubt he will.
Both players.
And the Royal, I think, knows.
Moving through to the console final, scored 4 goals in the semi-final. Tex 4-0. The Royal.
Cheeky chip, though, from R9.
Ending 4-3.
And the Royal won't leave empty-handed. $5,000 and 625 Global Series ranking points. And there we go, MS Dossary, congratulations. Commiserations to the Royal. You see there, great friends between the two. Fantastic sportsmanship. And that is the MS Dossary we know. And we followed all the way to the final last year, the world champion, currently up to this day. The Royal, it was a tough one for him. It was a tough game for him.
Yeah, it was a tough game, and that first leg, 2-0 loss, going into the second leg, had to show something different. And for the opening 45 minutes, it looked like it was going to be a 3-4-0 comfortable performance from Dossary, but the Royal got back into the game. He managed to win that second leg with only 36% of the ball. Just goes to show that if you've not got the possession, you can still create chances. And you see there, a little embrace from the 2 players. The Royal probably telling Dossary, go on and win it now. Do it for Saudi Arabia.
Exactly that. And as we know now, the Xbox console final will be coming up later today. It's going to be F2 Tech against MS Dossary, but a fantastic semi-final between the 2 Saudi Arabian players. We're going to throw it back over to Des now with Tom and the guys.
Thank you very much, Brandon. And to Richard, yes, always going to be guaranteed of a Saudi in the final. But which one was it going to be? MS Dossary doing enough to get through that exquisite chip shot right at the end, though, just to say, I am good enough, I'll come back for the next tournament. That's what it read to me, looking at the Royal. What did you take from that game?
It looked like a Dossary matchup. I'd like to talk about Dossary, and I was writing down a bunch of notes, and he's got the DTS. Defense, tactics, and structure deals with control as well. You always feel like Dossary's in control of matches, and we talked about some of the mistakes that he's had in previous events, which was so uncharacteristic, where he had those rollouts with the goalkeeper. And I expect to see no more of that, and Tex is going to get what he asked for.
Yeah. Of course, simple as that. But there were mistakes coming into MS Dossary's game there, which I'm sure, which F2 Tex, if he was watching that, would have been picking apart, really, and just thinking, how can I take on MS Dossary? What was the Royal lacking, and what was MS Dossary doing well during that match?
For what I noticed for me is that it was kind of a mismatch in formations. I think that Royal was running the narrow diamond formation, and that was a no-no. It really did hurt him. Not being able to kind of stop the wing play, and I think that first goal that MS Dossary scored was actually from a lack of cover on that wing play. I think it was Cruyff managed to get in behind there and score.
This is a beauty, though, coming up here. You'd love to be able to hit a ball this beautifully, wouldn't you? Just bam.
Don't interrupt you, Tom.
I do apologise, Trout. Sorry, get your other point across.
And then I would say that also it made it difficult for Royal to actually attack because he had no width. It was very condensed, and although I'm a big advocate of the diamond formation, it just didn't offer enough to stretch the play. And I think what you've noticed over this weekend is how vital those wingers are actually in kind of mixing it up and making players kind of second-guess the action of the opponent.
A classic clash of matchups is what we kind of saw there until the opening goal for Royal with the penalty kick. That's when we saw a momentum shift, we saw more aggression, but before that, I felt like it was just another day in the office for MS Dossary. Nobody here was thinking, okay, there's going to be a comeback. It just looked like he had a very pass structured build-up where there weren't going to be any mistakes.
Yeah, I reckon there was one person in this arena who was thinking that. There's always, it's the law of averages. However, I pose this question to you, gentlemen. Shaky Head Trout, that's your new nickname. F2 Tex, will he have seen anything in MS Dossary's play that will worry him?
I don't think Tex looks at other people's gameplay in that regard. I think he analyzes himself, and he goes from there. He feels like he's what people should be watching in terms of, if you want to get better at the game, I'm the guy right now. And I don't think that he's making those types of notes. I think that he does take notice of maybe goalkeeper movement, how someone's defending, but I don't think he's nervous. I mean, when we saw the interview, he asked for it, he requested it, he demanded it. He's got what he wanted.
Trout, I can read your mind. What's MS Dossary thinking right now? Good question. I'll pose that question to Lottie, who's with him right now up by the players area.
Thank you very much, Tom. I mean, you must be feeling very confident. You're looking on form all weekend long, and you're obviously the previous FIFA E World Cup champion. We saw you take that one not so long ago. You know, your name inscribed on that beautiful gleaming trophy that we can see as well. And then you're into it. You're into the Xbox final. How are you feeling right now at this point in the competition?
First of all, I should say GG to the Royal. He played an amazing game. And let's say it was my most emotional game, so it was hard for me. I'm really confident on my way how to play. I'm glad to be back on FIFA 19 on the top. I'm the final, and I'm 2-2 in UK, so let's see.
Love that, love that. And emotional because the Royal is a close friend of yours?
Yeah, also he's my previous teammate, so yeah.
Amazing. I did actually see that. He was giving you a little hit. Was he saying, like, go on, you got this, come on, bro?
Yeah, he said just won it all.
Love that stuff. And well, I actually spoke to Tex earlier on because he won his semi as well. Now, he said that he wants to play you in this Xbox final, but he said he was fine. He was confident. It doesn't matter. Like, he's got this. He's just going to not let you have the ball. What do you say to that?
I think Tex has no pressure. He is back-to-back champion, so he's just playing maybe for fun and enjoyable game. So let's see, I know he's a tough opponent. Maybe he's the best FIFA 19 player yet, definitely. So I hope I can stop him.
I hope so too, mate. Looking at the rest of the competition you got ahead, do you feel confident that you probably will take this Xbox final and hopefully take both consoles to win that trophy at the end of it all?
Yeah, I'm playing really good, and let's see.
Amazing stuff. Well, thank you so much. Previous champ here right now, Tom. Let's see if he's got what it takes.
Thank you very much, Lottie, and also just beating the Royal in the Xbox semi-final 4-3. His words very simply are, let's see. And I like that because, you know, if anything, he's doing the tease of my job, saying, listen, let's look forward to that final in the Xbox. But right, here are the stats from that semi-final. The Royal, 3, MS Dossary, 4. What do you make of those stats? The passes for MS Dossary, definitely in control of the game, it would appear.
Possession's what sticks out. We talked about control and just having the pace of the game be in your favor, and that's how I felt watching that game. I know that the Royal made a great effort towards the end. He almost actually completed the comeback, but it didn't happen until very, very late. And up to that point, Dossary looked like he was in full control, and I was already thinking, okay, what's coming up next with Dossary and Tex? More credit to the Royal.
Looking at the bracket now, we want to update that for you so you can see where everything stands. Heading towards that grand final of the cross-console final, and F2 Tex will be taking on MS Dossary. He wanted it. It's almost as if F2 Tex knew something we didn't, but obviously the Royal was going to be up against it from a previous champion. That is going to be the final. We now move across to the PS4, and our first match in that is going to be Stefano Pinna taking on Nicholas, PSV taking on Basel. What do you make of that game, gentlemen? Because we're teasing towards it because it's coming up next.
Woo! I mean, when you look at Nicolas and Stefano, both structured, controlling players. So I think it's going to be a battle of who can control the game best and taking those opportunities. I don't think this is going to be a high-scoring affair, and I know Nicolas scored a lot of goals, and I don't think this is going to be a game that we just see a ton of chances. It's going to be all about efficiency when you make those chances. But Stefano rates himself as the best defender on the PlayStation.
Well, he's going to need to because I believe that Nicholas, 71 goals earlier on at the touchscreen at the beginning of the show.
45 goal difference.
That's massive.
That is insane.
Best offensive player right now. And like I said, if you ask Stefano what's the best thing going on in his game, he'll be, I know how to play defense, I got this.
Yeah, they both conceded a similar amount of goals. It's just the number of goals that Nicholas has scored in turn that I think is going to really overwhelm us. I'd actually say it might be a goal fest, but I don't think Stefano's going to be partaking too much in it.
No, thank you. Best offense taking on the best defense. It's coming up next. We'll take a break right now. When we come back, we'll have all of that best offense versus the best defense. What will happen? Oh, that did. There are still 6 teams, all in with a chance of winning this incredible Elite Series trophy. It is tense right now. This is what it has all been building up to.
Well, that's poor Raul on the finesse. Oh, wow. That is poor in a massive game as well. Here we go. Could even be worse. Goal number 8. Yeah, there it is.
Seriously impressive from Rome Fanatic.
Climbed up with a chance of redemption. Oh, the deflection.
Future Gueno is going to find Van Basten.
St George's best. Goes straight up the other end here for Method.
There is a man through at the back post here. Mane knocks it down and
hashtag United tie things up. What a first leg we're having here.
Nedved's going to throw this one in.
It's going to be Method who move forward into our semi-finals.
It's Method coming out exactly the fresher team.
Oh, and there's the opening goal. Figo, he's through. Could it be 6? Yes, it is. Congratulations, Method.
There's Mo Salah, and oh my word, from one end to the other.
Oh, look at Fred just sitting on the edge of the D here, but maybe a chance.
Oh, there is the goal. Fnatic AS Roma have the chance to win it.
It is that time. We are going to welcome out the finalists.
Hazard again. Fnatic AS Roma tie things up. Tizzy buries it again. And oh, that could be a contender for the goal of the grand final. Pulls up to best. They get a goal back.
Be it going to penalties.
Needs to score, Mo Salah. Steps up. We are going to a game number 3, Dan.
Raul now. It's
Where's the keeper?
Hazard across. Salah to win it. Salah's done it. Your Gfinity Elite Series back-to-back champions. Fnatic AS Roma. Tammy and Zimmer. Take a bow, gentlemen.
Right then, welcome back to the Gfinity Arena for the FUT 19 Champions Cup of December. So much action has already happened. If you just joined us now, where have you been? Come on, you've missed the whole Xbox side. If you did miss the second leg, here's a little recap for you right now, because it was between MS Dossary taking on the Royal. First leg, that was the trophy you got to see there. That's what they're playing for, plus the points, Global Series points, and the money as well. But that's not what they're thinking about right now. It definitely wasn't when MS Dossary took that early lead and then got that 2-0 win in the first leg. I was a bit worried, as many other people were, whether the Royal could score a goal. Well, he had a penalty, that helped him, and that chip was exquisite. But unfortunately, not enough for the comeback, finishing 4-3. And as Chris Trout says, he's out of the competition. So we move on to our next match, and this is on the PS4 side. Stefano Pinna, we know how good he is, can be, and people are talking about him not enough, according to Onset, and then Nicholas on the other side. It's the best offense taking on the best defense. That's how we're billing this match. Gentlemen, if you were to, and I know this is going left field here, but who would your money be on right now?
Nicholas. That was quick. I'm not even going to beat around the bush.
Why? Why, Trout? Break this down for me.
The dude just scores too many goals. And we say Stefano's the best defender, but watching some of his gameplay yesterday, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all.
Because, interesting enough, if you look at Stefano's play, it's been good, but what do you like about Nicholas's play?
Well, number one, with Stefano, it's a new day, Mr. Trout, so he could be back to his defensive ways. And something else we have to bring up is that Nicholas is not a liability defensively. Even though he's scoring goals, it does not mean that he's conceding a bunch of goals. And I'd also say that he's a favorite coming into this match. Even with everything that Stefano's accomplished, I think people have just been waiting for the Nicholas outbreak, so to speak, and this could be the tournament.
It could indeed. Taking on Maestro, and that was a repeat match there. Looking at my stats I've been taking all weekend, obviously Nicholas taking on Maestro twice. There was a goal fest there, 14 goals to the 7 of Maestro. He scores goals. That's basically primarily why you're saying he's got the minerals for this one. But then Stefano Pinna, we know how good he can be on his day.
It's the combo of the play. So it's not just that he scores goals, that Trout's saying, but also that Nicholas does play good defense. So in theory, if you're scoring a bunch of goals and your defense is not an issue, you should win these matches, where Stefano in this tournament thus far hasn't looked as complete. He's had some, I agree with you, he's had some shaky matchups. He's had to make some comebacks. His first round in the knockout stages, he was down 3 goals, I believe. 3 goals at one point in terms of the aggregate and came back. And that's not necessarily the, how do you say this? The characteristics of maybe a champion. Yeah. When you're looking at people going through the tournament, sometimes you start slow in the group stage, but once you get into bracket, you start really building your confidence. And Stefano hasn't necessarily looked like that. He's gotten the job done, which we've given him a lot of respect and a lot of credit because he keeps getting the job done, but he hasn't looked dominant.
Yeah, I mean, I would, like I've said all the time, you can play some really poor games, but it's just about the result at the end of the day, and that's why I always refer back to it. You can have a stinker like Stefano actually had a really good group stage, really good.
Well, you mentioned his play. You haven't been impressed with it. If we have a recap of some of his highlights from Saturday, which was yesterday for the PS4, Stefano Pinna, he got that win against Pro Hunter, got that win against Dr. Ahano.
Just about.
And then NYC Chris, that was 6-3. There was 3 goals there.
Oh.
So if you on the gradient of that graph, he's going in upwards. So I would say
you're always an optimist, Tom.
I am definitely 2 glasses of half full.
He's about to tell you that everything's empty, but he's looking at Trout's over here looking at a champion's pedigree, and he's saying, I don't know that he's got a champion's pedigree thus far in this tournament.
I agree with you on that, and that is why you are the experts. However, I just love the underdog coming through, and if you're looking at his play so far in this tournament, you'd say that Stefano Pinna is the underdog going into this one, and yet that's madness compared to what we saw Stefano Pinna in the LQE and what he was capable of doing.
But he never gets the respect he deserves. This is not something new. We never talk about Stefano Pinna winning events or doing well or always being in the finals.
You slammed that desk.
We never talk about it enough. So it's like this guy's always the underdog, I feel like, every tournament. I mean, last year, he was in the finals. He won the entire PlayStation side. Like, this is a champion. And we still don't talk about that. We don't reference it enough. This year, he's already shown, like, hey, man, FIFA 18 was great. FIFA 19, I'm looking strong as well.
Yeah,
need him to go that little bit further, though.
I know.
Trout's not impressed.
Sorry, they're telling me in my ear, stop hitting the table. Oh, that's something we're going to have to do.
You encouraged that.
I did, and I feel bad for it, but then also part of me loved it. Gentlemen, so you're both saying on this one, your prediction would be Nicholas for this one, right?
I think Nicholas is going to edge this out.
We've seen players who have lost their momentum. Like, I think Royal kind of lost his momentum having that break from yesterday to today. I'm hoping that it's the reverse for Stefano, and he's now regained his momentum. He's regained his form and his confidence. He's going to come out with some fire gameplay.
So you having a change of heart?
He is. He's sitting on the fence.
I feel like I've been too negative, and now I need to bring it back up.
Get your one leg out of my garden. You've been sitting on my fence. No, I'm not having it. Chris Trout, thank you very much. I'm going to throw it over to this direction because on set, Dan Gaskin ready to get into this one and in the Xbox. What do you make of this? Are you sitting on the fence?
It's a tough one. I think when we get to these stages of the tournament, Dan, you know, every single player who's left in the tournament has the ability to win these games. And I think Trent made a great point when he was first on the desk. He said, it's all about how you play on the day now. Everything before this has got you to this point, but Sunday is the big day for every single player involved, especially these two on our main stage now.
I think the easiest way to set up a match is to look at
what happened when these two faced each other already in the competition. It was in the group stages. Nicolas was able to take down Stefano Pinna and kind of just show his dominance. He won that group, where Stefano Pinna had a different bracket because he finished second in that one. However, a different day, a new day, knockout stages, more pressure is going to be on these players. But completely right, what the desk said in terms of goal score for Nicolas. I mean, he's been absolutely hammering them in, 68 for him. On the other side for Stefano Pinna, he scored 51 for himself, but it's the goal difference, it's the defensive records that kind of differences them. Stefano Pinna only plus 19, whereas Nicolas, that plus 35. It's an insane goal scoring record.
It's a huge gap, isn't it? Especially between two players that we now find in our PS4 semi-final. So it's going to be interesting to see how these two players come out of the gates early on, how they start off, and who is going to get that early advantage in our first leg here. Now, what are your thoughts on this one, Dan? Who are you seeing sort of maybe get out of the gates hot in this one?
You know what? I think Stefano Pinna is going to show up for this one. I think that he's a big game player. I think that Mike is completely right. We have to look at his achievements, what he got last year. Of course, coming runner-up and just losing and being picked out by MS Dossary. But here we go then, the PS4 semi-final and a chance to get into that console final. Is it going to be a defensive masterclass from Stefano Pinna, or could we see another one of our greats fall today?
Well, Stefano Pinna will be playing in the white kit. Of course, Nicolas playing in that FC Bar kit. Kyle Walker going to bring the ball forward early on here. And we talk about bracket play, Dan. Although Nicolas had a fantastic group stage, did lose his first game in bracket play. Did fall to Maestro. Managed to get his revenge later on when they matched up once again in the final game that they played yesterday. Showing that the knockout stages hasn't been quite as easy for him as it has for Stefano Pinna.
Fun fact for you, Mark. PSV and FC Basel have never actually faced each other in real football. So we're making history here. We're making history.
It's going to be a game, I feel, where you're going to see Nicolas with probably quite a bit of possession. It's going to be kind of trying to unpick the defensive lock that Stefano Pinna is going to have on this game. Stefano Pinna, I imagine, when he does manage to win that ball back, he's going to be looking to get that ball forward quickly, maybe put some pressure onto the gaps, maybe left in behind by Nicolas when he is pushing up the pitch and trying to find those gaps in behind that defence. But early on here, very tentative from both players, as you would expect just 10 minutes into the game.
I think taking an early lead is very important against Stefano Pinna. We talk about his defensive record and how he considers himself one of the best defensive players on the PS4. In the groups against Paps, he conceded 9 goals across 2 legs, so definitely is vulnerable at the back if you can get that first goal against him and force him to push up the pitch.
Well, here comes Nicolas then. First shot of the game isn't going to have much juice behind it, to be honest. A comfortable save there for Manuel Neuer. Didn't quite time that finesse shot and get the vigor and the whip on it that you do get when you get that green time finish. Now Stefano Pinna. First time we're really going to see him sort of advancing up the pitch here. Hasn't managed to get into that final third here. But when he does, we know what he can do. We know how clinical in front of goal he is as well, Dan.
You really think that, considering Nicolas does have double the goal difference of Stefano Pinna, plus 38, 68 goals scored, he must know with every chance he has the possibility of putting that ball in the back of the net. There's Neuer there, fumbles it, and we have seen a lot of people switch off from Neuer, go back to De Gea once again. A lot of preference coming in. I'm not really surprised, because it seems like it's all just superstition at the end of the day. Like, is my goalkeeper going to do well? Am I going to be able to trust his ability?
You can see the focus on both of these players. Neither of these players particularly emotional players. If they score goals, if they go behind, both got ice in their veins. And you're just going to see solid focus in those player cams for the majority of this game.
Well, Nicolas does call himself the Iceman. Can he stay cool here in this matchup?
Pele on the edge of the box here. Good goalkeeper movement early on there to make that save. Nicolas getting across well. There's 2 shots we've seen already, finesse shots from the edge of the box, and both goalkeepers, as you would expect, being moved to match up to those finesse shots early on.
And this is the thing, despite the fact that both of these players have scored a tremendous amount of goals in this tournament, now they're being matched up against someone who can comfortably move that goalkeeper, who knows how they are going to be trying to score goals because they've faced each other already in the tournament. I think it might be a little bit more of a cagey affair. Certainly leading up to that first goal anyway. As Nicolas just trying to work his way up the pitch here. Looking for a little bit of space, but great defending again from Stefano Pinna, really utilising the CDMs there to make sure that he can't get past the centre-backs.
Well, there is a little bit of an attack developing here for Stefano Pinna. A couple of players were free. Vieira's going to try and cut that passing lane. Pele now on the edge of the box, but there is Patrick Vieira. However, a little bit of a loose pass there from Nicholas, and Stefano's going to have another chance here to come forward. Switching between those two central midfielders. Ball in now, ball around the corner first. Big chance of the game. Neuer gets down and gets his big frame behind that one.
And it's another tournament where we're seeing difference in preference for which players are actually being used, which FUT items are going to be brought into action. Of course, there's so many icons. Cristiano Ronaldo sneaks in as a non-icon, and I wonder, as the FUT items get better and better throughout the year, will we start to see maybe a Neymar creep in there if he gets an inform that's good enough? Or is it just going to be dominated by these old boys, these legends like your Eusebio, like your Pele?
Team of the year, team of the season usually change things. Cruyff now inside the box. Hullet, beautiful drag back. Patrick Vieira once again getting his frame in the way of that one. Pressure here for Nicholas though. Cruyff again from the corner, finds a little bit of space.
And what are your thoughts on corners? Because for me, I personally score a lot of goals just from lumping it into the box, getting a man with a big head on it. Whereas most of these pros, they're more than happy just to pass it short and try and work their way into it. Do you feel like we should see more variety?
I feel like earlier on in the game, maybe, you know, players were looking for that front post corner, and then as we've developed and a couple of tournaments have gone on, you've seen that goalkeeper movement from corners. You can cover so much ground now with the goalkeeper. Maybe it hasn't become the percentage play, so to speak, and that is what these guys are always looking for, the highest percentage of making sure when you get that chance that you're going to be able to put it away. So I'm not surprised to see more corners being taken short, but Pele now inside the box for Nicholas. Back to the edge of the area here. CR7 tries to squeeze it through those two defenders, but both players just squeezing the space every time that there looks like a shooting opportunity and making it as difficult as possible, keeping that pressure onto the strikers and making sure they can not get an easy strike on goal.
Yeah, it's almost like they encourage that one player to take that extra touch, to get a little bit closer towards their centre-backs. And then they dive in, and then they stop and make that block, put the body in the way. And maybe we need to see a lot of skill moves to be able to beat one, maybe even two men, to get a real opportunity on goal here for one of these players. Of course, there is a bit of a difference in terms of global series points. Stefano Pinna currently sat in second, as Nicholas is down 8th in the table. So Nicholas will certainly be looking to get a couple more here at this tournament.
Again, Patrick Vieira making that, but there's the ball in behind, over the top. Big block just before half-time from Rio Ferdinand to keep this one tied up at 0-0. Was a chance there, but it's been kind of a game of half chances so far, to be honest with you, Dan. No big opportunities, no glaring misses in this game. Possession very tight between the two players. Passing accuracy very high as well, as you would expect. And this is kind of the pattern of the game that I was expecting between these two very closely matched players.
Yeah, they can't really find a way through at the moment. I think we're going to see more experimentation going into this second half, and if not, then definitely the second leg. Because it's all well and good just sitting back and allowing and absorbing pressure, but you've also got to try and find a way to score at the same time. The problem is sometimes if you commit too much going forward to try and find that goal, alas, it leaves you vulnerable.
Both these players playing that 4-2-3-1 narrow formation as well, so they're matching up pretty much man for man across the park. Just going to make finding space a little bit more difficult. You're going to have to pull off something a little bit special, maybe just to beat one man in front of you before you can kind of drag another player out of position. But there will be an opportunity here, maybe, from the set piece.
Set pieces I'm always excited by. I'm wondering if there is anything special that anyone's suddenly going to whip out at the tournament. We do often see just the simple pass.
That's not a simple finish, though. CR7 breaks the deadlock. Nicholas gets the first goal on the board. The set-piece routine working perfectly. Worked the space for the finesse. And Cristiano Ronaldo adds another one to his already impressive record this tournament.
Yeah, and sometimes you'd see that initial pass, that Pele just taking that shot, taking that long-range finesse, but it's too easily covered by the goalkeeper. So just that one extra pass. First time, Cristiano Ronaldo, so difficult to react to. And that's the deadlock finally broken. And now this is where things start to get interesting, because I said, if Stefano Pinna goes behind, it's when he usually struggles. It's when he starts to come out of his shell a little bit and tries to attack more. And it opens up more goals in the game.
So then our champion on the PS4 from last weekend's LQE in Bucharest. Under a little bit of pressure early on here. Lots of time left, of course, just in the first leg of this match here. Obviously, we've got more games coming up. We've got a second semi-final on the PlayStation to come as well today. MoAuba's going to be taking on Yago, and what a performance that was from him yesterday. So both of those players will be watching this with very keen interest. But Nicholas with another chance. CR7 again. Neuer tips that one around the corner. We talked about the aerial prowess of CR7. Shows it there, but cannot beat the German in goal. Messi now to the edge of the box. Hullet. Messi, fresh on the pitch as well. He was brought on at half-time, couldn't quite get that shot across, but again, a little bit of a nervy defensive clearance there coming in from Stefano Pinna.
Yeah, he needs to be very careful at the back. When you've got two players this closely contested, it's going to be the mistakes that are really going to shine through and allow those opportunities. That could have potentially been 2-0 if Neuer hadn't have made such an incredible save. So Stefano needs to be very aware that passing out of the back does leave him slightly vulnerable, because Nicholas is just on his heels, not giving him that space to have any simple passes. Might have to start lobbing that ball past the midfield, potentially.
Ronaldo now looking for that ball through to CR7. He's looked the most likely to grab another one here. Hullet wins the header. Messi now.
And he's tried to lob the ball over. He's tried to counteract the fact that Nicholas is pressuring so much, and it's not worked as well. Nicholas, such a high line. All his back four. They're ahead of that halfway point. And now he's going to get possession out on the right because of it.
Messi now trying to tease his way back onto that left foot. We know how deadly that left foot is. Well defended, though, by Stefano Pinna, as you would expect from a player of this caliber, at this level. Doesn't get fooled into any rash challenges, jumping into anything and leaving that space in behind. That's what those players are looking for, and there was a little bit of space there for Johan Cruyff to exploit on that right-hand side. However, the pass wasn't good enough to beat Alexandro. And now Nicholas is going to be coming forward again.
Yeah, maybe could have played a ball over the top there. Alexandro certainly came close to it to block the easy through ball along the floor. So it's just little things like that you need to keep an eye on and watch how your opposition is defending.
CR7 now trying to work his way into the box. He's just feeling that Stefano Pinna might be looking a little bit nervy when the ball gets around the edge of his 18-yard box. Not sure whether to commit, not sure whether just to cover the space or make sure that he's covering that pass to that player adjacent to the man with the ball. Such a difficult player to read in and around the box, Nicholas has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Never know if he's going to go for that shot or look for that extra pass.
I've seen a lot of talk online about how the Xbox is dominating the side of things, and at PS4 maybe they're not up to the level. If you look at these semi-finals, all four of these players are absolutely insane, really. And last week in the LQE, I'm sure Stefano Pinna was probably happy that Joxen wasn't there, because he had that chance to dominate the PS4 side of things. But now, even with Joxen out, it still doesn't look like a comfortable victory for him, and that shows how tightly contested this PS4 side of the bracket actually is. If MoAuba shows up in that semi-final, that's a scary thing.
But definitely a player to watch here on Championship Sunday. Some of the goal-scoring form he was in yesterday. He was almost scoring goals for fun at one point. We saw the insane overhead kick that he scored yesterday as well with Cristiano Ronaldo. Teed himself up perfectly for that one. Certainly guaranteed to be an exciting game, any game that he is involved with. But here comes Nicholas again, slowly, methodically working his way forward. It's almost surgical, the way that he tries to pick his opponents apart around that 18-yard box. But the concentration of Stefano Pinna has been pretty good. The only goal, as we say, came from that set piece, really, Dan. So open play has really not offered anything so far for either of these players as far as clear-cut opportunities is concerned.
And that's because, I mean, by word of mouth, Stefano Pinna is a very good defensive player. He says it himself, but he's got a chance. Neuer saved. Whereas on the other side for Nicholas, statistically, he's a very good defensive player. He's only conceded an average of 1.5 goals per game. And that's 1.5 goals per leg, as it were. So it's going to be hard to break him down, especially now as we get into these last 10 minutes, and you can see the possession there on your screen as well. Nicholas not only having the lead, but kind of controlling this game, not allowing Stefano Pinna to play the way he would want.
Nicholas is going to be sticking with the same formation as well, and I love how he always tries to make sure that those three players just behind his striker always have as much chemistry as possible. Last season, when we saw him play on FIFA 18, he was changing his central midfielder, CDMs, at half-time towards the end. He was bringing on that team of the season Kante, and sorry, team of the year Kante into the midfield, and making sure that he had the stamina to chase down those players and not get caught out of position. So his stamina, something that he's very aware of from last season. He's bringing that into this year as well, making sure those 3 players sat just behind his big man up top going to be able to cover that ground and get in behind.
And it's going to be Neymar joining the pitch and straight away joining the action as well with Eusebio. But look at this high press from Stefano Pinna. Rio Ferdinand almost in a central midfield position by that point, but he's given time to track back, and that's important because he's going to need to. Might be a chance here. Ball in behind. Ferdinand just gets rid. Sends it into the stands. It's going to be a corner here for Nicholas. Pressure again from the Argentine. Yeah, second goal would be massive for Nicholas, but it looks like Stefano Pinna is going to survive. And I imagine we are probably going to go into this second leg in just 1-0, unless there is something special from either of these players, because it really has been so difficult to break through.
That's the thing. Stefano Pinna, he's got the ball here. If he can just sneak one attack and find one opportunity towards the end of this game. Yes, he's kind of been dominated possession-wise, but he might have had an opportunity to send it in. Level 2, our second leg, but he does not get that one. Nicholas takes your first leg here in what has almost been more of a chess match than a game of football, Dan.
Yeah, I feel like you've got to be quicker right at the end there. Stefano Pinna, he had possession. There was a minute left. He had the option to play a very long and hard-through ball out to the right wing, but instead just played it short and gave the referee a chance to blow the whistle. There isn't going to be a chance for your opponent if you go and take that risk and you play that long ball.
Here is a breakdown of some of those goals, and there was only one. Pele with those early opportunities. We saw a few speculative strikes at the start of the game, maybe testing each other out, seeing if that goalkeeper movement, they were paying attention, was on point. Probably the biggest chance of the game as far as the ones created from open play did fall to Nicholas there. Big save from Manuel Neuer, but second half, very, very quiet as far as chance creation was concerned.
Well, it was in that first half when Stefano Pinna got through with Pele and just put it straight at the keeper. You've got to be taking those chances, because when something like this happens and suddenly you fall a goal behind, you're going to be regretting not putting that ball either side of the goalkeeper. I get it, with keeper movement now it's very difficult to predict where you want to actually be shooting, but I'd really be expecting a player of this caliber to be actually choosing either side, whether it's finesse to one side or a low driven to the other.
So we're set up beautifully for our second leg. It's going to be interesting to see if Stefano Pinna can make his way back into this one. But Dan, I've got some good news for you, buddy.
Okay.
We've got a Twitch drop for everyone at home. We've got a Twitch drop for you right now, so make sure that your accounts are, of course, your EA account and your Twitch account are linked. We're giving away a 88 rated Rio Ferdinand.
I've already got a 90 rated, it's okay.
It's pretty decent.
Thanks, though, I won't take it.
Okay,
I'll give it to someone else. See?
Dan got beaten in the tournament yesterday because he didn't have his icons. But anyway, we'll leave that. There is that card. As you can see it there, 80 pace, 89 defending, 82 physical. Going to be a fantastic addition to anyone's ultimate team. So as you say, make sure your Twitch and EA accounts are linked to be eligible to earn that. And more rewards, of course, will be dropping throughout the tournament as we get towards our grand finals. But what are your thoughts on this next leg? Because it is set up kind of very tentatively for both players. Does Stefano Pinna change things up early? Do you think he's going to play the same way? Because he really didn't create anything of note, to be honest with you, as far as chances were concerned across 90 minutes. And he's obviously got to score one to at least send it into extra time. So what would you suggest?
In the games where there were high-scoring games from Stefano Pinna, it was when he went a goal down, or when he went a couple of goals down. He kind of came out of his shell and had to push, had to get aggressive. I'm expecting more goals in this game. I think this is going to be a slightly more open at the back defensively, especially as we get to the latter stages of the game and people start pushing forward and going for that constant pressure, etc. But yeah, maybe a couple more goals. I think really for Stefano Pinna, he has to focus on that possession stat. You can see only 44%. He needs to do better. He needs to control the game a little bit more. And once he controls the game and he has some confidence, then that's when suddenly Nicholas is going to be worried about every single attack that comes through.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how both of these players deal with the situation as that clock ticks down in this second leg.
Best thing, by the way, I love that he wears an Under Armour as well.
Hey, man. You don't want to wear the same shirt for 3 days. You can change that one underneath. 3 days the same PSV shirt. You got to wash that thing.
I'd like to think that at this point he probably has several PSV shirts.
That's true. Maybe I'm assuming.
But sometimes it would seem a hoodie is a better choice if we've learned anything from F2 Techs. And at the moment, this man on your screen, Nicholas, he has that 1-goal lead. And he definitely looked the most threatening in the first leg.
I think he controlled that game as well. You know, he had the majority of the possession, but it wasn't just that. It was the fact that he wasn't taking any risks. And to say, Stefano Pinna, even when he did have the ball, he didn't look comfortable with the ball. He didn't know, looked like he was sure on what decisions he wanted to make as far as his attacks were concerned. So it'll be interesting to see what custom tactics might be applied in this second leg, how things are going to be changed up, what players might be introduced, and at what time in the match as well. What point does Stefano Pinna decide that he has to churn things around? I mean, if he scores in the first 5-10 minutes here, don't think too many things will be changing whatsoever, but we are getting into our second leg now of our PlayStation semi-final.
And I could see Nicholas just flicking through his tactics, just moving a few players. And he's got 3. He's got his 4-5-1, which I imagine is his more defensive approach to try and close out a game. He's got his 4-2-2, which is I need a goal kind of tactic. And then, of course, the 4-2-3-1, which is his standard go-to for the majority. But he had a lot of possession in the last game, and he's starting off the same here, just looking for those simple passes, not anything too risky.
It's a very similar play style that we see here in FIFA 19 that we saw from Nicholas in FIFA 18. Loves to control the game, loves to play the game at his own pace. Doesn't like to take any unnecessary risks. Understands the importance of keeping hold of that ball and not letting your opponent create too many chances in a game. Tries to limit his opponents to chances by just quite simply not giving them the ball.
It frustrates your opponent as well. If you can keep them off the ball, they're going to be more desperate to get that ball back and more likely to bring one of those players out of position, and then there's the gap that you've been searching for. And also, when they finally get that chance through on goal, they're going to be more inclined and thinking they have to get it, put themselves under more pressure to hit that shot because they might not find those chances as much as usual.
There is the first chance of the game. Ronaldo's going to gather that one. Neuer parried it out. Stefano Pinna with the first real shot in anger here. Nicholas survives, though, and he's going to bring the ball away again. And wide now to Cruyff. Run through the middle was on there from R9, but decides to once again just build and almost grind down Stefano Pinna. It's almost a psychological warfare at the moment between these two players.
And that's better defensive work from Stefano Pinna as well, bringing back those CAMs and doing work with the likes of Pele. Just getting those interceptions, maybe when your opponent doesn't really expect it. They think they're going to have a simple pass, you just nip in from behind, and then suddenly you've regained possession. He wasn't doing enough of that in the previous.
Pele lays this one off to R9. R9 tries to feed the ball back through to his fellow Brazilian icon. The ball wakes it way back, and oh, the post denies! Stefano Pinna, he worked that opportunity so well, but he couldn't take advantage. Might have another go here. Pele cannot beat the man. Nicholas, though, deep breath, he survives.
And it was just a normal shot. Didn't time it. Unfortunately punished because of that, really. Maybe if it hit green timed, it could have sailed into that corner, but Nicholas, I think, will be feeling a little bit fortunate here and might want to try and slow things down again, try and get this ball back and really control the game again. But he's struggling to do so.
Yeah, Stefano Pinna's definitely come out with more intent in this second leg than we saw in the first. Hullet brings this ball forward now. Get the ball out wide to Cristiano Ronaldo. Turns into trouble, though. Ronaldo's going to pick his pocket. And this is the danger here on the counter-attack. Nicholas going to spread this one out to the right-hand side with Cruyff. Ronaldo now. Maybe just waiting for CR7 to appear in the box. Thinking about a cross. Decides to recycle the play once again. Hullet now. And this is where Nicholas has looked dangerous, but Cristiano Ronaldo decides to come back, help out his defence, and put in a tackle of his own.
And Nicholas is kind of having a hard time getting past Stefano's defence. He's trying to work out
Look at this space.
What's the best way to get through him. But on the other side, Stefano, he's finding a little gap here or there now, on the right and the left wing. He's noticing that there are chinks in the armour for sure. There's certain players who struggle to defend against different offensive play styles. Whether it's quick pass and move, you can't quite keep up with the play, or whether it's just skill moves, beating the man, closing down too quickly, diving in and then offering up the gaps that way.
Here comes Nicholas again, though. Understands the game situation here. So we're 15 in-game minutes away from half-time at the end. into our second leg. Vieira on the edge of the box. Nicholas looking to maybe strike just before half-time here. R9's got his way into the box. The Cruyff turn. Creates a bit of space. Vieira back to R9 now. You can almost see him just trying to pick away at the concentration of Stefano Pinna, but Stefano Pinna, the man from PSV, has made a sterner stuff than that.
And I think you can really admire the defensive display that you're seeing from both of these players when you look at their goal-scoring records. I mean, Nicholas was averaging 3.4 goals a game. And in fact, he's only managed to one thus far. Really does show, actually, that Stefano Pinna is defending very successfully, but he needs to find something offensively.
Neuer comes out, gets a palm on that cross. Vieira's going to win the ball back, though. Cruyff with the long-range effort. Oh, and he's done it! Johan Cruyff with that 5-star weak foot produces a 5-star finish. Finally, an opportunity here for Stefano Pinna to strike one. And one chance is all it's taken. He finds the top corner. And Neuer just watched that one sail over his head.
Yeah, Neuer nowhere to be seen. And we were saying it was probably going to come from a mistake. It was just that ball being played out too quickly, and Stefano Pinna able to intercept it with the jumping stats of the icons that he has available. And, you know, he just took that chance when he saw Neuer just off his line. Now we're back to square one. It was cagey in the first leg when it was at 0-0, and I imagine we're going to go right back to that. Trying to break down either of these players must be so frustrating to be sat up there.
And you have to remember the pressure that's involved now. Every single game you win, more money in your back pocket, more Global Series points, and a step closer to raising that trophy. This is why everyone's here in London. They want to be known as that champion. They want to be known as the best in the world after this event.
The referee has indicated there will be
I think especially on the PS4 side of things, with Joxan being eliminated already, there is a chance to catch him up on those Global Series leaderboards. And if you consider the fact Stefano Pinna is second and he's almost a couple of thousand behind Joxan, he'll certainly want to get another PS4 win under his belt.
Stefano Pinna with a much stronger performance here, but just before the half-time whistle goes, there might be another chance here. Ooh, Alexandro just tucked in at the nip of time there as the whistle does go. And as you say, Dan, beautifully poised for our second half in this second leg now. Who's going to be the man to make the moves to win this game?
Well, Nicholas is changing things up, switching to a 4-2-2-2, it would seem, or at least moving a couple players onto the pitch that would work in a 4-2-2-2. Messi's going to be introduced. That's going to have a player who's on the right, who has that chance to cut in on their left foot, go for those finesse shots from outside the box. But I really feel with how both of these players are playing at the moment,
it's going to be one chance, isn't it?
It's going to be one chance, and it's going to be absolute heartbreak for the other.
Here we go then. The PlayStation 4. Both players looking to put their name forward towards that cross-console grand final as well.
And you look at them and you say, all right, realistically, can any of these match up against the likes of Tex or MS Dossary, who are currently in the Xbox final? And defensively, they look pretty solid. But it's their going forward that scares me. It seems a little bit one-dimensional, not too much to offer in terms of skill moves and beating a man. It's more of a passing game and a crossing game, which, don't get me wrong, it's very successful, but it's whether it's going to be successful enough to take a cross-console final if they were to get there.
Here's Ronaldo then, for Nicholas. Vieira is going to use Hullet here. A little bit of space for him, maybe to pick a pass, and the 4-2-2 is giving him more options as he goes forward. Now Neymar's going to get a second bite of the cherry, lays that one off to CR7. He hit the green. Now Neymar again, 5-star weak foot on him as well, so either way, he wants to strike this. It's going to be problems here for Stefano Pinna. Neymar does strike it. A little bit of goalkeeper movement, though, is going to make a comfortable save there for Manuel Neuer.
Yeah, Stefano Pinna, he knew exactly what Nicholas was trying to do there. He knew full well he was trying to get it on Neymar's right foot and get one of those finesse shots from outside the box. So he was ready, he was moving with that goalkeeper. Not over-committing with him, though, didn't want to offer up too much space on the left-hand side of that goal, though, so you've got to credit decent keeper movement, because as easy as it is to say about goalkeeper movement and all these players are fantastic at doing it, if you try it yourself at home, it can go very wrong. Got to be very careful with how much you do move these keepers.
Oh, there's a mistake there, but referee's going to pull that one back. Now, looking to me, I thought Johan Cruyff had just nipped in for Stefano Pinna there and beaten the player to the ball, but referee decides to bring that one back as we approach the last half hour of this second leg now. Who's got that magic in their fingers to create that opportunity to send them through here in London?
I've got to be honest, Mark. The way it's going in the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if we go as far as extra time. Maybe even penalties with how evenly matched they are in terms of what they have to offer going forward and how strong defensively they've looked. As we are going to have a pause at the 62nd minute here for a little bit of a change of personnel. I think Eusebio is going to be introduced to the pitch because he does offer so much, doesn't he, Mark?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you look at the statistics across the board. If you add up his attacking stats, I think they average out at 94, which is pretty decent. Yeah, you can't really complain about that one, to be honest with you. 5-star weak foot as well. 4-star skills on him, so he's going to have enough about him to jink and turn past the player if he does get into those offensive positions.
Well, I've been complaining about lack of just swinging it in from corners, and again, we're going to be working it short. Neymar flicks it up, then goes for the cross. At least they were able to toss that ball in. I'll take it. I'll allow a cross.
Yeah, he's a happy man. Dan's a happy man. Nice to see players challenging for the ball. Used to be a good old-fashioned centre forward, didn't you? Bundling players off the ball.
Obviously.
Physical player.
By my stature, I'm sure you can tell. I had a long and successful career in my playing days.
Here comes Stefano Pinna then for an opportunity to get into the next round here. Just gets bundled off the ball though, and again you just see him sort of second-guessing himself a little bit going forward, but he wins the ball back now. Ruud Gullit, and now you're seeing more pressure coming from Nicholas as well. You can see all of a sudden his midfielder pushing a little bit higher up, and now you're going to start to see things open up a little bit.
I think that's the difference between maybe Stefano Pinna and Texas.
Space here.
In that position with Cruyff, you'd expect a skill move or two to try and beat that man. Instead, he was just kind of just running forward and let himself be tackled. I don't know whether he tried to input a skill move and it just didn't work out for him, perhaps.
Spacing behind here. Oh, there was the runner there for Nicholas. Couldn't find him. Here comes Gullit. And Nicholas is looking to score, and he makes Stefano Pinna look very worried right now because he's taken the lead 2-1. The change in custom tactics has worked for Nicholas. The pressure has been increased. He won the ball higher up the pitch. He was committing more people forward. And now he's got that all-important goal.
Yeah, a simple apology with Cristiano Ronaldo as a celebration, but I think if I was on the other side of that, that would frustrate me even more. And Stefano Pinna needs to look past it, though. He's got 20 minutes in-game to try and get back into it. He has managed to counteract in the areas where he was actually struggling in the previous leg. He didn't have possession. This game, very different. Has his fair share, has had his opportunities, but now it's crunch time, and now we're going to see what kind of man Stefano Pinna is.
Yeah, Nicholas changing all of his player instructions to come back on defence as well, making sure that every single player is trying to get behind the ball and hold on to this goal lead that he's managed to eke out across these two legs. Stefano Pinna, though, what have you got up your sleeve? What tricks can you bring to the party now? Around 20 in-game minutes left for the Belgian to find a goal and send this one to extra time.
And aside from the game in the group stages, which was against Nicholas, that was the lowest scoring game Stefano Pinna has had this tournament, and he only scored 2 goals. Every other game, he has scored more than 4 goals in a tie. And that shows how well Nicholas has been able to hold Stefano Pinna back here. Just keep him at bay in that midfield, keeping passing around, keep looking for that final ball that just hasn't been able to come, unfortunately. But there is still time.
He's had one chance in this game and he buried it. So Stefano Pinna, if he can find another opportunity, has the chance to bury it as well. Gullit's going to go for that shot, strikes the other Gullit in the midriff. Big save, Neuer. Oh, R9 cannot make contact as the goal was just gaping in front of him. Stefano Pinna, he's not giving up on this one yet. Just 1 goal between these two players.
Oh, so acrobatic as well, and you saw it connecting. And I'm sure that Stefano Pinna thought that was it. That was his chance. He was back in the game. But he has to go again. He's certainly looking dangerous.
Chance for the finesse here. Goalkeeper was moved early there.
And the thing is, Nicholas is going to be playing a little bit more defensive. He is going to encourage that possession, encourage that pressure on him. Just turtling up at the back, allowing Stefano Pinna to press for 10 minutes. Can Nicholas hold on? Can Nicholas get that spot in the PS4 final?
Sandro gets dispossessed, and that's the last thing you need if you're supporting Stefano Pinna right now at home. Messi is going to send the ball forward to Eusebio. Nicholas going to slow this one down, knows exactly what he has to do to book himself into that grand final. Eusebio across, lots of space here for Neymar, takes the strike. Stefano Pinna is going to be pretty happy with that one. He's got possession back though, and now he can start an attack of his own.
And it's whether he feels like he can get a couple of attacks in, or whether he now just assumes that every attack is going to be that last attack, his last chance. That's a foul. Going to be a free kick. We've already seen one goal from a free kick in this tie, but this one's a little bit further out. Position is a little bit more awkward. However, it allows you to get those defenders up the pitch. Get those big players who have that chance to nod one in if you do manage to get a cross in.
Eusebio stood over the ball here for Stefano Pinna. Is he going to take this one short? He's going to whip it in. He puts it up in the air. Well, it was looking to arrive on that one. Defenders are the ones who win that, though, and Maldini now wins the ball high up the pitch. Hullet into Eusebio. Ronaldo's inside the box. This is where he can be dangerous. Eusebio. Can he find a pass? Rude Hullet, though, showing his worth. Why he's top of so many pros' icon list of players they want in his team. Going forward, he's got it all. Defensively, though, that's where he excelled there.
I'm sure Stefano Pinna thought he had another chance there. Looked like a fair tackle to me, but the ref pulls it back, and now, as we get into added on time, it's just 2 minutes. Nicholas, all he has to do is send that ball towards the corner, but he's giving it away.
No need for that from Nicholas, and it's very uncharacteristic, but the pass misplaced there by Stefano Pinna, and Nicholas, he's just gonna sprint into this space that's been left in this vacant left-back position, use all the time up, and I believe there is the final whistle. Nicholas makes it through, but wow, that was a grind for both of those players. They must feel exhausted after that one.
And it means we are going to see a new PS4 champion. Joxan's gone after the titles he's taken so far this season, and now with Stefano Pinna also being eliminated after that victory in the LQE last week, opens up for a new face to be on that potential trophy lifting side.
Big performance then from Nicholas, really starting to come back to form. It was more of a chess match than a FIFA match there, gentlemen. On the desk, what did you make of it?
Well, Mark, so much to talk about. Dan Gaskin, I want to bring you up to speed in a bit of the outside world, because in the arena, it is epic, it's loud, it's noisy. You might not have heard that Arsenal lost 3-2 to Southampton, my team. But anyway, I just thought I'd let you know that. Right, also, over on this desk...
He's unhappy.
Really?
He is very unhappy. Yeah, that happened live. But listen, let's get back to what's in front of us right now. And we have potentially a new PS4
He just kicked
finalist.
the chair.
He's a very angry man
Why
right
do you
now.
set him up like that?
Well, because my producer told me to. Importantly, Nicholas is through. Stefano Pinna, you said, Mike, and I want to give you some credit here in your cagoule, that the big-time man said it would be a close affair, and it was.
I just learned what a cagoule was. I had no idea before today.
What is it?
Apparently a poncho, sort of.
Wow.
What is this a made-up word or is it a real word?
Sounds like a
It's definitely a real word, cagoule.
European dish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, we're getting off track. The important thing
Nasty
is,
appetizer.
Nicholas, maybe an definitely appetizer.
I'm glad that this went the way that I said it was going to go. We got Nicholas with the win, a very low scoring. It was a cagey affair. And you know how you've been getting phone calls, people are giving you some information. I got a stat, okay?
Go on.
These guys have met 6 times prior to this matchup.
Yeah.
Nicholas has won all 6.
Wow. You didn't give that stat out beforehand, and I like that, because you kept it sort of like anyone could win this. It's going to be a cagey affair, but that is big. That's a big stat. 6 wins. Stefano Pinna is going to be feeling a bit distraught with that. Did you notice things in his game as we're watching the highlights now, Chris, that you thought he had the minerals, he had enough in the tank, but just didn't get it done today?
I can't say that he was really ever in control of the game, but having said that, I don't think he was really ever out of the game. Obviously, the scoreboard would tell you that, you know, on paper, but I think that there were moments where he was quite comfortable. I think the game plan going into it for him, and it worked actually pretty well, was I'm going to sit back, I'm going to hold my players in position, I'm going to defend like my life depends on it, and as long as I'm in the game by a goal or so, I'm going to get chances and I'm going to put them away. And that was the game plan. And I have to say, I have to call him out. It was a bit of a cheesy goal that made the equaliser, because as soon as he got on that wing, he knew that if he puts that ball in there, the keeper's likely to punch it out. Keeper punched it out, and he thought, as long as this goes somewhere near one of my players on the edge of the box, I'm putting that away. And that's exactly what he did with Cruyff, and he got back in the game.
Would you say that that sort of play is indicative of what we're going to expect from the MoAuba versus Yago game?
No, I think it'll be very different. Anytime you watch MoAuba play, typically there's goals. He's one of those guys that goes forward quickly and often, and he likes to whip in crosses, he likes to be aggressive, he likes to put pressure on his opposition on the offensive end. And sometimes he loses big, but often he wins big as well. I just think it'll be a more open match, a lot less cagey than this affair. And as an analogy, it's not a great analogy, but I was just thinking that Stefano, you know, he got a new pair of shoes.
Okay.
And
he put them on the table. That's bad luck.
Yeah, well,
did he? Oh,
yeah. If you put them on the table, it's bad luck.
Yeah, don't do that.
But the analogy, sorry.
Okay, he's got a new pair of shoes, right? But he could touch the pair of shoes, but he never got to put them on. You know, in that game, he got a chance. He was always in the game. But we never felt like he was going to get that last touch or that last goal. At least I didn't have that feel. I was like, I think Nicholas is going to nick this. I think he's going to nick it. I think he's going to nick it.
Well, I want to see the stats of the shoe that you're talking about right now, and they're in front of us, as you see here. Pretty split in terms of possession, passes, shots on target, obviously the difference there. But Nicholas did enough when he had to. He'll go through. Do you reckon he'll have an idea of who he'd prefer to play versus MoAuba or Yago?
I don't know, because he's going up against Yago, brand new. We don't have anything to base that off of. I can't pull my statistician in the back and say, hey, man, what's the scoop? Have they matched up before? I don't have that. And then at the same time, you say that versus MoAuba, I feel like their styles are so conflicting that it could work in his advantage. I really do, but, you know.
But don't forget, that trophy is what we're playing for. It's just down there, 1,500 Global Series ranking points, plus the money at the end of the day. That's what the trophy means to these guys. They're going to be going at it to make sure they give a good account of themselves. Would you say that Stefano Pinna didn't give a good account of himself today?
I thought he actually played better than he showed in stints yesterday. I thought to come up against Nicholas is no easy feat, and at 1-0, it could have gone either way, really could have done. It only took one moment of brilliance for him to be able to put himself ahead, and he'd be walking through into the final. But I think he's going to be disappointed with himself. I think that is going to be evident.
Looking at the bracket, though, I want to just have a look at the bracket while you make your point, Mike.
Go ahead, show me the bracket.
I'm showing it. It's done. Look at that.
So both players, I think, can take away from that match saying, hey, I think I played well. But I agree. Anytime you get to that point, you're going to kick yourself. Oh, I should have taken this chance. Or I should have done something different here. Or I shouldn't have made that mistake. But if you were going to watch that game back, there's not a lot of errors.
Well, looking at the earlier on today, this is a little, not even a stat, it's just a little fact for you. Nicholas was warming up against Yago earlier on today, and that could be that PlayStation final. And do you read much into that and learning a few tactics when you're playing, when you're warming up against another fellow competitor?
I think they probably play each other quite a bit.
If they play often...
Both Argentinian, they're both able to trade secrets. We saw that with the Royal and MS Dossary earlier on. It counts for nothing when you're up there.
From my experience with training partners, if you guys play often, typically the guy that's maybe not as gifted gets an advantage. Because he knows what you're going to do. He starts getting used to some of your habits, maybe some of your like, special tricks, your intricacies in terms of your gameplay. And other people that they're going up against, maybe they don't have that same advantage. So you're able to fool them and so forth and so on.
But obviously, you make sure you capitalize once you understand the weaknesses. Well, there it is in the screen right now for you at home or wherever you may be. MoAuba versus on Yago in that other semi-final. Chris, thoughts on this one? Sell it to me.
I want to see a better performance from MoAuba. I think it's a funny one because yesterday I felt he was very unlucky in a lot of his games. Missed a lot of goals that probably should have gone in, hit the post a lot. And in the same breath, he's quite lucky as a result to be here because either one of those games could have gone the other way. There was a moment where he was 3-0 down in his first knockout game against Houston, and he came back and scored 4 goals in the last 10 minutes. You've got to say, beads of sweat probably pouring down his head at that point, and you can't let that happen. It's that whole thing we were talking about earlier, the pedigree of a champion. That's not the kind of championship form. The comeback is championship form, but getting in that situation is not really something a champion would do.
But you would say, looking at this fixture, which is coming up after the break, Yago is looking on fire. We don't know so much about him in the stats department, but we know that he has got some passion, and we saw a lot of goals from him yesterday.
I don't think there's a more passionate player. And we've seen people yelling, screaming, celebrating. I think he cried after he scored a goal, and so much joy that he was overwhelmed with emotion. And to touch on Mo, his greatest strength, and I want to reiterate this, we've talked about it, also could be his greatest weakness, he's indifferent to how he plays FIFA. And what I mean by that is he doesn't get like too hyped this way or too down this way, and he just goes for it. He plays the same way no matter what type of opponent, and sometimes that leads to a lot of good decision-making and beautiful goals and things that we can talk about, and other times you're like, what is the guy doing? Just chill, control the game.
Well, listen, MoAuba is there in the shot right now, so is Yago. When we come back after the break, we'll have all the action for you. See you in a second.
Here we are at the Gfinity Arena for FUT Champs Cup in December. Now, there's a lot of icons in FIFA 19 and a lot of iconic players through time. But how do you say their names? Let's find out.
Oh, that's the German striker.
Is it just how I...
Close? Close. Miroslav Klose.
Don't know.
Trezeguet. Trezeguet? Maybe?
Trezeguet.
Baggio.
Baggio.
Hagi.
Hagi.
Haji, maybe.
Haji.
Butragueno. Butragueno.
Butragueno.
Butragueno.
Butragueno.
Oh.
Matthias. Mateus.
Mateus.
Baresi.
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 Oh. Socrates. I don't know.
Socrates.
This one's a weird one. Everyone always grills me about it because I say Socrates. I think it's Socrates, the proper way to say it.
It's Butragueno.
Just don't ask me, come on.
Just the big B. Just call him the big B. The Spanish flair. Butragueno. Okay, I'll take that. I'm expecting a little next to me. Right, gentlemen, joining me on the desk, Chris Tan and your main man, Wonder Boy. They were watching backstage, but for everybody who may have missed that last game, oh, it was an epic one. Nicholas taking on Stefano Pinna. It finished 2-1 in the end to Nicholas. When I say epic, it just had all the tension. Could your main man, Pinna, get back into the game? Well, unfortunately, he wasn't able to. And Nicholas goes on through to the final. Gentlemen, what did you make from it from backstage?
It was a very attritional affair, wasn't it? It was a difficult one, really, to pin down. I mean, there was a lot of back and forth action, a lot of midfield battling going on. Not a whole lot of chances between the two ties, to be honest with you, and it was a hard-fought victory in the end.
Yeah, and what about yourself, Tan?
Yeah, it's like a chess match rather than a football match. I think the boys on the desk said the same thing, and it was a really interesting one. Both of them just trying to figure each other out, and it was just tiny on the side of Nicholas that time round. But they could play each other a few other times, and you never really know which way it's going to go. A really close game.
Yeah, well, we move on to our second semi-final, and this one, well, there's going to be fireworks. There has to be. I mean, I've seen them all lit back there, backstage, up at the players' desk. They're lit, they're ready to go off, surely. And this one, MoAuba versus Yago.
This one is primed and ready, to be honest with you. Both these guys are attacking machines. And so far today, you know, Championship Sunday, we've seen some very close games aside from the first game of the day. You know, the Tex game, he is just kind of obliterating everyone in the FIFA world at the moment. But ever since, we've seen some really close games, and I feel like this one could be the one where we really see some fireworks, we see some goals, we see some high-scoring games.
Okay, I want to talk about Yago. I loved his professionalism, I loved his manner when he was interviewing with Lottie last night, the translator, everything. What did you like about his play yesterday?
I just loved his attacking gameplay. Again, it comes back to these two guys that we're going to see up here on the stage in this game just being just pure attacking gameplay styles. And we see one of the things I love from the Argentinian that we'll see no doubt here against MoAuba, not only goals like that, but the amount of emotion he shows and the passion that he has for FIFA is absolutely fantastic. And this is a guy, by the way, in Yago, you have to scroll all the way down the PS4 Global Series points rankings to find him. Guess where? He's not even in the top 400, 425th. in the world right now in Global Series points. So this guy is really a star that has come out of Argentina and really lit up the stage here in London.
I loved your noise there, Chris Tunn. When you saw that goal, you went, "Whew," like a small animal that
noises
excited
come
by
out of
the
me
temperature.
sometimes. I just can't help it. It just comes out.
But when you see a beautiful goal like that, that's you, that's done. Do you think he is going to be nervous about taking on MoAuba, who we know MoAuba is so good?
I think not. I mean, when you look at the stats, everyone talks about MoAuba and how many goals he scores. On average, in this tournament, Yago has scored more goals per game than MoAuba. So that's an interesting one to take away. That's Richard Buckley for that stat, by the way. Thank you very much, pal. But I just think when you originally look at this game on paper, you don't see that. You see MoAuba and you see the amount of goals he scores. The fantastic goals that he scored. By the way, I don't think I've ever heard Harry's voice break like it did yesterday with the overhead kick. Unbelievable.
9-8. That was a beautiful goal, but this 9-8 and the way he managed to come back into the game and then win it was exceptional. Also, props to Richard Buckley over there for naming the cagoule that Mike LaBelle is wearing. But
yeah, is it windy in here or something?
I don't know. Maybe it's the climate change from the States. But there it is. That's the goal you were talking about there. Bam. And that to have that. I guess the fluidity and liquid football that we often talk about in FIFA 19 is just have that confidence to go, I reckon this is going in. I got this.
It's just the innovation to do it, isn't it? It's like not many other people would think about doing that. Most people would think about maybe another pass off to try and get a finesse from the edge of the box, and he just thinks, you know what, I'm gonna score an overhead kick from here. So the fact that he has that brain on him to come up with these plans when he's playing football or playing FIFA, it's difficult for anybody to sort of deal with because he's unpredictable.
Yeah. What about a prediction from you, gentlemen? Come on.
If you're a man who likes stats,
yes,
you look at these two guys and you think on the one side of the stage you have Yago, who on average has scored more goals per game, as Chris said, than MoAuba. You start to look at a defensive record, and Yago actually has conceded less goals a game than MoAuba as well. So if you're a stats man, you're banking on Yago. But
what if I'm a heart man? What if I'm a pure emotion man?
If you're a heart man, you're looking at the way MoAuba played yesterday, the 9-8, the amazing goals he was scoring, and the way he hits his timed finesses, his time finishes. I think he's the best in the game at hitting the timed at the moment. And if he gets as many chances as he did yesterday, which I think he will, I think he beats Yago here.
Okay, all right, well, listen, Christian, I'm going to save you on that thought because Wonderboy did such a wonderful job there. Listen, if you want a player that can bring you exciting matches filled with goals, then MoAuba is your man. We caught up with the 4-time German champion to find out whether we can expect more of the same today.
Well, I'm really happy. I made it under the top 4. I reached so many points for the ranking, and yeah, I beat some great players. In the end, I played really good, so I'm really confident. My first game with Uston was crazy. Then the next 2 games, I played Mikkel Jortbach and lost. Played good, but I lost, so I was confident to beat Uston again. Always when I play a tournament, I scored the beautiful goal of the day, so that was my goal. When you score such a goal, it's like more confident for you, and it's important to score a good goal. I always like now top 4 of my console, but in the end I lost every time, so it will be great for me and bring me some more confidence for my next tournament and bring some money for my mother.
I love that from MoAuba. That interview was going on late last night when we were walking past. We were all just shuffling past, yourself, Richard, Brandon. You couldn't find 2 more passionate casters than these 2 gentlemen. And obviously there's some anger over that side, but they are. You know everything about this. You've watched the tournaments. Gentlemen, you look at this one. This has got electricity about it, hasn't it?
It has indeed. You know, for a long time we were thinking, is there only one Argentine that is this good at FIFA? You know, Nicholas 99, who's waiting now in that console final. Then Yago comes out of nowhere, Richard. And we often say about some people, when they play in their first major tournament of the year, they just come alive.
Yeah, you often talk about that surprise package. It seems as though we've had one every single tournament thus far on the PS4 side of things. In particular, you're looking at Tor, you're looking at the Joksan performance as well. It seems as though every single late stage on the PlayStation 4, you've got that surprise element that's coming out. On the Xbox, pretty much you could have predicted Tech to go far, Dossary to go far, those sort of names. On the PS, it's anyone's game.
Yeah, surprise packages happens to me a lot, actually. Definitely during the Christmas period. It's not through the front door. There's no note. It's been thrown over the back gate, and that is infuriating. But hopefully that won't happen today. Richard, Brandon, take it away and enjoy this second semi-final.
Thank you very much, Tom. And here we go then. So, of course, the last semi-final of the tournament. Obviously, we saw how that first one went, Richard, between Stefano Pinna, the Belgium, up against Nicholas. A 2-1 win for one of the Argentines that are in the last 4. He is waiting, as we said, in that console final. However, this game here is certainly going to deliver up to that as well. MoAuba, of course, once known as MoAuba, shortened it down this year. Just said, you know what, I don't really fancy MoAuba anymore. MoAuba is what I want to be known by. And he's a goal machine in himself. You know, we think back to last week when he just made us speechless there with some of the goals he scored. Then the guys on the commentary desk yesterday when he scored that bicycle kick. Like, this guy knows how to finish. Edge of the box, time, finesse, it's always right.
Different name, same player. MoAuba, MoAuba, doesn't matter what you call him, he scores beautiful goals and he scores a lot of them. And at tournaments, he always seems to come alive. For me, as always, that Neely man, he's always a dangerous threat on the PS4, getting to quarterfinals, getting to semi-finals. I remember, I believe we were at the Draft Story Cup last year in March, and he won that tournament. Yeah. So he can go on and win a tournament, and he knows that winning feeling, but it's going to be a tough ask for him against Yago. By the stats, Yago concedes less goals in this tournament so far. He's scored more goals. Is that almost trend going to continue in this semi-final tie? The winner will face Nicholas in the final for 1,500 Global Series ranking points if you win that final.
Well, here we go then. The last PlayStation semi-final before we move into those big console finals. Two-legged game as always, and if you're probably wondering, who is this Yago? Before there was only Nicholas around. I'll tell you now a little bit of information about it. Played last year in that TYC Sports, obviously qualifier, part of the Global Series in FIFA 18, and Nicholas says, I know this guy, I practice with him. And if they play each other in the console final, it's going to be an exact same situation of what we saw with the Royal winner MS Dossary. However, MoAuba stands in his way. Semi-finalist, Continental Cup, the first event of the year. Then went 5-0 in Swiss-style format in the first major of the year in Bucharest. However, lost in the knockouts. Then last weekend, another top 8 finish for him again, Richard.
Similar as though if you practice against Nicholas, you always seem to do well in tournaments. Looking back to the playoffs, Webb, he practiced against Nicholas. He was that sparring partner coming into the tournament. He made it through to the top 4.
Here we go, edge of the box. Watch out for those finesses around that area that we know MoAuba loves. But the passion we saw yesterday from Yago, the run he had, he lost to Joxan, dropped down to losers bracket, then pulled himself through, beat SPQ Artur. That Brazilian, as you mentioned, is the finesse, and there's the opening goal. Time to perfection for MoAuba, barring in. One of those that the keeper can't even get a hand on. I said watch out for it, and he hasn't taken long to open up his account.
Yeah, he saw the chance open up as soon as it came into him from Eusebio, through the legs of Alexandro, in off the crossbar. It's the goal that we've seen all weekend long, all FIFA 19 long, that finesse into the opposite corner, and MoAuba breaking the deadlock 8 minutes into this game.
We saw how good he was back in Paris, where obviously we weren't lucky enough to be there.
Semi-finals.
Gaskin was there, and you know, he speaks well enough of how good he was at these, these time finesses, these shots from around the edge of the box that were just zipping in all over the place. He's carried it through with him. Could be 2-0 up now, all the way across. Cristiano Ronaldo, that's going to be headed away.
It's not only timed finesse, it's just a timed finishing in general. He's perfect at getting it in green time and time again, getting that excellent finish, getting that great timing. Seems to be something that he's practiced, definitely.
So easy for him, like muscle memory, as we say. These pros do it all the time. Here's Yago, his time to have a finesse, and he tried to go to the other way. He could have easily went all the way across the goal, tried to just kind of bend it into that left-hand side, but Neuer matched that one up easily.
Yeah, the predictable finish was into the left-hand side, so into the right-hand side, I should say. He mixed it up, went to the opposite corner.
Should be easy to collect there for David De Gea. Yes, it is.
He's a big match player, is Mo. We saw it against Houston. Backs against the wall. He scored 4 goals in 8 minutes to turn that tie around. And he started expertly well right here. We saw him last night getting a bit of food, very relaxed. I'll be talking about the person stood behind him, his coach, you could say.
His girlfriend that he doesn't need a coach.
It's that calming factor, though.
She travels around to all the events with him, and of course is a fantastic support through Team Expert last year, and then he moved on to Werder Bremen, and now teammates with Megabit. What a team that is. Edge of the box. This is Yago now with Cruyff plays inside. Why did you not have a shot there?
Yeah, maybe could have looked for that near post potentially, but probably a few nerves as well for Yago. Never really been this far in a tournament thus far.
To Cruyff, all the way across once more again, and
It's all about settling yourself in to a big game like this. Conceding early, probably the worst possible situation for the young Argentine. But
anything, a wake-up call though, Richard.
We've seen he's full of passion, full of energy. He's definitely got enough to get back into this game. Just can't let Mo start to play his game, because you'll find yourself 4 or 5 goals down.
Well defended there by Hullet. Fell back to Eusebio again, who opened up the scoring in this game. Both of these two went 6-1 in the group stages. 6 wins, 1 loss. Safe to say a very strong campaign for them both. The MoAuba, those games yesterday, Richard, against FIFA Houston when he was winning 4 goals up, or 3 goals up, sorry, FIFA Houston was. MoAuba turned it around in 10 minutes. Ball across, this is MoAuba again, played to the back post. Anyone there for him? No, he's not going to clear it out. Yago just holding on, but you know, you don't write off MoAuba.
No matter what the scoreline is, no matter what the minute is, he seems to have just got magic in his fingertips. The way that he can just turn goals around, turn games around.
Yago, lovely ball. Second time of asking outside the boot. Great save, Neuer. Yago knew what a big chance that was for him.
He's so expressive, is Yago.
Now, people ask for personalities in competitive FIFA, ask for passion, ask for reactions. You've got it right there in front of you. He's got himself a corner. Keeper's been moved off his line all the way to the back post. It was risky, but had to be confident.
Yeah, easy picking for Neuer. Come out, claim that. I can play out of the back.
No, that's a risky. Oh, 9 could have...
A little bit risky, but Mo keeps his composure, plays out from the back.
Don't know if you remember as well, Richard, that goal that he conceded. I think Neuer at the back had an absolute...
howler.
Literally. An easy goal for Houston yesterday. I don't know what happened at the back.
Mo, the only representative left from Start Esports as well.
R9 to Ronaldo. All the way through to the back post. Anyone there? That's brave to play back to Neuer and just drop it on his feet like that.
They call him a sweeper keeper in real life.
Got to say, tables to turn him outside the boot. Keeper just stood there, watched it. Did fly over the bar though. It's not going to worry him at all. And just speaking as well, Richard, 13 German players came to this competition, and we speak about these big numbers that the German players bring, but not many of them make it to the latter stages.
Yeah, a lot come to the competition, but maybe 2, 3. And I remember last weekend, none made it through.
This is the furthest that Germany has got so far.
To that latter stage, that semi-final, console final.
In a major as such, we're talking about here in the Continental Cup, of course, you know, the Stranger, Timox, MoAuba.
Since then, it's been...
He hasn't really seen any of these Germans go that far. Here he comes, Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's been disappointing for a region and a nation so dominant in FIFA.
So good at FIFA. Ball across, free header, Pele as well. He's been winning headers all weekend long. Yago's confused, thinking, how have I not won that battle?
Yago's confused, and a fist goes up to the camera from Mo. The celebration that we see time and time again. And now a couple of changes coming out.
Not happy with summoning, you know, for a player.
Cruyff, is he coming off straight away? He thought about it, he is. Ronaldinho coming on. 42 minutes on the clock, a Jose Mourinho-esque move. He's not happy with something, he's changing it around.
Little dig there, and the only reason he can look at there is Carl Walker. He can jump though, he can defend.
Yeah, Pele getting above him, good header. From the highest rated icon in the game. Cruyff coming off, 42 minutes, he's seen enough. There's Yago.
If you're not performing well, you're coming straight off the pitch. And as we know, we've got an Xbox final coming up after this one a little bit later. F2 Tex against MS Dossary. What a game that is going to be. And at the moment on the PlayStation console final, we've got Nicholas99 from FC Basel waiting in there for one of these two players. Still 3 halves of FIFA to play. Back to golf. He can go 3-0 up here on the stroke of half time.
Just offside,
just offside, as you said, Richard. Few seconds left. There will be half time between the two. We can have a look at the stats. We can break it down of what we've seen in this first half. Yago has had 1 or 2 chances, Richard, but MoAuba's been more clinical.
Just right there. Just the outlet that Ronaldo possesses. It was in a little bit of danger, was Mo. He's had 1 shot on target, scored 2 goals, 2 shots. In a little laugh from Yago there. He feels that a little bit hard done by in that first leg. But I was talking about Ronaldo. Having that outlet, just be able to dink it into him from pretty much anywhere on the pitch, and knowing that there's like an 85% chance that I'm going to win this header. It's so, so good. Maybe when a Team of the Year Ramos potentially comes out, maybe down the line in January, maybe a Rafael Varane potentially, maybe they can start to contest with Ronaldo in the air. But apart from Ronaldo from corners, there's nobody else really in the air who can even compete.
And that is why, you know, the casual player out there, although he's at Juventus now and sometimes hard to fit into a team, as Cristiano Ronaldo. Here he comes. Baller, play one more. That's surely going to be a goal for him. Yes, it is. A fantastic start in this second half. Ronaldo to Ronaldo, one more across to ensure. We talk about percentages in FIFA, about there, 65% chance of going in. Played it across, made it pretty much 95, 99% sure it was going to be going in. Could have went to the near post, went all the way across the keeper. And Yago, what a way to start the second half.
Yeah, straight from kickoff, Yago, get him straight back into this game. Maybe Mo sleeping a little bit. Start of that second half.
But the point I was trying to say is, you know, you look at, you know, the casual player on Ultimate Team that looks to buy Ronaldo, get him into team, because he's an outlet, as you said, Richard, from goal kicks, from corners, set pieces, going forward, he can score goals. Here we go, Pele now, straight down the other end. There we go. End-to-end FIFA in this semi-final. Could have easily, again, went for a finesse, but just pile-drived it in. You can see that right foot, near post. Yeah. No one was predicting that, and MoAuba is going, wow, that is one hell of a strike.
Very similar to the type of goal we see his teammates go, mega big. When he gets in that sort of area, about 4.5 bars of power, low-driven shot, and just drive it into the goal. In at that near post, in across the goal, and it rises through the air.
To finish it as well, such a tight angle down the other end, back nearly to Pele after that time finesse. It was in green, but it was blocked. Matthias. Ferdinand all the way across, and a perfect way to respond after conceding for MoAuba. You saw the reaction from him as well. He knew it was a fantastic finish from his player. Dani Alves as well playing for him.
Maybe a chance here. Ronaldinho seems to have been a bit of a magic man since he came on.
He's doing something, I think more than Cruyff. If you didn't see, obviously, Cruyff being subbed off in the 42nd minute in game. Ronaldo, oh, well done, Eusebio. A cheeky little skill pass there. Just to switch it around, and Yago, that's an awful touch.
R9, good
awful
running
touch
behind for him, but good, calm possession from Mo. Doesn't have to rush things going forward, doesn't have to force a through ball where it's not there.
Attack, attack, attack from MoAuba.
He knows the angles
Perfectly as well, Richard.
Yeah, probably got a GCSE in trigonometry. Did more Aubameyang, he knows exactly the correct angle to put it in from.
And the time as well to finish it. Incredible. Maldini.
It's risky though.
You've got to be careful when you keep in possession. It was a 3-on-3 for a minute. Now a 3-on-4, goes for a finesse.
Just rushed a little bit.
It. Just looked too straight as well on the angle, Richard, to really bend that around or to make anything of it. Now he's got to defend. Kyle Walker's out of position.
Cini's been very, very good with that back post cross, has Moa. That's what we're looking to set up there.
You've got players in the box as well, they're making those runs. Cristiano Ronaldo, R9.
Eusebio's free on this far side.
The second half has really opened up. Pele, can he get around the right side of his man? No, he can't. Keeper has to clear, out for a throw in. The pressure is on for both players. Such an end-to-end game. I was saying...
A little bit confused by that clearance from Manuel Neuer, but...
What was that, Neuer?
Seeing the substitutes here coming out from Yago. Plays for 9Z. Represented by that organisation. Ronaldinho, Neymar, the subs, and Pele coming on. 3 Brazilians are the 3 substitutions for Yago.
He clearly knows when to implement these substitutes.
Ronaldinho's already made an impact. Can the other 2 Brazilians do something similar to their countryman?
Still on time as well left. Still a second leg to play. If you have just joined, back to goal. This is, well, Ronaldinho expected the run to be made there from Neymar, but can Pele win it? Yes, he can. The superstar to Ronaldinho on the volley. It was time, but
that had gone in on the timed green volley on the left foot as well.
We've seen some fantastic goals. Neymar, Pele. There we go, lovely scoop turn there. Ball roll on 2. Tried to, oh, boy, he could have had a front finish there. Yago knows it as well. We didn't expect the keeper to move as he did.
Yeah, could have fired that in at the front post. You can see the frustration coming out of Yago. He knows that we're an opportunity. The goalkeeper movement. They were a little bit all over the place, was Mo there. He didn't commit 100% to one side, but this last 15 minutes have been all Yago.
It's a 4-on-2. He's done so well to win it back as MoAuba. And now he finds himself on a counter-attack.
That was an unbelievable tackle from, I think it was Maldini. Back
Somehow
there.
keeps in.
Good switch of play there. Jordi Alba picking it up.
Jordi Alba, haven't really seen much of him in this tournament. Each to their own, obviously. Megavit was using Zanetti. Fullbacks are always, you could say, the main difference. One attacking player occasionally, one in the midfield. Oh no, that's a mistake there. Just timed the tackle wrong. Play it inside if you can. Cristiano Ronaldo now, penalty!
How many times have we seen penalties gave for that sort of thing during this weekend?
Just lunging into it there, Rio Ferdinand. I thought he was going to play it across.
I've been firstly disappointed with how the ball actually got turned over with that slide tackle. It sort of bounced off here, and now a penalty for Yago.
Big chance to set him up in the second leg. Yago steps up, goes left, it's in. Cristiano Ronaldo, routine goal for him.
Kept his
you get given
composure.
a little bit of fortune, when you get given a penalty, grab it with both hands, score the goal and run away.
Kept his composure from the spot and slots it in past Manuel Neuer. Big goal for Yago, 10 minutes from full time in this first leg. Will Mo extend his lead? Or are we looking at a potential Yago comeback before that second leg kicks off? Jordi Alba going down his left-hand side, ball whipped into the box. But it was David De Gea picking it up, and good delivery from David De Gea. We often see different types of delivery from the goalkeepers. Some decide to roll it, some decide to kick it long. Can be a mistake, can lead to goals, potentially, if you get it wrong with your goalkeeper.
Neymar. To Hullet. Can he have a shot? No, Neymar's just going to blast it over. Into our last 5 in-game minutes now.
It's like Henry up top, potentially.
Oh, lovely ball. Is he onside?
He is.
I think he is. It's Cruyff. To the back post if he doesn't want to. He's going to try and... Oh, now he's going to use the back post. Ronaldo was there. The timing of the run was slightly off. Through to Henry. On that finesse as always. Typical MoAuba performance.
Yeah,
scoring goals.
All came from the cross into that back post area. It caused a confusion. Mateus won it on the edge of the box into Henry. First time finish from the Frenchman. And now that scoreline extended once again. Two goals. Yago queuing a pause, not happy with something, but we're only a couple of seconds left of the game. Not even sure if that pause will come off for him, creating a little bit of chance there.
Added time down. 2-goal advantage. You think going into that next game, he had that penalty, did Yago, was going to snatch that little bit of fortune, the mistake from MoAuba. Could have only been 1 goal behind, now he finds himself 2 behind. He's going to have 1 more attack, no he's not. And there we go, Richard. A first leg between the two. We thought there'd be goals in it. There's been 6 of them. MoAuba 4-2 up in that one.
Yeah, first leg going the way of the German. Maybe a little bit of an experience factor
as well.
Potentially playing his way. But
talk about being clinical. Obviously, 3 shots on target. You're thinking, how's that happen when there's 4 goals? Obviously, the first goal was barring in.
Tell you what, Yago will feel very, very hard done by. 12 shots, 9 on target, and only scoring 2 goals for him.
You've got to be clinical.
I mean, I don't know if you can. I don't know. I think it's just a little bit hard done by, to be honest. There, 2 goals as well. I think he scored late in the first half, late in the second half. He also gave a penalty away, did Mo. So if he don't get that penalty away, it's 4-1. Looking at the scoreline, I think Mo will be quite lucky there to take this 2-goal lead into the second leg.
As we know, of course, we've still got 1 more leg to come. And you guys at home, you know, throughout the whole weekend, you've had those ability to get those rewards. We have got another drop, I believe. Premium Gold Players Pack. It's down below us in front of us now. Link your Twitch and EA accounts. And you never know, something might drop in your account. You might get something as well, Richard. You never know.
Yeah, these are the packs, all players, 3 rares, 12 players in the pack. Usually cost 25k.
He knows it so well. So, he's opened enough for them.
That is true. To be able to potentially earn some just through watching the stream. It's a great reward. Let's have a look at some of the goals as they went in during this game.
And here's the highlights of that game, as we said, Richard. An early start, a typical MoAuba type of goal there.
Such a nice goal in for crossbar.
Eusebio barring in. 9 minutes in, Richard, to put him 1-0 up.
Yeah, good finish. Eusebio on that 5-star weak foot. Can go on either side, so that's why I use him as an outside cam. Alongside Cruyff, both players, 5-star weak foot. Can play it into the left-hand side, you can finesse straight away. You play it onto the right-hand side, you can finesse straight away. You don't have to, there's no wasted motion when you've got a player with 5-star weak foot.
And this was the goal just after half-time. Played obviously to Ronaldo. One more out to Pele.
I think another reason, just while we're watching this game, the highlights, another reason the 5-star weak foot is so important. In previous years, I don't think it was as important. This year, with the goalkeeper moving, you've also got to take that shot as soon as it comes to you. You have to be so quick. If you give it a little bit of time against a pro like this, that goalkeeper's getting moved across, and that finesse opportunity has been completely cut out.
Well, as we mentioned, Yago created a number of chances, which I think was 9 shots in the end that he did have.
He'll be unlucky with this one. Played into the back post, and then just a clearance, that second ball, Ronaldinho couldn't get to it before Mateus, and Thierry Henry slotting into the back of the goal for MoAuba giving that 2-goal lead. Let's have a look how the game was won for MoAuba with a few stats and statistics, Brandon.
Well, there you go, as you mentioned, 12 shots for Yago, 9 on target. MoAuba, everything was perfect from him, as we know, 4 goals and 4 shots on target. As we know, the first one, sorry to repeat myself, it was off the bar and in. And just looking down at those stats as well, the passing accuracy, 92% for Yago. Shot accuracy, not great from both, but 9 shots in a competitive game, Richard, for Yago. He needs to be finishing.
Yeah.
At least 3 of them, minimum for a pro.
Yeah, I think maybe you're looking for reasons why he wasn't finishing them. Maybe the venue that he's playing in right now, this sort of atmosphere, this sort of occasion that he's playing at in a semi-final against MoAuba, one of the best players in the German scene at the minute. So you're thinking, could that be a factor? Maybe he peaked yesterday with that great performance against Joksan. That maybe was his best performance. It's hard to replicate such a good performance time and time again. I mean, looking at the Xbox side of things, MS Dossary against the Royal wasn't able to replicate a performance as good as the one he did against Megabit.
Because it's a new day, isn't it? People come into...
It's a new day. You've got to get that level straight back up to the top again. You've got to almost forget about what you did yesterday. Just focus on what you're here for today. If you start thinking about yesterday and ruin mistakes that you had, or even leg by leg, if Yago goes into his second leg thinking, I can't believe I had 9 shots on target and only scored 2 goals, it's the wrong mindset completely.
Yep.
So it'll be interesting to see how this second leg does start. If Mo can get an early lead again, I think it's going to go much of the same.
As we know, of course, Nicholas 99 from FC Basel waiting in that console final for one of these two. If Yago somehow pulls this back, goes through, these two have been practicing all morning as well of Nicholas and Yago. They're good friends at home. You know, they would have matched up probably on online qualifiers, for champions. You know, we don't need to say it. These guys would have played together, but we're going to jump into it now. Leg number 2 between both of these two, and 2 goals needed. It's possible.
Yeah, I'm just looking as well what Yago's doing here on the team selection. Looks like Ronaldo in behind Ronaldo in a 4-2-3-1. Hullet and Vieira holding. Eusebio on the right and Thierry Henry on the left. I'm also getting potentially a little bit of Gabinho vibe. Thierry Henry on that left wing.
Cuts in,
finesse shot. We saw it at the V4 Future Gaming Festival last year where he went on to win €40,000. So if he can almost channel his inner Gabinho potentially, maybe Yago can turn this game around.
As you can see at the bottom of the screen, Gabinho won €40,000 in that competition, FIFA 18. Whoever wins today will pick up $40,000. And those big, important global series ranking points, 1,500 of them. Yago, get yourself 2 goals back in 19 game minutes. Don't concede any. You'll send us to extra time. Lovely ball early on. Oh, heavy from him. Keep your head. Comes into situations like this, Richard, of, you know, you look at someone that is so composed when they play competitive FIFA, MoAuba. This is a new surrounding for Yago. Nicholas said, you know, this is his first major tournament that he's played in.
And to get to a semi-final, you're thinking, great, congratulations, but you've got to a semi-final. You want to go on and win the thing now. You want to go on and win the tournament. Wonder if Yago was a big Hammers fan. West Ham badge.
Been some interesting badge picks throughout the weekend. As we said, playing for that 9Z esports team. Just panicked there, forced it through from Hullet. I think he was waiting for that run from Vieira that we've pointed out and said he's going to be out on that left-hand side. Lovely ball all the way across. Easy for Ferdinand. MoAuba gets the first goal, though.
Good pressing from Aubameyang once again there. Mateus and Hullet in the midfield. Don't actually think he's using Patrick Vieira. Here's MoAuba, he's gone for Mateus. A little bit more mobility in that midfield. Over. What a strike.
MoAuba, he loves an unbelievable finish, and he nearly had another one for us there.
Yeah, Mateus over Vieira. Interesting enough as well for Mo in the midfield. I think that might be the first person we've seen not use Vieira, potentially.
If you're wondering, of course, how these guys did get to this stage in the competition, group stage on Thursday went 6-1. And you're looking through to those winners and losers brackets there. Yago had to beat Joksan again in the quarterfinals, or play him again, I mean, in the quarterfinals, and try
After
and get revenge.
He
won 8-3. He won 8 goals to 3.
Shows he's got a little bit of a resilience here as well. Coming from that losers bracket. He can deal with versatility when he's backed against the wall.
Can he show it now? It's probably one of the best German FIFA players there is. Only time will tell. Pull it to Pele. This is MoAuba on the attack.
You see Pele there. You saw the power bar go up. Looked like it was going to go for a first-time finesse, but it did a fake shot instead. The little intricacies that you are paying attention to when you're playing this game.
I'm going to say as well, Alexander on the pitch now. He must be subbing on Jordi Alba. I remember seeing it in Bucharest in the 2 weekends that we were there, and he was there.
For like the 60th minute, I think he just freshened up that left back.
Just seems like a routine way that he enjoys trying to play. Everyone has their own super subs. It's the ultimate team at the end of the day. It's a personal preference as much as everyone will, try and play with these big meta players everyone loves to use all the way across. Neuer. There we go. Back to goal. Cristiano Ronaldo. Again there. Didn't need to pass it. He could even got a shot away. The players backed off him. Hunting in for that ball in packs. Can he win the header? Yes, he can. Vieira to Ronaldo. Look at that run from Vieira. I doubt he's going to use him through to Yasay, but this is a chance now for Yago. Well done.
Zero reaction from Yago as well. This is business for him right now.
Look at the run. Pulled off from the centre-back. I think Maldini was just about keeping him on when that ball was played.
Good finish as well. Kept his composure. Just slotted it past the goalkeeper. 1 goal deficit right now. Yago with a potential final against his fellow countryman Nicholas. You can't write this sort of thing, but he's got to get past. MoAuba first.
For the first time in a long time out of the 4 events that we have had, including this one. We saw 3 Germans make the semi-finals in Paris for the Continental Cup. Other than that, we haven't really seen any German players go the extra mile to that full stretch of a console final. In FIFA 19, that is. Here he is, MoAuba. Lovely ball roll there to open up that pocket of space. Pull it, defensive duties, pulling back inside. And out of all the possibilities here for an all-Argentine console final on PlayStation.
Nobody would have predicted it.
The way they avoided each other on the bracket, the luck of that, the way that obviously Yago was a top seed, Nicholas was a top seed as well, 7-0, the only player to do that in the group stages. And then there's only 2 Argentines that came to this tournament. They're going to be playing against each other potentially. MoAuba's got different ideas.
Hold it on the rebound.
Can he finish it?
R9 back doing defensive work there.
As we said, that only can happen if Yago can turn this around, but MoAuba, what a chance that was for him to potentially restore that 2-0 lead for him. Could have been 5-3. Yago straight down the other end. And he's offside, I believe, someone there.
I think he's putting it back for the yellow card given against Eusebio.
Either a throw-in or...
I think it is a throw-in.
Got Hullet trying to make a run, and you got Henry as well. Throw it to someone, he's gone to Henry. Watch out for Vieira on the edge of the box, he's going to pick that up. With all the time in the world, watch out for a finesse from here. There's the finesse, and nearly rippled against the back of the net.
Just past the post. Quite a long way out on that occasion, but we've seen him flying from everywhere. I know New York City Chris scored one from about the halfway line yesterday.
Of course, wasn't the time to score it though for him after losing that game. Still a fantastic run for him and picked up some important points.
Has gone out of play, he gets a throw in deep in enemy territory.
Matthias to Hullet.
Pele.
Watch out on the finesse. Goes the other way. Well played.
Fantastic.
That is world class from the German. Could have easily taken the finesse on the right foot.
Yeah, it baited him in. He looked for the first time finesse on the right foot. Just a fake shot back onto his left.
Carl Walker was sold. The goalkeeper was pretty much sold as well.
Sold all the team. Did Pele there. MoAuba, great composure. Cutting back on his left. Finesse into the top corner. Of course it was time green. Once again, that 2-goal cushion being reinstated for Mo.
Fantastic goal from him as well. You know, we often talk about pros thinking one step ahead of their opponent. That's 2 or 3 steps there.
He was trying to set it up in the first leg. I don't know if you saw, he kept on fake shotting. He kept getting marked out of the game, but on that occasion, perfect timing. That's a big tackle. It's a big goal kick.
Referee plays on that. But close enough to going to be a free kick, but no, out for a goal kick. As you said, Richard, about him trying to tee it up in the first game. It's one of those things, you know, the time finishing, the finesses on the edge of the box. It's such an overused thing that everyone's seeing. So everyone expects it kind of thing. So it's when you use it.
Yeah, you're starting to see different variations of it now. The fake shot onto the opposite foot. The near post drive.
Attack of the half. And it looks like we'll go into half time. That same 2-goal deficit between the two. MoAuba in control, Richard. Still 45 in-game minutes left. It's only 2 goals that are needed. We saw 4 of them going in 10 in-game minutes.
Yeah, this half ended the exact same way as the first half did, with 2 goals separating the two sides. And Yago, is it going to be a formation change from him? Looks like he could potentially be going narrow. He's going into a 4-2-2, so pushing them cams slightly further forward. Ronaldinho, Eusebio occupying the 2 cam positions. Stay central, get in behind, get into the box for crosses, stay forward on his 2 cams. And also stay back while attacking on his fullback, so he knows that can't concede anymore, has to just keep his head, keep on working away, keep on chipping away at Mo's armour. It's susceptible to a goal, is Mo.
He's got 45 in-game minutes. To keep the dream alive is Yago. The first major he's ever competed in. NEA FUT Champions Cup. He's already done so well and his country proud. I'm sure Nicholas will come out and say as well what a tournament he has had, but he doesn't want it to end here. MoAuba though, the class he has shown over these 2 legs. I think it just summed it up perfectly, Richard, in that goal that he just scored with Pele. So good.
Really nice switch of play there from goalkeeper to fullback and then working your way up the pitch from Mo. Has been hassled there and hurried out of play. Is it going to ball for Yago? Is it going to fall for Yago, I should say? It is.
Ronaldinho on as well, as we know. 4-2-2. We're trying to exploit those wings a bit more in this game. Eusebio on the right, Ronaldinho on the left. MoAuba though. Oh no, and out to Alexandro. Expect that sub of Jordi Alba to come on in the next 10 in-game minutes.
Just taking time over his passes now as well. He's every opportunity there. He stood for half a second and then played it. He stood and then played it.
You can see the possession stat that's changed as well, Richard. 60% at this moment in time to MoAuba.
He's been in the position. He's won championships. He knows how to.
There we go. This is a fantastic chance. Eusebio. Oh, again, he tried to trick the keeper.
Went for that low driven at the near post.
Dani Alves intercepted by the fullback of Alexandro.
Looking at the minimap there, if he can spring this attack quickly, it's a 3 against 3. If he takes his time, Mo's going to get players back. Look at R9.
He's done well. The obvious pass is there. If he can play one more, he's going to play to Hullet instead. No, it goes all the way across in the end. Ronaldinho, great chance. Tried to simplify it. Fantastic. Block from Maldini. Could have easily panicked there, but got anything on it to get it away.
That's why you have defenders with super high interceptions. They're the sorts of stats that you don't look about. Interceptions, composure. To get into that sort of area in-game when the AI is controlling it and almost mop it up for you.
And there's the pause by Yago. He knows. He needs to come out and attack all the way across as far as the edge of the box. That could be the winner. Ronaldo doing Ronaldo things as always. Cristiano Ronaldo on the volley.
From one end to the other, you blink and you miss it. Mo potentially concedes at one end, goes up the other, smashes it in with Ronaldo, and pencils his name in to a final with Nicholas. Yago switching formation again into a 4-1-2-1-2. Who's coming on? Mateus at left centre mid. Ronaldo up top, Ronaldinho in at cam. It's last throw of the dice for Yago. He needs 3 goals in 27 minutes.
The best way I would explain MoAuba is every single player in this team has got stats to score goals from distance, has got stats to score fantastic goals, but not many pros want to risk it because, as we mentioned about, these percentages of scoring these fantastic goals, he knows that these players have got these in-game stats, these in-game fantastic stats, as you mentioned, Richard, all the time throughout these 3 days of the finishing of an R9, the finishing of Cristiano Ronaldo. He tries it, he takes that risk, and no one expects it. Don't get me wrong, that's a fantastic time, and he was obviously fortunate for him to be in the position there, but what a
Such
finish
a good
there.
strike.
Alexandro on the floor as well.
Tell you what, if Alexandro had cleared that off the line, I'd have lost my head.
Here we go then. 3-goal advantage. Just under in-game of 30 minutes left to play. A few minutes of real-life time, and then we'll be finding out what that PlayStation console final will be. Nicholas at the moment against MoAuba, if he can hold on. But an attacking change was made by Yago. And we know the goals this guy can score. 1-8-3, as we said, against Joksan in that quarter-final. Over 2 legs. Has he got what it takes to bring this back? If he does, what a comeback it will be.
It's when you're questioning, what does he have in his locker?
Play it through. Here we go. There's a chance.
Oh.
No!
That was a chance to get back into the game. That was a chance to be a catalyst to the comeback.
He can only smile and laugh because if you want to put anyone in that position, Richard, to finish that, you're going to put Ronaldo there every single time. Cristiano Ronaldo, we've seen that a few times, just not timed well, and
heartbreak.
They will do this time and time again at home, and to come to an event and then mess it up straight to the other end. MoAuba, the composure to take it down, to take the extra touch, and he's celebrated all the way through to that console final now. I can imagine the Twitch chat is going mad.
I can see some of his friends up in the arena as well, giving the same celebration that Mo is doing.
The man from Stark Esports, who seems to get better and better every tournament, every year of competitive FIFA, the FIFA World Cup Grand Finalist in London. I'm sure after the points he's going to earn for getting this far, if even losing the console final, he's going to surely cement his place in those playoffs.
Looks like he's
he's showboating
turning on the
now.
style.
4 goals in front, and sometimes you say, Richard, people play their best games. They play their final before getting to another game in this game. All the way across, Mateus.
Yeah, Mo scored 4 goals inside 8 minutes against Houston. Can Yago do something similar? He needs to.
Oh, the post!
That's a lovely strike from low for Mateus. Left-footed on the edge of the box. Zidane-esque.
Smiles around from Yago. I think he knows this game is slightly over. 4 goals needed in the time. Yeah, don't get me wrong, we've seen it happen. We've seen a number of comebacks happen, but still, Richard, to get in the position that he's had to guarantee himself those Global Series ranking points, to guarantee himself $5,000.
He gets 625 Global Series ranking points to get into this semi-final.
It's going to help him massively. As we know, MoAuba, 5th currently in those Global Series rankings. He's going to go up. He's going to be earning even more points. Also, as we know, Joksan, he'll be cemented into that first spot. Number 1.
For quite a while, I imagine.
He'll be over 2,000. It's going to be nearly pushing, just beyond the 3K. 3,000 points he'll be on roughly in those rankings. And we're just going to wait for this game to conclude now. He's done well. When the pressure's been on, when the questions have been asked from MoAuba, he has performed. Here comes Yago, though. If he misses this one, you're going to say that would be a little bit unfortunate for him. The composure for that, though. A ball roll around the keeper.
I think it's just a little bit too little, too late for Yago. Good finish,
good.
Ball roll.
So good from him.
And then a slotted finish past him, but hardly seen Mo throwing this game away.
I'm sure in his head he's thinking about it. He's probably thinking, I cannot lose this game, and he can smile, he can laugh. But he'll be just thinking to himself, I cannot lose this game. There's 16 game minutes left.
Just keep hold of the ball, keep it to the 88th. I'm safe. I'm in the final.
3 goals are needed. You're not going to be giving away this. And I have a feeling, Richard, we're going to see more of Yago this year, this competitive year. We've still got, as we know, 4 FUT Champions Cups as we head into 2019. Throughout this global series, a number of tournaments all around the world. MoAuba wants more, though. He wants another goal. Not long left, and then we'll find out our final 4 in the competition. The console final between Nicholas 99 from FC Basel against MoAuba. Unfortunately, the all-Argentine final will not be happening. But I'm sure, as any fellow countryman will, Yago will be behind Nicholas. He'll be cheering him on to bring that trophy home, to get his name on that FUT Champions Cup. Added time on 3 minutes. It's been a fantastic 2-legged game. We've seen 11 goals in it. Some fantastic finishes as well. You know, you think that's that Pele chance, Richard, that
and
got all the props.
Yago will be feeling quite hard done by. In the first leg, he had 9 shots on target, only managed to score 2 goals, and then converted 2 of his chances. In his second leg, it's just been clinical finishing from Mo.
There we go.
Under the cosh for majority of the game, and then just scored whenever he needed to score. That 3rd goal in particular with CR7. A beautiful volley, puts him into the final with an emphatic victory and sets up an unbelievable clash against Nicholas.
Was clinical when he needed to be, Richard, and congratulations, Mo Aubameyang. Well, MoAuba is, as he's known as now, from Werder Bremen. I'm sure Megabit, he's back in Germany now, but he'll be watching and keeping his eyes firmly on his teammate. And that's good, as we said about this whole, you know, the German scene of all these players that make all these events. I think it was 16 players at the last FUT Champions Cup, 13 players here. The furthest so far we've seen out of the 2 cups a German go, and he's going to be in that console final, which shapes up to be a great game. But we have to have a mention to this guy. He's going to be disappointed, Richard. I'll nick the words from your mouth. You don't lose games. You always learn from experiences like this.
Yeah, this is an experience that he will learn from. Yago, I'm sure we'll see him later on in the competitive year, but it was Mo Aubameyang's day. He's moving on to the final. Tom, what do you think of that final?
Well, I think it's a massive final there. You've got to say it's going to be very interesting. MoAuba doing enough there to go through. He's now standing, just enjoying himself, just taking it all in the arena. He's just above us right now. Ton, Wonder Boy, what did you take from that semi-final?
I mean, we said every semi-final before that one was pretty cagey, pretty closely contested, apart from the Tex one early on in the day. That had goals, and that's kind of what we expected. These 2 goal-scoring machines going up against each other, they didn't disappoint, and they did not disappoint whatsoever. It was a fun game to watch.
First leg, 4-2. Looking at the highlights now, this is the second leg highlights we're looking at. But that 4-2, I mean, Yago must have been infuriated. That 12 shots, 9 on target in that first leg, and then he had to come into this one knowing he's 2 goals down, and got off to a good start, but wasn't able to maintain it.
Yeah, here's the thing. Sorry to cut you off, Chris, but
you did cut him off there, didn't you?
I did.
We all noticed it.
Honestly, that's why, you know, at least I apologise for it. Noted. The thing about MoAuba is he doesn't need 12 shots a game to get 4 goals. He's so good at that green time finish. I feel like almost every finish I saw, apart from the one he's scored with CR7 in the second leg, was a green time finish. I'm telling you, this guy is probably the best time finisher in the game right now, and I love watching him play. He doesn't need so many chances. You give him a chance, he's going to take it every single time.
And one of the things that I spotted, especially in his 5th goal, was the composure. You're expecting the time finesse to come in on Pele's right-hand side, and he just shifted straight to his left. And it's, again, when you see the best players who are attacking, they have many different things in their arsenal. It's not just the time finesse. They can bluff you with that and then use it against you because you're expecting it so much. You start to overthink it, and then people start to overthink what they're doing in the attack. They switch into something different and cause different problems.
Yeah, did you mention Arsenal? You did say Arsenal, didn't you? They lost to Southampton today, 3-2.
Yeah, I did hear about that.
Listen, gentlemen, in Wonder Boy, I don't know if you heard the time, he kept mentioning, he says, every time there was a finish, the lovely little roll past the keeper there, but every time there was a finish from MoAuba, Wonder Boy would turn to me, look at me and go, time finish. He's the best in the world, even a finger wag as well. And we're seeing what that means. And what I like in any competitive sport, you see a moment where you have gone through to the final, MoAuba, and he goes over and looks, make sure the Yago's okay, because he'll be a little bit feeling a bit crushed. You said he was 425 in the world.
Yeah, he's outside the top 400 in global series points. Obviously, this guy in his home region, you know, will be be doing bits, as people say in the weekend league. You know, he's going to be one of those guys online who is putting up great records. But to come outside of the top 400 Global Series ranking points and then put on a show, that'll change now, obviously, with the Global Series points that he gets from this tournament in London. But to come from outside the 400 and put on a performance like that, make it to a semi-final at all, tremendous achievement.
I never know when he's going to finish either.
Really
I genuinely don't know.
I just want to jump in. He's stopping. Well, we're going to have to work on it.
Yeah, sorry.
But for me, I think what the guys on the commentary desk said is very, very right. Losing is learning. It's his first opportunity in a tournament, this sort of setting, this sort of, I don't know, it's just a huge tournament for him to be in, and you don't find yourself in these scenarios very, very often, especially a player who's down that far in the rankings. So he'll take a lot from this, hopefully, and move on in further tournaments and potentially do better.
Yeah, there he is now. MoAuba goes through to take on Nicholas. You look at the stats from that match. What do you pick up from them, and how is MoAuba going to be able to move on from here and learn and hopefully end up in the cross-console final?
9 shots on target with 7 goals across 2 games. It just shows how he takes his opportunities when he gets them, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
Every single time.
And it comes back to his time finishing. I mean, when you have just 9 shots and you're converting, you know, 7 of them, that's that time to finish again. I mean, he had less passes over the two legs.
Less passes, less shots on target, but there he is.
The result, it's all about being clinical.
Is that sort of about moving the keeper? Is that something Yago is going to have to go away and go, I had 11 shots on target, I could have won that?
Even if he did, though, like, a lot of the goals that MoAuba did were, I said, specifically that 5th one, I mean, he sent the whole team on a holiday when he went to go on the right-hand side and he switches it to his left and just bangs it at the top left corner instead of that time finesse. If Yago had moved your keeper in that typical way that you would to stop that goal, it would have been even easier for Yago, for MoAuba to score.
It's a fast-paced world out there, gentlemen, and it's important to keep everybody up to speed. So here's the bracket at the moment for where we stand. Any surprises there, or as it is expected it to be? Xbox on the left, F2 Techs and MS Dossary are waiting patiently to get into that final. And on the right-hand side, PS4, Nicholas taking on MoAuba.
I think maybe the only surprise in there really is not seeing Stefano Pinna in this final. I mean, you think about his accolades recently. I mean, you know, last year in FIFA 18, obviously this is a different FIFA, but, you know, he won the PS4 side of the entire FIFA World Cup. So, interesting to see that he's not there, but again, you look at his opposition, Nicholas, you know, the Argentinian, MoAuba, who we just saw play, is going to have a tough test in that PlayStation Finals.
I think the PlayStation side, if you put Nicholas or Stefano Pinna up against Yago or MoAuba, I think they probably win it. I think whoever won that game going into that PlayStation final will be the favourite. Obviously, Nicholas goes on to win it. So I think Stefano Pinna up against somebody else may have actually been able to make that final. He's a very, very good player, but Nicholas has looked very good this weekend.
Gentlemen, I don't know about you, but I fancy just a little breather, little break. You fancy one of those? Because we should have... No, I know you're undecided, because to be fair, we're going to have an Xbox final, then we're going to have a PS4 final, then we're going to have the grand final. Next match up is going to be F2 Techs taking on MS Dossary. Is happening after a little bit of an extended break. See you in a second.
Oh my days! Bro, I'm baggage! Bang it! Wait, bang it! Are you dumb? It's you! That thing's on you!
We beat England.
Yeah, beat England.
We want to beat England, yeah.
Looking at Jesse poster boy, all right.
Let's get it cracking.
Remember, just foul them, just foul them. There's no rules.
Smack him! England won!
Ooh, sorry.
You can't swear. Play me in. You're in. I'm in. No, I'm in. I'm swearing it.
Oh my days! What was that? Oh my
days! That was a good touch, guys.
I like that. Go on, to me.
That was dead.
To me.
No, you know, I'm getting used to it.
Man, I'm sweating over there.
Hey, what are you doing, man?
Come here, elbow for me.
Foul them. How'd you punch?
How'd you elbow?
Kick
it in behind.
Clam.
Wait for me.
Right,
wait for me.
I'm waiting.
Finish it. No, wait for me. Aye!
That was dead. It was you as well. Flipping it.
You lot actually in the game, we're not performing.
Clamp.
Here we go. Jalen's on the run.
Clamp!
Jimmy.
Bro. Should have clamped him, Dapper, bro.
Do you know what you're doing? Bro.
Should have clamped him, bro.
Man's wearing deep heat.
And that stinks, bro.
That's. Oh.
Why did you bring that? This guy's so bad.
Injury, you know, in case someone elbows someone, you got to just, you know what I'm saying? Just sort out the.
Someone.
What's that? That's because you sprayed the DP.
In goes the corner.
Look at that.
We didn't score.
Hey, stop doing that. They didn't score. That didn't score.
I look like it went in.
Yeah, it didn't score. Wasting confetti. Melon.
Go on, Dapper. Finish it.
Lukaku.
Finish it. Finish it.
Come on, bruv.
Finish it. How's that?
In your face, bro.
Look, Dapper right there. Look where I am. Oh, bro, through. Oh, some like that.
That through ball where? Chum.
Some triangle. Boom.
Hold on, pause this. Pause it. Just tissue, man. I'm sweating. Tissue.
Yeah, see some of this.
Where's the headband? Show no more.
Ready, boys. Ready. Come, guys. It's on.
Storms. Pay attention to what's going on. This is real life. This is real life.
Sterling.
Shoot him. Love that, bean. Pop that. Love that.
What just happened? Bruv, I was rubbing my eyes and I've come back.
That's the problem, bro. Why would you rub in your eyes when these are in the box?
Look at that ball.
Run in.
Look at that ball. Go on that part.
Bad boy, take that. Bang that. Bang. Did you see that? Who's that? Oh, and I scored with you.
Pressed high here.
Play.
Look, grab him. Look,
You were standing in front of him, bro. What are you doing?
You're even nuts. We got to bring this back, bro.
Yeah, 71 minutes. We can do this, bro.
Turn. Got it. Thank you.
Finish up.
Yeah!
That's scaring me every time.
You scored that. That was alright still.
Every time.
That was alright still.
They're not playing.
What's it? What you lot laughing? Why is he laughing so much?
No.
What you laughing? Cut this. I don't know what these lot have done. Why are you lot laughing so much?
Oh, my brother just scored, bro. They just scored, bro. No. When did the game even stop back, bro? That's dumb. That is dumb. Daps, come chase them down with, man.
Go on, Storms.
Oh, go on that far. Oh, why did you just... I said don't.
I didn't think I'd get the ball, did I?
We've lost, man.
Look at him go.
Ah, jarring.
I was gonna score.
Well done, lads. Good game.
Why do you lot keep doing that? No one scored. What was the point of that?
Yeah, I think we was the better players today.
We was dominant.
Worked well as a team. I think we got the result we deserved.
In real life, of course I can. If you come and watch me at, yeah, thank you very much. I've done it before.
We've not seen it back, to be honest, so we'll have to check when we get back in the changing room.
Are you really gonna ask me if we were cheating? Hold me back, bruv. Hold me back. You're really gonna ask me if we was cheating? Off. No further questions. Thank you.
Welcome back to the FUT Champs Cup. December, so much has been going on at the Gfinity Arena. So much to talk about. We have had 2 semi-finals on the Xbox, 2 semi-finals on the PS4. Let's bring you up to speed. That's the indication that we should see the footage. There it is. That is what I'm talking about. I'm excited. I'm getting into this now. I am so ready for this. We started off with F2 Techs taking on PSG Dax. Close affair at the beginning, not really. 3-0 to F2 Techs, and then PSG Dax had it all to do in the second one. Couldn't do it. It then went to the Royal versus MS Dossary. friendship broken, potentially, maybe, not really. They just progress as MS Dossary does through to the final. We then saw the PS4 match between Stefano Pinna versus Nicholas. A cagey affair, finishing 2-1 in the end. And then MoAuba versus Yago. Now that was a juicy contest. 7 goals to 4. All done and dusted, and there it is. Gentlemen, what do you make of those 2 semi-finals that we've pretty much had in both consoles? Because we now look at F2 Tech's taking on MS Dossary.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I think all the results that we did see were probably, for the most part, expected, maybe outside of Pinna losing it against Nicholas, of course. But one of them, like, you could toss up either way.
Yeah.
But the rest of the games have been pretty much what we scripted, I suppose, isn't it?
Yeah, I think this Xbox final is going to be so saucy. It's going to be so good. Like, this could potentially be Game of the Year from 2018. I'm going out on a limb and saying it.
You're throwing yourself in there, aren't you?
I know I am. I do it all the time. Throw it straight into the deep end.
Richard Buckley is on the desk right now. That is the only change that's happened, Ton. We've got to weigh him down because literally he'll go off if he's allowed to. When you look at this match,
we need to let him loose. We need to let him loose.
All right, let's do it. What we want to let loose is these 2 guys on the Xbox. This is the Xbox final right now. F2 Tech's going for back tournament wins. And MS Dossary stands in his way. What do we say about this one?
I mean, Tex is making history every single time he comes into a tournament. He's just winning and winning and winning. Almost reminds me a little bit, Tex is a little bit like he's the outlaw, almost. And Dossary's the old sheriff. He's come back in town and he wants to get his land back. It's his land, MS Dossary, and he's looking to take it back off F2 Tex.
It's like some young upstarts come in and just take his crown, and he's like, wanting to get it back. I like it. I like that.
Surely there's got to be a gold reference there. Surely if you're going cowboy, Western, Jeff. Somewhere.
You're the brains of this operation, mate. Come on.
Yeah, I'll think of something. I just never know with Richard Buckley where it's going. What do you reckon for this Ton? MS Dossary is going to stop that F2 Tech's run?
Nah. No, he's not. I'm sorry.
Why?
Because Tex has everything. We see him going forward, and we know that's one of his biggest accolades. But how good his defending is as well. I mean, Dax didn't get a sniff. Not a single thing in that semi-final. He looked so good. Tex was on about how Dax might have been his hardest challenge so far, and he made it look bloody easy, to be honest with you. And it's going to be so difficult for MS Dossary. We know he's a good player, but Tex is on another planet at the moment.
Could it be the commentator's curse from Ton there? What do you say, Buckley?
I mean, imagine this is the package that Tex has got. It looks pretty complete to me. I don't see him losing. I just do not see him losing. But if anyone's going to do it, it will be Dossary.
Well, there you go, gentlemen. OK, if anyone's going to do it, obviously, it's only MS Dossary that stands in his way. So much going on. We'll also have the PS4 final after we have sorted out the Xbox final. I don't know who to call on this one. What are you guys saying? We've got a Twitter at Gfinity. Let us know. In the meantime, Mike LeBell and Trout are at the touchscreen. The 2 sassiest men in the building.
Thanks, Tom. I'm in my cagoule. I learned a new word today. You guys can let me know if I've used that properly.
I like that word too.
But this squad on screen is Tech Squad. It's definitely not a cagoule squad. And we're starting to see in the 4-2-3-1 this meta defense and meta midfield, where you're seeing the same players over and over again. In Bucharest, we saw players interchanging, but it's starting to become Kyle Walker, Maldini, Rio Ferdinand, Alexandro, and then Hullet and Vieira breaking up the midfield. And we're starting to see people differentiate their squads, or with the goalkeeper choices, and then also in the attack, where it does come down to, do you cross more? Are you looking for more of the long shots? And that's where we're going to see the Pele preference. And we're going to look at MS Dossary squad as well. It's relatively similar to the F2 Tech's team, and it's just a couple different preference choices. Like I said, very similar. He likes Courtois over using De Gea or Neuer. He thinks he's better in the air, better on set pieces, maybe a corner kick. He's going to come out and grab it. But other than that, very similar. And in the attacking area of the pitch, like I said, he's gone with Cruyff for the 5-star weak foot, and that's more if you're looking to shoot from distance versus if you're whipping in crosses, Pele is much more athletic.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very small change, but it's very dependent on your play style and how you go. And I think one of the other changes we see quite a lot is the substitutes. Obviously, with MS Dossary, he's got Pele on the bench, so if it does get to that point where he has to switch up his game plan, maybe go for a bit more crossing, then he does have someone like Pele on the pitch. He's also got Thierry Henry and Ronaldinho, whereas you were talking to me about that kind of like that motivational player in Tech's team. He's got the prime icon Gerrard in there. Talk to me a bit about that.
Yeah, it's his spiritual virtual leader. So if Tex goes down in a match, you're going to see the prime Gerrard, which happened against Huge Gorilla. And also worth mentioning is that Tex and Dossary have played once before, and Tex won that matchup.
Yeah, I mean, in this competition so far, there's not much difference between the two players. I think that MS Dossary has scored 3 more goals than Tex in the competition, both conceding only 23 goals, and that is a mighty, mighty stat. That's what we were talking about with the pedigree of a champion. Those are the kind of stats you want as a champion.
And both of these players are extremely balanced.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, gameplay-wise, they just have such a knack for finding goals and extremely rock-solid defenses. And I think that shows in the stats and reflects just overall in their gameplay. But that's it from us on the touchscreen. We'll throw it down to the desk. Tom, what do you think about this matchup?
I think it's going to be a great contest, and I'm sure everybody around the world is going to be watching this now intently. And thank you very much for the breakdown of the 2 squads there that we have at our disposal. They're very sassy, aren't they, the pair of them?
I love that Kagol.
It is a lovely Kagol. It's not technically a Kagol, and I don't know why you've wound him up like that, telling him the wrong name for something. It's just a nice waterproof jacket. That's all it is. Listen, ladies and gentlemen, on the desk, we're excited. I know you are as well, so let's get to it. For our Xbox final, we have got F2 Tex versus MS Dossary. Gentlemen, lovely to see you, F2 Tex. Lovely to have you in the building. Listen, MS Dossary, I'm going to come to you, F2 Tex, first of all. Obviously, getting through to this final, looking for the back-to-back-to-back. You wanted MS Dossary. He's right here, right now. Are you still sticking by those words you said earlier?
Yeah, people call him the best, and I want to take that throne, so yeah.
OK, and does that mean the world to you right now if you were to take that throne from him, even though back-to-back tournaments already?
No, I care more about back-to-back-to-back, but yeah, we'll see.
OK, I hope you get that hat-trick today. Best of luck. MS Dossary, what do you make of that? And also, I wanted to ask you about, in the previous competition in Bucharest, there was a group stage match. Is that playing on your mind at all in any way? You lost to this man already, or have you gone back, been on the grind, and then making sure that you know how to beat this man?
No, now it's a final, so a different gameplay and a different match. It's more than a mentality match, so we will see.
OK, yes, we do. That's your favourite phrase. I love that, MS Dossary. We will see, and we are eager to see. Have you been impressed by him?
Yeah, Tex now is one of the best, if not the best player in FIFA 19 yet, so he's 2 out of 2, so yeah.
OK, all right, well, listen, best of luck to you. And one finally, F2 Tex, you were nodding behind my back there, I've been being told. You seem up for this. You seem calm, you seem relaxed. We know you're tired. I've been following your tweets. But you're still going to give it everything today.
We will see.
We will see. Listen, F2 Tex, head that way for me. MS Dossary, head that way. And you can start getting ready, sorted for this. So listen, guys, the question to you is simply this. On our Twitter, @Gfinity, who do you want to see in the cross-console final? Let us know, A or B. Simple poll for you to get involved. And also, obviously, we've been doing the Twitch drops throughout the competition over the last couple of days. And actually, not I want to know if you have managed to pack something very exciting, then let us know. Send us a picture on our Twitter, @Gfinity. I'm going to head over this way right now. Come with me to the cameraman and to everyone. What's happening? I like that. There was a bit of playfulness and a bit of fight there from both people, MS Dossary and F2 Tex. What did you make of it?
I thought Tex was sounding a little bit fiery at the start of things, and then Dossary kind of brought it back down and kind of reminded everyone that, you know, it's just one game here. It's the grand finals. It's different to group stages. So I think Tex is really fired up. I think he's got a point to prove here. You could hear that from his words. But I think Dossary's got that quiet confidence about him as well. So very interesting.
Yeah, and it seems like no bad blood. I'm just seeing behind here, F2 Tex is on one side, which will be cast on, and there's obviously MS Dossary on the other side. So it's not favouritism in any way, shape or form. But who would you be going for in this situation?
I think it would be strange to go against F2 Tex with how he's been playing, how he's been performing. But I think if anyone is going to knock him off that throne, MS Dossary is quite rightly there to try and do so. Maybe this confidence from Tex, these questionable words.
Complacency.
Well, maybe it's nervous as well. Maybe he's just a little bit nervous coming into this one, but wants to seem confident against his competitor.
Yeah, but the hood will go up. He'll be comfortable. They'll be setting up right now. It is game time. Gentlemen, couldn't think of 2 better casters to look after this one. You're in safe hands, guys. I'll leave it with you, Onset and Dan Gaskin.
Thank you, Tom. And Dan, it is finally time to see 2 of the best and 2 of the best on Xbox in the world going up against each other now in our Xbox Grand Finals. Obviously, F2 Tex taking on MS Dossary. We've heard from both of the players. Now, let's get your thoughts on what you're expected to see in our Grand Final.
You know, I was really excited to see this matchup back last week in the LQE when they faced up against each other in less pressured circumstances. It was only in the group stage, and Tex went down in the first leg. He lost that first leg, and everyone was kind of umming and ahhing and saying, hey, maybe this is it. Maybe this is going to be Dossary coming back into things. Suddenly, Tex turns around and slaps Dossary 6-0 in the second leg. Really just like reassuring everyone that actually Tex is the best player. And I think we might be in store for that again today. He has got so many goals behind him, and I'm excited.
It's interesting that you say that, because you say, in the second leg, obviously he turned it around. But if you look at the actual games they've played, arguably you could say it's 1-1 in games they've played as far as games as FIFA is concerned. So obviously across the 2 legs is all that really matters. But if you want to look at it that way for Dossary fans, definitely some hope there for you. But let's look at their roads to how they've got here today. Obviously, you look at Tex. He took down Dax, and he was pretty concerned about that match. He said it was going to be one of his toughest matchups of the tournament. But he disposed with him with pretty consummate ease, to be honest with you, considering the caliber of player that Dax is. And on the other side, MS Dossary taking down his fellow Saudi Arabian, his good friend in the Royal. I mean, it's been an interesting road for both of these players, but I really feel like this is a step up again in level for both these players. These are the 2 best players on Xbox, in my opinion, consistently across the last few years. And I'm just cannot wait to get into this game number 1.
I feel like Tex was maybe concerned going up against Dax because of how well Dax has been performing with possession and how good he was on the ball, passing it around. Was Tex going to be actually able to get that ball and get into those shooting positions? He did. He very comfortably was able to dominate that game, and that's something that MS Dossary does well. He controls games. He plays that possession-based football. He's happy to pass it around the midfield and look for those gaps. Is he going to find those gaps against Tex? Yes, there are cracks. He has conceded goals, but it's just, you've got to stop Tex from just smashing those goals in, because it just seems to be every time he's on the ball, players just panic. They drop off and they don't really know what to do. Is he going to pass it? Is he going to go for a long-range shot? Is he going to take it round me and then just cut it back? So much to offer going forward.
That's so true. And let's talk about the evolution of MS Dossary since the start of FIFA 19. He was invited out to Paris Games Week, as we say. Didn't have the greatest of competitions, but then every single tournament that he's gone to, he's got better and better and better. And now he finds himself in our grand final. He's added all of those meta aspects that I know Mike Bell likes to talk about a lot. A lot of those time finishes, moving the goalkeeper. And now that he's kind of hit this level, this is a different Dossary to what even we saw last weekend in Bucharest at the LQE. So what can we expect? I really just have a weird feeling about this game that it's going to go right down to those last 10, 15 minutes.
Well, I mean, I talk about how much goals Tex is scoring. MS Dossary's actually scored more goals and has a better goal difference in this tournament at the moment than Tex does. They've both managed to take 1 loss in the tournament thus far, so they definitely could lose a game here. But I think you're right. MS Dossary seems to be learning and evolving every single tournament. And to be fair, he's learning from Tex. Tex is the front runner at the moment. He is displaying how FIFA 19 should be played because he's performing so excellently. And you know what? He's happy to hide away. And I don't blame him. Get into your comfort zone.
One for the South Park fans there.
And just,
Chanley's in a Kenny.
Just focus. And I think that's the problem that some FIFA players have. When they get to this big stage, they do crumble a little bit. Pressure gets to them. Maybe they get the shakes. Whereas Tex, when he does have that back against the wall, he seems to perform even better. We look at...
Has Steven Gerrard in the back pocket.
We look at last week, when he was down 3 goals by against Gorilla, and then suddenly he's able to crush Gorilla just in his hand. It was incredible to watch.
Okay, well, of course, it's not just the Xbox that we have our grand final for. We have, of course, our PlayStation cross-console final to come as well. I mean, there's so many more exciting moments to be had so far today, and I always feel like if you win your console side of things, that's great. You can kind of have that, but it's always a little bit of asterisk. It's a cross-console that really is the kind of the statement of you are #1 in the world at the moment. And that's why I think everyone's talking about Tex so much at the moment, because not only has he won his side, he's won the 2 cross-console finals as well. Do you feel there's anyone on that PlayStation side that could potentially take either of these players down should they make it to that grand final?
Well, Nicholas seems to be another one of those possession-based players, which might struggle against Tex with how he's been playing. I think you need an out-and-out goal scorer who can really take it to Tex, and maybe that is MoAuba. MoAuba has that in his locker. He's able to just smash goals in as well. So if Tex gets to the final and if MoAuba gets to the final, that certainly would be a mouth-watering one.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen at home. It's time to get into our Xbox Grand Finals. F2 Tex, no surprise there, taking on, no surprise again, MS Dossary, our current FIFA E-World Cup champion from Saudi Arabia, taking on the young phenomenon from the United Kingdom. We're underway here, and no surprise, F2 Tex once again sporting the Liverpool kit.
A little quiz for you, Mark. Both players have had exactly the same amount of shots, 168. Who do you think has had the most shots on goal? Shots on target?
I'm going to go with Dossary.
No, actually Tex, 117 from his 168 this tournament. So
incredible
definitely
accuracy.
knows how to get the ball hurtling towards the middle of that goal.
Both these players will be playing the 4-2-3-1 narrow formation to start things off, and it is MS Dossary with the first real attempt at getting into that final third here. Ronaldo, a little bit of space. Ronaldo strikes it straight down the throat of David De Gea, though, but a real warning there from MS Dossary. He is here to play.
And I feel like you really need to know your opponent, especially in these early stages. Where are they going to be putting that first ball, their first shot? Is it going to be a finesse? Are they going to be trying to beat me at the near post? That one, fortunately for Tex, has gone down the middle. He held his ground, didn't move his keeper too much, recognised where it was going to be placed. But that'll be an early warning sign from MS Dossary to say, hey, you're being credited with all your out-and-out incredible attack, but actually I've got more goals than you this tournament.
Well, MS Dossary is the player who's controlling the start of this game, and R9 using his strength to break away. Now he gets back in, and this is beautiful, quick passing play. Ruud Gullit with the chance to strike it, and Ruud Gullit puts it in the back of the net. MS Dossary is the man who gets the first goal in our Xbox Grand Final.
Well, he had the space, and he was waiting and waiting and saying, should I hit this with Gullit? You don't usually hit them from that far with Gullit. You want your Eusebio, your Pele. But instead, he says, actually, screw it, I'm just going to go for it. And he's rewarded with taking that chance. Even moving the keeper to one side, wasn't able to stop that one. And what a perfect way to start this grand final for MS Dossary. One way to keep Tex quiet after the comments he made before that game.
And the start of this game has been all MS Dossary, we have to say. He's had control of possession for the first 10 minutes. He's had the first two real strikes at goal with any anger, and he gets the goal as well. So now Tex on the back foot to start this one off, but exactly how Dossary would have wanted to settle into this one, having that possession, and just encouragingly for him as well, the ease of which he's able to get a couple of strikes off early on. We talked about Tex defense, but Dossary showing maybe he has the key to unlock it.
Well, we spoke about possession-based football and just keeping Tex off the ball, not allowing him to have the crazy attacks that we've seen so much this tournament. Well, Dossary's done well thus far, but now we're actually starting to see some possession from Tex, and that is always the scary factor. What does he have to offer?
Maldini gets in strongly there on Eusebio, and this is where Tex is dangerous. However, he just straight offside there. Linesman's flag will go up. Keep an eye on that left cam and that right cam for Tex, because that's where he does all the damage down. As soon as he gets in behind and he gets inside that 18-yard box.
And maybe Dossary could use the offside trap. If he notices that there is a lot of play going down those wings, just suddenly switch that offside trap on, bring those centre-backs towards the middle of the pitch, and then suddenly it's going to be an offside flag and Tex is going to be halted.
And that's one thing that Dossary does in his normal gameplay, does employ that offside trap, tries to push up and put pressure on the ball, and interesting to see if that is something, as you say, Dan, that does work and kind of stifles Tex in around the box. But here's R9 into CR7, goes for the Berber spin, ball is going to break away here. You can see the frustration there from Tex. It'll just be a goal kick, and Dossary now with a chance to clear his lines.
I think defensively, Dossary is looking pretty solid as well. He's not offering up those wings as much as some other players do with Tex. But then going forward, there's always that chance that one of those could head to the top corner, but Dossary will be more than happy just to see that going into Courtois' hands. But he's got those fullbacks on to stay back, I would presume, because it looks like they're not being pushed up too far on the pitch and leaving loads of space out on the wings. So it's good stuff from Dossary in the opening stages of this game.
Yeah, and obviously putting those fullbacks to stay back and not get too involved in the attack, I think it's a smart decision, because that, as we say, they're the areas on the pitch where Tex has looked most dangerous throughout this tournament, throughout the last couple of tournaments that he's been involved with. Getting Pele in the action, getting Eusebio in the action, but let's talk about this attack from MS Dossary that just gets broken up. As something started to develop for the Saudi Arabian. Cruyff then back on defence. Vieira snaps into the tackle though. Eusebio now back to Vieira, and again, this is where the battle's going to be. Dossary's going to have to be so careful with Kyle Walker and Alexandro in those fullback positions. Vieira coming forward now, Gullit in the tackle. Alexandro is going to be the player to win it and get it back for Dossary.
It's exactly what Dossary needs to do. Keep the ball in the middle of the pitch. Keep the ball with Vieira, with Gullit. They're not going to be as good with the skill moves. And now he's trying to exploit wings himself here, Dossary. One thing that Tex is very good at is using his fullbacks to defend. He pushes them up the pitch. He gets aggressive. He brings them central as well. Especially Kyle Walker. He likes to bring him into the middle to defend with him.
Sandro gets beaten to the ball here, but the strength of Alexandro, the 87 rated inform, enough to get the ball back. Dossary then controlling the pace after a little bit of pressure here from Tex. Gives away the free kick there. Soft one. Decides that there was a little bit too much physicality in that challenge for his liking. And now Dossary can build again.
Those are the little things that Dossary does need to be careful with. If I take you back to last week, Mark, there was several times where Dossary was just a little bit quick to throw the ball out with the keeper, perhaps. They did leave him vulnerable. He did make those mistakes where typically he wouldn't have last year. And there is a chance from this free kick, potentially.
3 players stand over the ball then. Will this be a short routine like we've seen from a lot of players so far this weekend? Ball rolled off to Hullet. Hullet with a step over, goes inside, Dossary doubles the lead.
Beautiful stuff. He knew exactly what he wanted to try and do from that free kick. And that's 2 for 2 now with Hullet. Showing why this man is such an important factor in any team with unlocked accounts.
Important factors including that 5-star weak foot of Ruud Hullet. Gets it on that left, no problem shooting with either foot. He's found the top right-hand corner with his right foot, and now he's found the bottom left-hand corner with that left foot as well. The pros' favourite, and at the moment, MS Dossary's favourite.
I don't want to get ahead of ourselves. We have seen Tex in these situations before, whether it was last week against Gorilla or whether it was last week against MS Dossary. MS Dossary won the first leg 3-1 last time.
Well, here is CR7, but that's a loose pass there from Tex. Gives the ball back to Dossary, and you can see the pause being cued here by Tex as well. Maybe thinking about a change.
Well, he needs it. He just needs more possession. It's looked really comfortable for Dossary. He's been able to pass it around. Quick passing movement, which doesn't favour Tex, who likes to get aggressive with his defenders, try and get stuck in, but he's not getting time to actually approach them and try and steal the ball away.
That's one of the things with the custom tactics that Tex does do. Always has that drop back on, and we can see now. Eusebio's pushing forward, walking out into Hullet again. He's on a hat-trick at the moment. R9 round the corner. Cruyff with the Cruyff turn, strikes it down low to De Gea's near post. And again, all this pressure here is coming in from MS Dossary.
And it's a look at the tactics, I think. A look at the settings from Tex's side. So clearly, his head isn't there at the moment. No, he's thinking something's not quite right. It's not going how I planned. But notice how much one-touch football there is from MS Dossary at the moment. As he swings this one in, De Gea grabs it comfortably, and okay, I've been saying I want people to cross it in, but I'll go back and I'll allow people to pass it now. That's the one, that's all I needed. As the first half does come to a conclusion, and it has been all MS Dossary so far. Really answering back to what Tex had to say beforehand, and Tex only having 1 shot on goal, Mark. That's not the Tex we're used to seeing.
So MS Dossary looking so good in that first half. Everything he could have wanted to happen pretty much happened in that one. He had his opportunities, he's got a couple of goals on the board, but also kept that clean sheet and kept the chances for Tex down to almost nothing, to be honest with you. The 2 chances that Dossary had, obviously the strike with Hullet and the set piece, very well worked as well. You just wonder, Tex can find a way back into this one, or if Dossary's going to extend this lead and make the second leg all the more interesting for everyone.
I think the answer to that question is yes. Tex can always find a way. He will adapt and he will change how he's playing, whether it's formation or whether it's just his approach. At the moment, he's struggling because he's having most possession with his CDMs, with Vieira, with Hullet. And he hasn't really got much to offer in terms of skill moves from either of those players. They're not as quick as his wingers, and that's when he usually looks dangerous. So maybe he might switch formation, maybe a 4-2-2 to try and encourage a little bit more central play from some of these 5-star skillers to allow him to try and beat a man.
Here is Tex then. Again, Dossary using Hullet and Vieira just to marshal in front of that back four. He's found a little pocket of space between the two now. And that little second of hesitation there from Tex just allowed Dossary to nip in and win the ball back again. And now you can see the worry that he has, because R9 has burst in behind. Vieira's trying to get back, and Patrick Vieira does manage to get back and save Tex's bacon there, because things look a little bit worrying there.
And Tex really takes advantage of players who, when they're manually defending, they dive in a lot. And they try and win that ball, they try and tackle off you. Well, Dossary's kind of backing off, and he's not diving in that much, which means Tex is kind of just doing skill moves and then walking into a brick wall. So maybe a couple more passes needed from Tex's side of things before he starts with these skills. But here's the chance, into the box now. Fires it straight to Courtois' legs.
I wonder if he was expecting Dossary maybe to just pull Courtois out, maybe just looking for that ball in across. But now the ball back to the edge of the area. It's going to fall to R9. Vieira puts up the shutters and doesn't allow him any further. Tex starting to grow into this one a little bit more. Well, as we approach the last half hour in our first leg here, he's going to need a little bit more because even though he's had a strike on goal now, they haven't been the clearest cut chances.
And the worry for me is MS Dossary still looks dangerous going forward. He's finding and exposing those little bit of central defender movements from Tex. And saying, all right, I see that gap, I'm going to play that through ball. Yes, okay, it's a bit of a risk, but if it pays off, I'm rewarded. But Tex wins back the ball quite high up on the pitch.
Pele now in behind. You can see, unfortunately, he's just gone a little bit too early. Changes coming in from Dossary as well. No surprise to see R9 being taken off. Stamina is an issue for that icon. These players want to make sure that they've got the freshest fresh legs. And speaking of fresh legs, here is Eusebio down this right-hand side for Dossary. 2-0 up already. Stops up inside the box and loses one. Ronaldo with the drag back. Well defended by Tex, and Vieira's just going to fire this one up to CR7, who wins his challenge.
And MS Dossary really exposing now Tex his aggression with those fullbacks by playing those lofted through balls onto the wing. And it is catching him slightly off guard, but now Tex is reading them. Stops it very nicely with Walker. Again, it's all about adapting and recognizing how your opponent's going to approach the game.
This is one of the first times that Tex has even managed to get in behind Alexandro there. So interesting to see Dossary has kind of recognized how Tex is using those wings to create a lot of his attacks, and by not overcommitting with the fullbacks, he's really giving Tex a couple more questions to answer. But here is CR7 in the box, tries to drag back again. Dossary is doing such a good job of just standing up, not lunging in, not pulling players out of position. And he's managing to defend these attacks from Tex pretty comfortably at the moment.
And I think what we're witnessing here is mechanically the best player in the world in Tex versus one of the smartest players in the world in Dossary, who every event just seems to change and switch things up and really learn from his opponents. I'm sure there's a lot of study, a lot of research and preparation that goes into these tournaments as he comes into them.
15 minutes left plus stoppage time at the end of our first leg. Tex is going to win the ball back in midfield, but Pele now dropping back. Ball's going to break here to Tex and CR7. Pele is going to spin in behind for the first time, really, but Hullet tracked that run. Tex starts again from the back here, just looking to pull the defence from side to side here by switching the play. Dossary's discipline so good, but that little dink over the top is going to take both Hullet and Vieira out. That's going to leave Pele with the chance to get into the box. The hill-to-hill, he's dropped. Referee gives nothing, though.
Stone cold face from Tex, though, no reaction. He obviously thinks it was fair enough as well. As you can see, MS Dossary, 52% possession, carrying on with his tournament form. Before coming into this, he had an average of 56% possession. And to do that against Tex as well is quite the feat.
Kyle Walker then going to be pushing forward here for Dossary. And I like what I'm seeing from Dossary here, recognising the situation and thinking, I can finish this right here with a third, goes near post. Flabbergasted look on the face of MS Dossary as David De Gea makes the save. Corner now. Ronaldinho inside the box. Dinks it in. Ferdinand will clear, and now there's a chance towards the end of the game here for Tex to counter-attack.
And I really feel like Tex just needs that one goal just to settle his nerves a little bit, just to reassure himself that he is still in this. There's Ronaldinho out on the right. He's going to try and twist and turn, work his way into the box.
Eusebio back to the edge now. Vieira is waiting. Manages to poke it around the corner to Hullet. Strike from Ronaldinho! Tex is back into this one. The strike from the Brazilian icon, fresh on the pitch, beats Dossary's goalkeeper. And now it's just a one-goal game.
Vintage Tex that. Just patiently waiting on the edge of the box, watching the goalkeeper movement, looking for that one player just to wait on the edge of the D. I've been watching him since day one of FIFA 19 when he's been streaming his FUT champs, and that is just Tex all over. Perfect green finesse from outside the box, and now he's back in to this game. And I'm sure he would be more than happy to go into the second leg with just a one-goal deficit.
One real golden chance in this game for Tex, and he has taken it. Still a little bit of time left in this game as well. Maybe time for one more attack here from the man, the F2 freestylers.
I've got to say, the one thing that MS Dossary did kind of lack at his previous tournaments was the kind of goalkeeper movement. And maybe Tex can expose that as we get into the second leg, but potentially one more chance here.
Sandro then. Back to the goal scorer here, Ronaldinho. Lakukita inside the box. Tex is trying to play with Dossary, but Dossary does not want to play. He's quite happy sitting on the sidelines and watching this one play out. Pele now tries to go forward for Dossary, but that should be the end of our first leg. And Rogues, MS Dossary is going to take a 1-goal lead into our second leg.
But we have been here before. Not quite the same pressure situation, though. Not in a console final, that's for sure. But last week, Tex did manage to come back despite losing a first leg. However, this doesn't look like the kind of comfortable Tex that I was seeing last week and the comfortable Tex that I've been seeing in this tournament as well. Dossary really keeping Tex at bay and frustrating him, not allowing him that kind of crazy wing play that we see so often. It was only the latter stages of the game, the last 10 minutes, that we really saw Tex have any sort of possession out on those wings.
And it was a very Dossary-like performance. No mistakes. Very ruthless when he had his opportunities as well. As we do see the replays coming in from that first leg. That was the first goal with Ruud Gullit. Well worked position there, and Tex just backing off, maybe expecting a pass there, but Dossary more than happy to strike that one into the top corner with the finesse shot. Gullit put it away. And this was the second one from that set piece. Again, when you concede a goal sometimes on someone's right foot, you don't expect them to go back onto that left, even with a five-star weak foot. Sorry, maybe recognised that, took the shot on that left foot. And that was the second goal of the game.
Yeah, maybe Tex needs to be careful in those kind of areas, diving in and giving away free kicks. I know he is a player who usually is happy taking a free kick in certain situations and saying, look, I would rather them have a free kick a little bit further outside the box than just being able to play the ball inside the box. But thankfully for Tex, he was able to get back into the game. I was a little bit concerned when it was at 2-0. I was thinking maybe we finally found the match. As you can see, fellow Saudis just cheering along there for MS Dossary. And I'm sure there is quite the fan base behind him.
But this was the lifeline for Tex. Ronaldinho on that left foot. I think Tex said in an interview back in Bucharest he was one of his favourite icons as well, just because of the way that his ponytail moves when he's on the ball. But if he comes up with goals like that keep him in this tie and maybe propel him to another win here on the Xbox side of things, then he's definitely going to be up there for different reasons. Good finish there. Maybe questions of Courtois there in Dossary's goal. And I think he's going to take that every single time. Here's the stats from your first leg.
A very tight game, really. It felt like MS Dossary had more possession than that, but clearly in those late stages when Tex was pressing for that goal, he was able to put those numbers back up. The shots, well, I guess not really that important. What is important is the goals. 2 going in favour of Dossary. And you know what? I'm pretty excited for this second leg, Mark, because when we have seen Tex in these kind of situations, it is very scary.
As his ex-teammate there, MS Dossary, the Royal, great performance from him. Very strong stuff from him in the tournament. Now we go into our second leg. Both players, you can see, anxious to get into this one, much like we are as well.
But surely, if you're MS Dossary and you sat there and you're up 2-1 against arguably the best player in the world right now, what kind of mindset does that put you in? Because you must be thinking, all right, I've got to go at him, I've got to score goals. I've seen what happened when players sit back after taking a lead. You leave yourself so vulnerable and exposed if you're just going to allow Tex to kind of come at you, and that's when he really starts to kind of produce these fantastic skill moments.
Well, here we go then. Second leg underway then. MS Dossary with the 1-goal advantage after a 2-1 lead in our first leg. Tex on the back foot here. He wants back-to-back-to-back. Dossary, he just wants to be back on top. Let's see how this one plays out.
And the start of the first leg, it was all MS Dossary in terms of possession. He's got the kickoff, so he can go for that once again. Just try and frustrate Tex. Maybe try and lure him out of his comfort zone a little bit. Hope that there is a little bit, a lack of maybe discipline from Tex the further we get into this game. But he does have to be careful, Dossary. We have seen mistakes before. We don't want to see him again.
That's one thing that Dossary has let creep into his game a little bit. Some defensive areas that we just didn't see quite simply in FIFA 18. Little lackluster throws out from the goalkeeper, little passes. Maybe just taking your eye off the ball for 1 second. And in a final, you can't afford to do that because that's where goals come from.
And
very rare you'll see blowouts, Dan. It usually is a mistake or a moment of brilliance.
I wonder if that is just habits creeping in from FIFA 18 as well. As we are going to see a potential shot here from Ronaldo. Great block. He's just twisted and turned. Didn't really know where to put it.
He's waiting for Tex to move his goalkeeper, and Tex isn't moving his goalkeeper there. He's almost waiting for Dossary to complete his strike before he decides. That was so interesting to watch for me. Just Dossary thinking, Tex has got to move, and Tex didn't move.
I think when you look at FIFA 19 face value, you don't really appreciate how many little things there are that these players have to actually think about, especially now with the introduction of goalkeeper movement and time shots. So many mind games come into play.
Tex gives the ball away there. Vieira with good pressure onto R9 in the middle, and Dossary. It's a very similar pattern to what we saw at the start of the first leg here, Dan, and that is a fantastic ball back to CR7. Wow. Now that might look like a basic save, but Tex has moved his goalkeeper right into the way of that one.
Yeah, he offered up the finesse into the top corner, and I think he tried to... I think MS Dossary was hoping it was going to be a double bluff, and he was going to move it across and then move it back, which we see so many players do. Just kind of dancing on the line. But Tex, he moved it and he held his ground. Again,
it's such a mental game now, that goalkeeper movement.
Psychologically, that save is huge for Tex.
That's two big chances at the start of this game from MS Dossary. Tex has managed to use his goalkeeper to give him a chance in the game. 2 heel-to-heels here from R9. Creates a bit of space. Hull it in the box. Eusebio! Defender's got a piece of that and made Courtois' life a little bit easier. First time we've seen Tex sort of roar forward, to be honest, in this second leg. And it was those skill moves inside the box, the heel-to-heel there, that created that opportunity again, Dan.
But he was slightly off balance there, Eusebio. You saw the way he struck the ball. It kind of fluffed it along the floor. It wasn't flying towards the corner. Tex maybe didn't really have time to even think about taking a touch, though.
Eusebio almost got round the edge of Maldini there. Maldini powered back, though. Quickest centre-backs on the game, when you can see why there.
And we talk about Tex's versatility and what he's got in his locker when it comes to attacking. Like, is he going to go for those skill moves? Is he going to go for the finesse?
Might just go for goal! Oh, he does go for goal!
And I think he's caught MS Dossary off guard a little bit there. Maybe not expecting the shot. And suddenly F2 Tex is right back into this one. And that's where things really start to get worrying now.
CR7 lays it off to R9, and R9 just leathers it in the top corner. With that 5-star weak foot, we've seen a couple of goals so far from 5-star weak-footed players. Hull it in the first leg for Dossary. Now R9, the 96 rated icon from Brazil, shows his worth. Firing Tex back into this final with that left foot from distance.
And you can see how it's developed for Tex across these 2 legs as well. He started off by going for his traditional down-the-wing route. Then he was looking for those finesse shots, just like that one. And then he said, all right, well, I'll go back to just trying to beat my man. Wasn't working, so he's gone, all right, well, I'm just going to start having some pop shots from outside the box, and it's paid off for him, just switching and trying a variety of different things.
Tex is dangerous here, ball roll, little combination there. With the chop in there as well. Oh, he sold Dossary here. Tex is looking to flex his muscles. Dossary again holds firm, though.
And he needs to. Those are really the times that Tex looks at his most dangerous. And it's what MS Dossary has been trying to keep out of Tex's game for these 2 legs. He's been trying to force him into the middle rather than allowing that space.
Space, though. You mentioned it for Eusebio. Doesn't make the most of that situation, though. Dossary tried to whip it into the box, but Tex with a slightly risky pass there. Dossary nearly made him pay by stealing possession back. Tex survives here, and Tex now can orchestrate an attack of his own.
And people keep saying, I mean, surely fatigue's going to come into it. Tex can't win 3 in a row. But every time we question him, every time we doubt him, every time we think someone's going to match him, he turns up the dial just that one number a little bit extra. But has he got any more here? As we're still all tied up. Or is MS Dossary going to be able to use his magic and his brilliance?
There's that little mistake. There's that little mistake from Dossary we talk about. Giving the ball away high up the pitch. R9, Eusebio's over here. Eusebio inside the box, the drag back, the scoop turn. Can't beat Maldini, though. But that's the little mistakes we talk about from Dossary. We didn't see it last year. It has cost him games in FIFA 19, but he's got away with one there.
Yeah, I've got to say, like, defensively, Dossary's done so well to stand up to that man who is trying to beat him with all those skill moves and not diving in, not being baited by any of the drag backs or the Lacuquetas. Instead, he just waits patiently for a more vulnerable skill move that leaves that ball exposed so he can nip it off them. It's been great defending from Dossary, despite the scoreline being even here.
Here's R9 then, just before this half-time here. Ball into the box, CR7. Vieira got across and got an important block on that one. And Tex is starting to grow into the game now. You can see the focus on the young man on the top of your screen. He looks fired up for this one, Dan.
Ball's got to go forward there. Was the last push of the attack. Maybe if Cruyff had kept one running, he might have got a ball into the box. But either way, we're all tied up at half-time, and Tex is right back into it when it was looking like maybe he was going to struggle towards the end of that first leg. Still more possession for MS Dossary, though. 55% for him. And, you know, I've been so impressed for Tex. He really has stepped up his game with his back against the wall.
Second half is straight underway. Both players just want to get back into the action. No waiting around here. No trying to ice your opponent. We're straight into the last 45 minutes of regular time here in our Xbox final, and Tex straight on the attack down this left-hand side with Pele.
And I can't stress enough how huge a goal would be either way here, because it could be that final killing blow with both of these players so incredible at seeing out games, at playing that possession football, passing it around, not giving their opponent chances. It could be that goal that secures them the Xbox winner and get them into that console versus console final.
Well defended there by Tex, using Ferdinand's strength, and now he's going to release Kyle Walker. Interesting to see if he's got runners ahead of him. Sandro's going to have to fight back, and he does so brilliantly. The Brazilian there to take the ball off of that Portuguese icon. Now it's Tex having to defend. In his fullback position, Dossary back on the attack.
I don't think we really appreciated just how good this Alexandro FUT item was when it came out. And it has just kind of dominated the left-back position in these unlocked tournaments.
Great play from Dossary. Kyle Walker gets back in there. Just sold his man, but it's given away here. Vieira gets back in for Tex. Every single tackle now, you can almost feel the nerves in every single button push.
I think nerves being a very key word there. I think both players, regardless of how well they've performed in the past, how many tournament finals they've been in now, nerves are always going to be a thing. Your heart is still going to be racing, the blood's going to be pumping, but it's MS Dossary going forward at the moment.
Hullet gives away a free kick, and now we saw Dossary in that first leg take advantage of this free kick situation. Hullet runs over this one. Laid off here, Eusebio, back to Pele. Hullet comes back in and slightly more fair that time. Wins the ball back for Tex, as Vieira is going to give one away here on the breakaway. With a free kick now to Tex.
Notice how Tex brought all three men out of that wall just to make sure that he could chase down any sort of pass that was going to go into the box, and he could also close down quickly to the layoff. Again, it's about knowing your opponent and being able to read them, what they're going to do from that free kick. It did mean he left him vulnerable to maybe a direct shot on goal, but it was a good prediction and it paid off for him.
Here comes Tex, then you can see the run. CR7 pointed where he wanted that ball. Eusebio's trying to make a run in behind as well. Eusebio will get to that ball. Ronaldo now. Tex inside the box. This is where he's dangerous. Pele round the outside of Walker, but Walker with an important block there for Dossary inside the last half an hour now. Tex with the corner.
Oh, great defending from MS Dossary as well. He notices that Tex tries to pass it to the edge of the box, and he blocked it. But Tex still has possession. Hullet now has a chance to potentially shoot, but another great challenge from MS Dossary.
Might be given there, but it was not given by the referee. MS Dossary, as you say, Dan, great challenge from him. And now they're spacing behind. Cristiano Ronaldo just slows this one down a little bit. Maybe giving Dossary just a little bit of breathing room here. Realising that match situation, drawing on those years of experience that he's got.
And I really feel like both of these players have sussed out their opponent at this point. They're really getting into their groove, exposing the weaknesses, starting to see where the patterns emerge in passing and movement. But who can break that pattern? Who can come up with something a little bit different?
Maldini gets the block in. De Gea is going to scoop that one away. Interesting corner. And also finds R9 as well. Challenge is going to kind of break 50-50 in the middle of the pitch there, but Dossari's going to pick up the possession. Dossary now surging forward with Vieira into Cristiano Ronaldo, Pele. Johan Cruyff now inside the box. Vieira does so well for Tex though as well, and Tex is defending. Both of these players have been exemplary at the back in those 1v1 situations.
And it really is going to come down to who really has the bottle here. Who's going to be able to find that chance?
And this is the first time we've really seen Eusebio get in behind Alexandro in this game. It's laid across. Oh, Pele can finish it! Tex is in the lead again!
And he lets out a massive roar, does Tex, because he knows what a huge goal it was. And the keeper was moved by Dossary. And Tex just patiently waited. And it was an easy goal at the end of things, just slotting it home as he takes a 2-0 lead in this second leg, giving him that 1-goal advantage with just 15 minutes left, Mark.
F2 Tex. Give him any situation, he'll find his way out of it. MS Dossary now on the back foot. Can he find a goal to get back into this one? 15 in-game minutes left, plus stoppage time here. But the composure again shown. We go back to Bucharest. We almost had a carbon copy goal from Pele, the same player in the same situation, waiting for the goalkeeper movement from Dossary and just slotting it in that near post. F2 Tech showing that, as he said himself, sometimes pressure makes diamonds.
I think one of the fantastic things about Tex is when you have a back-to-back champion, sometimes people get bored of it. They want to see someone new. But there was a poll put out online. Who do you want to see get into that console versus console final? 62% people said, I want to see Tex there. And he's now rewarding those fans for that support. Whereas Dossary, he needs to find that extra level now. He was ahead. He's dropped a 2-0 lead, and suddenly it's a turnaround. Tex 3-2. It's happening again. It's not quite the same repeat that we saw in the group stages in the LQE last week.
Wow.
But it's going to feel the same.
Dossary has gone for it. 3 at the back. Doesn't have a lot of time to play with, and I think he recognises that one. What have you got then, Dossary? Tex has shown he can come back from behind. Seems to be the making of a champion at the moment. Pele now for Dossary. Hullet wins it back for Dossary here. Ball on the edge of the box. Ronaldinho! Oh, my word. How has Tex survived again?
The crossbar's done so much there for Tex, but just going forward, Dossary looks ruthless now. You can see he wants this. He needs this.
It's wave after wave from Dossary, but De Gea will gleefully grab that one. No venom behind that shot whatsoever.
And we talk about champions and we talk about winning games and seeing out games. Well, Tex has that chance now. Eusebio's in behind, but it's going to be a corner. No, it's goal kick. That's massive for Dossary because it gives him at least one more chance.
Courtois sends this one up. CR7 wins the header down for him as well. Rogues MS Dossary then. With 6 in-game minutes left to find a goal. He's found Ronaldinho, and he's found space as well. There's a man at the back post. Pele has done it for Dossary.
And he just kept his pressure, and he knew he was going to have that one chance. And he's taken it as well. Pele with acres of space in the middle. And Dossary, he took that risk. He took Patrick Vieira off. He put Ronaldinho on. And now he's been rewarded with it. In the 86th minute, we're all tied up. And what a final this is on the Xbox side of things.
Wow, Dossary showing the spirit of a champion here. Both players putting on an absolute show for everyone here in the arena in London. Everyone at home at the moment. 3-0. Just a few minutes left, Dan. Extra time?
I love how you're so excited and you're like, extra time? Per chance? I think it's on the cards. It's definitely on the cards. They're so well matched. But my fear is, the further we get into this game, Dossary did commit by taking Vieira off. He did get very attacking. Suddenly he's going to be a little bit more vulnerable in the centre of midfield. A lot of pressure on Hullet to command that.
And as if this game isn't exciting enough, of course, we've got the PlayStation final coming up after this as well. Nicholas versus MoAuba. So make sure you don't go anywhere. Plenty of action to come still here from the FUT Champs Cup in London. Free kick then for Tex. A few minutes left. Is there going to be another twist in the tale of Tex versus MS Dossary?
And just when Tex had thought he'd done enough, when he'd found that late goal, he just wasn't able to deal with the pressure from MS Dossary by committing so many men forward. You've got to feel like there is that potential one last chance in this game before extra time comes, Mark.
Tex is waiting for it. Tex knows there's one more chance. He doesn't want to give the ball away here. He wants to make sure that that strike on goal is his. Eusebio's going to keep this one in. He's got in behind Sandro. Ronaldinho inside the box. Dossary's held strong. Vieira into Pele. Oh, no, it's at the post. It's gone wide.
Goes for a corner. He's going to whip it in. Hopes for a header, but keeper grabs it. And surely that's extra time.
Let's have a break.
Imagine if that had gone in. And quite rightly, a round of applause from the audience here in the Gfinity Arena, because what a game of 90 minutes that was.
Well, Tex got missing there. I was looking at his player cam. I think he had his head in his hands as well. Can't believe. But a white piece of steel was stood between him and being the Xbox champion once again. It would have been a harsh way for Dossary to lose that game. The deflected shot just agonisingly rolling towards the back of the net. But here we are, Dan. Extra time.
And I wonder if Tex has spotted the lack of Patrick Vieira on the side of Dossary, whether he feels like there is a little bit of a weakness now defensively for him. Can he expose it? But it does mean that Dossary has more options going forward, more players that can hit those finesse shots from outside the box. They can use those skill moves to find their way into those shooting positions. So it works out both ways.
What a game this has been between two incredible players. That was so fortunate for Tex. De Gea's come out and committed to it. Got enough of the ball, though, apparently, according to the goalkeeper, for that not to be a penalty. I think I agree with that one.
And as you said, it would be a shame to see this game decided by something like a penalty or just a deflected goal. But considering they're so closely matched at the moment, you feel like it could end up going that way. Walker was so high up the pitch there for MS Dossary and needs to track back here. Doesn't want to leave himself vulnerable.
Ball over the top then, trying to get in behind the fullbacks again here, Tex. Eusebio. Little flick over the head, Ronaldinho. Into the Portuguese icon. Vieira's going to use Hullet here. Drives this one into Pele. CR7 round the corner. Oh, Thibaut Courtois needed every inch of that 6'6" frame to keep that one out.
Oh, we talk about goalkeeper preferences and who you can trust. Courtois, of course, has that power in the air, but also stretching that leg out. Tex going for the low-driven shot, hoping that maybe the keeper would move one way. Dossary not being sold one way or another at that time, as he still stays in this, and we get to the closing stages of this first half of extra time.
Just won the header there against Ferdinand. Ferdinand.
Oh, no!
Oh, my word.
That's what, I'm nervous. I don't know how these players are feeling right now. Every time there's that little bit of a mistake or a little chance, surely it's hearts and mouths kind of situation.
It's Steven Gerrard time for Tex. Pele now down this left-hand side. Does have some players in the box, but Carl Walker's not interested in that. Dossary wins the ball back, fires it forward now. Maldini sends it straight back forward. There is the half-time whistle. Second half of extra time.
And I can tell you now, Mark, neither of these players want penalties. No one wants to get eliminated from a competition on penalties, especially in the console final. But at the moment, that's where it looks like it's going.
It's just looming there on the horizon. Will there be a goal then to separate these two players? Both of them have put everything into this Xbox Grand Final. We almost wonder whoever gets through if they're going to have enough for the cross console final. Sandro then for Tex. Ronaldinho. That massive chance that Tex had in that first half of extra time. You wonder if he's going to be thinking that one through.
And no time wasted there from Tex as well. Just quickly taking this one. Keeping the possession. CR7 with the ball, easily defended by Ferdinand. Got to be careful here, though.
That was well read there by Ferdinand and MS Dossary. Seen that before. That was where that chance came from, with that quick scoop turn around the corner. But here comes Dossary charging forward now. Pele trying to get inside the box. That's a perfectly timed tackle.
Is it? Not sure it's perfect.
According to me, but the referee disagrees.
All the players out of the wall again. Dossary looking for that pass.
Pullet whips this one in. Oh, Eusebio might have won it! Eusebio might have won it for Dossary! Can you believe it?
And I feel like Tex, he threw Rio Ferdinand into that challenge because he didn't want to allow Dossary into that box for an easy goal. And he's gifted that opportunity now, as Dossary takes the lead once again in this grand final. And I don't know if Tex was more with his back against the wall 1 week ago when he was 3 goals down.
There he is. Stevie G's on the pitch.
Or whether it's now.
Summoning the power.
8 minutes left.
Of Istanbul once again. F2 Tex relying on that man to get him back into this game.
Just imagine if Steven Gerrard were to be that goal scorer that Tex needs to tie this game. It's not even to win now.
Seconds are ticking down here. Dossary obviously changing his in-game tactics as well, just to see this one out. Here we go then. Tex has already come back from behind. Dossary's done the same. Dossary's put himself into the lead. Eusebio just leaping in front of all of the defenders there and just burying that head. That header into the back of the post, into the back of the post, into the back of the net. I'm getting carried away with things here.
Well, here we are. Tex, what is left? As Dossary, no messing around.
No
He's not going to be exposed from the kickoff. He's saying, all right, I'm taking this one for the team. No easy attack for you, Sunshine.
Ronaldinho will take that all day. As you say, just breaking up that kickoff attempt from Tex. 7 minutes left in a game for Tex. CR7's up, he wins it. Hullet's gonna put the chance wide though.
It was a yellow on the timed. Slightly off balance as well, and now with just 5 minutes left, Dossary, all he has to do is keep possession here. That's gonna be hard when Tex is gonna be closing him down from every angle.
Here comes Dossary then. Maybe looking for the chance to just end this right here. Pele. Ronaldinho really has been a difference maker. Ronaldo now into the box. Dossary with a chance to finish it. Maldini keeps him in it. But these seconds just ticking away now, Dan.
It's gone for a corner as well, and not only would he be ending this game, but he'd be ending the run of Tex dominating the FIFA scene. We wouldn't see the back-to-back-to-back that he wants. As Dossary just plays this one back, plays it smart. He is the world champion after all. He knows how to close out these games. As De Gea's all the way out the box.
Tex trying absolutely everything to get this ball back. Dossary saying, this is my game. This is my final, and this is my console. Sandro, agonisingly for Tex. Dossary sends it forward, and that is the final whistle. MS Dossary dethrones F2 Tex, and the Saudi Arabian has found his way back on top.
Quite fitting, really, if anyone was going to stop Tex from repeating his trophy-lifting prowess, then it is the reigning world champion from that E-World Cup. It is a shame for Tex that he hasn't continued his fine form, but
there he is.
You've got to give credit to the man,
Dossary.
MS Dossary, because he has earned it. He has played phenomenally at this tournament.
Incredible stuff from MS Dossary. We now have the answer to our question, Dan. FIFA 19 launched. Who can stop F2 Tex? How about the current, reigning, defending FIFA E-World Cup champion? That man, MS Dossary, has done it, but what a game of FIFA 19 that was. It had everything.
Again, you have to give credit to Tex for how far he's come. 2 tournament wins in a row and then still gets to a console final. But it's that man who must be feeling absolutely on top of the world. Back on top for MS Dossary. And now he waits from the PS4 final. Who will he face? Nicholas or MoAuba? Let's go back to the desk, Tom and the boys.
Thank you very much. Incredible casting there from Gaskin and Onset to what was an incredible match. He said, let's see, and we did indeed. And what a game of FIFA. They talk about in the world, you need sustainable energy, you need sustainable this. You can't sustain that quality of FIFA throughout, can you?
I'm looking at my notes, Tom, and the biggest thing I've got on here is just high-level FIFA on every single aspect.
All in capitals, you were shouting it.
Unbelievable. Both players at the top of their game in that game. I mean, attacking chance after attacking chance from them, fantastic defending, drama. I mean, you couldn't have asked for more.
I honestly need to lay down. That was unbelievable. I'm not going to say I got my mystic ball out and predicted it, but I did say it could be one of the best games of 2018, one of the best games of the year. When I say things happen, I deliver.
Yes.
I'm like a postman. A good postman at that.
Yeah. Your beat that you walk is quite long, and I respect that. Talk to me about this, Mr. Buckley, RB, right back. Reigning world champ, and last time he won in the UK, there must be something in the water. He likes London, he likes this area. He likes the UK, should I say, better than that.
It's 2 for 2 in England. He won in Manchester, the Spring Cup in 2018. He won the world title here in London at the O2, and he's through to another cross-console final. MS Dossary, he's just really good. Like, at the end of the day, like we said, who's going to beat Tex? Looking on paper, you could have probably said Dossary, one of the best people in the world at FIFA on the Xbox. Yeah, he could probably beat Tex, and he did. In that first leg in particular, it was so good. MS Dossary, he shut him down completely. In that second leg, Tex came back, doing what Tex does really, scoring goals, creating chances, but that set piece at the end, talks me out of your tongue.
And we wanted to talk a little about it because we've said and harped on about Texas defending all weekend. He brought Walker out for the aggressive tackle that left the room in behind. The tackle comes in from Rio Ferdinand, to be fair, and we thought it was actually good, but the ref gives the free kick. And something all weekend we'll be talking about is free kicks, and everyone seems to just go for the pass. In that moment, he chooses to stick it right in the mixer and see what happens, and he goes, and it bloody wins it.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
He put it right in the pomo, position of most opportunity, and bam, back of the net. As Onset said, back of the post. But it felt like that. It was a powerful header, and it was crushing, and that is great to see the support of FIFA pros between one another, the Royal there in the crowd, and also for FT Tex immediately applauding, saying, look, I got beaten by the better man. It can't be back-to-back-to-back tournaments for FT Tex, but he's damn good. And you had a fantastic final there on the Xbox.
Yeah, a great example of why FIFA esports, one of the biggest growing esports around at the minute, why we've got so many different tournaments. We've got these rankings, and looks like MS Dossary, he's not going to be toppling Tex on those rankings, but he secured himself 1,500 Global Series ranking points. Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations indeed. And congratulations to the man who's about to break down everything we just saw there. It's Mike LaBelle up at the touchscreen.
Thanks, Tom. I mean, I'm almost for a loss for words. I could go over everything that happened in that game. Like, we could sit here for 15 or 20 minutes. Every single goal was way more complicated than what it might have seemed at face value. Like they said down there, in terms of their notes, high-level FIFA. So we're going to look at an example from Tex, and I also want to, of course, give credit to Dossary. Congratulations. This is one of those matchups where I felt like I'm definitely watching the best two players in terms of form at the event, at least on the Xbox side. So right here, what you're going to see is Tex has made an entry pass. He's got it with Ronaldo at the top of the box, but he's already a couple steps ahead. You've got Ruud Gullit, and then you also have two other attacking players with Pele and Cristiano Ronaldo. And what he's going to do here is going to open up a little more additional space by hitting Gullit, and then he's going to make that one more additional pass to Pele. And it's not done there. This is what I was talking about, where the plays is not simple. These guys have such a mastery of situations and sequences. You have to give so much credit to both of them for reading the game. I don't think I've seen two players read the game anywhere near how these two have in this tournament in any of the 3 days. Here with the goalkeeper, what we're seeing is Dossary is going to anticipate that he's going to go across the body, and he's going to slightly move just to the left. However, Tex has already seen that that's what's happening. He's going to shoot on the near post, and it ends up being a big-time goal. And it was the go-ahead goal at the moment. And that takes me into the next example with Dossary. He made tactical adjustments with the three at the back. Super impressive, super comfortable. And that's something I can't stress enough. is being comfortable switching formations and having a late game plan. And in this freeze frame, we have a 2-for-1, where you have 2 attacking players and there's only 1 defensive player. It's a money situation. It's because of his tactical adjustments. And he's going to whip in across Ronaldinho, and he's basically putting a lot of pressure on Tex to try to make some sort of defensive clearance. But if the pass is delivered right, then it's all about being able to finish, which is easier said than done. But when you unload like that with Pele, it doesn't matter if you move the goalkeeper. You can't do anything about it. What are you guys saying back over there? Tom, talk to me.
Oh, it was emotional. Thank you so much, Mike LaBelle. The way you broke that down was just absolutely beautiful. More from Mike LaBelle in a bit. Right now, though, guys, just to remind you, there is another Twitch drop happening right now where you can get and earn yourself a rare player pack. You know the deal. I don't need to explain. Basically, just link your Twitch account to your EA account. Job's done. I don't need to really explain it. You know the bag right now. I want to go and find out what's happening with Lottie right now. I believe she's with #Harry.
I am indeed, Tom. Harry, we were watching that game together and our hearts were just pumping because it was so close. I felt like he almost had it in the bag, and then that's the one thing with FIFA. It just changes so quickly, and especially against an opponent like MS Dossary. I mean, it's crazy. How are you feeling watching that game?
Obviously a bit gutted at the end. If you're going to lose to one person, it's nice to lose to the world champ, obviously, but I mean, I can't speak enough how much credit he deserves. He's without doubt the best player this year. You literally cannot win every tournament. Sometimes there's going to be some things that go against you, like certain things. I didn't think it was a foul or anything, but yeah, I'm not going to get into that. Dossary would be a worthy winner, but yeah, Tex deserves all the credit in the world and more.
You think Tex now is going to take it on the chin, learn from it, and come back this season with more fight in him than ever? Do you think he's still got what it takes to be maybe one of the best, if not the best player in the world?
Yeah, I mean, his goal is to be the world champion of FEWC at the end of the year. So if he does that, I think he'd be the greatest of all time, in my opinion, because tournaments this year, how hard they are to even qualify for. So for him to win 2 on the run is just absolutely ridiculous. And especially for someone so young, his mentality is amazing. So I've got no doubt he'll come back from this.
Amazing stuff. Well, Tex, you've got a friend in #Harry here. He's a big fan and lucky man. GG's, but all the best going forward. And MS Dossary, amazing stuff from you, Tom. Let's go on to the next one.
Thank you very much. #Harry obviously tweeted today that he won the tournament, which I loved and found very amusing. He's a great lad. Top work from him and from Lottie as well. Listen, guys, you've got to look at this in terms of the update in people on where we look at in terms of the Global Series points that now have been given to MS Dossary. 1,500 have been given to him. And that's going to really help him, pushing him back to potentially making sure he gets his reigning that title that he won, the world champ.
Yeah, I think if you look at the Global Series ranking points on how many points projected we're looking at the minute to potentially get into the grand final, get into that World Championship come the end of the year, I'd probably say about the 2,000 mark, so it's pretty much already there as it stands. The playoffs are going to be a big tournament as well, where there's a lot of points up for grabs for Xbox and PlayStation 4 players, but I think 1,800 points is putting him in a very good position to defend his crown come the end of the year.
And it was an important one because he didn't have a fantastic start to the year. He hadn't really got himself in and around the mix with the tournament. So the fact that he's went on to get 1,500 this weekend is big for him. And as I said, it takes a little bit more of the pressure off. There is obviously a lot more events coming up to get qualified for the World Cup final. But of course, right now he's in a good spot.
I think a big thing as well, he can also prioritise what events now he wants to actually qualify for. We've had so many qualifiers back to back, almost a little bit draining. You saw Tex on the stage, 3 events in a row. You can't really put your body through that stress every single weekend. So now he's got them points in the bag, pretty much. He's banked them up. He can pretty much prioritise what he wants to qualify for, maybe only look towards the majors, potentially try and rack up the big point events.
That's a nice position to be in. As you can see on your screen, guys, the next match is coming up. It's the PS4 Final. Nicholas taking on MoAuba. We'll have a break right now. When we come back, you better believe we're watching that match.
Sorry, cheating.
Shoot! Oh, it's missed!
All right, guys, we're here on the main stage for some blindfolded FIFA. We've got F2 Tex, the back-to-back champion. We've got MS Dossary, the current world champion. And unfortunately for them, we've got 2 boys behind them to guide them along the way. We've got Harry, we've got Ryan. Do you want to put the blindfolds on, boys? Yeah. Right, let's get into it. You're already struggling to get the blindfold on it. Shall I press play so you can actually get in the game? Tex has got kick-off.
He's got the ball. Wait, no, he's in front of the goal. Oh my God, he's shot. Right, good save.
Sorry, it's cheating. He's looking at the side of his eye or something.
Win it. Oh, good. Oh, gosh.
These instructions are dreadful from you two.
Okay. Stay conservative at the minute. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Oh! Why is Dossary tilting his head? Can we do something about this? Right, this is ridiculous. Right, cross it. Shoot. Shoot. Just be.
Oh, it's missed!
Yeah,
the save!
Oh.
There's been two huge saves already in this game.
Tactical change.
Okay, so do that. We're on the attack. Okay, so you're facing the whole around.
It's such a like soft analytical approach from Ryan, just to let you know.
Salah. Oh, shot on target. No, just run back. Run back. No, oh, he scored.
What?
Oh, yes. No. Oh, yeah.
Bamiyang's taking it off of him.
It's Firmino. Okay,
We're on the pitch.
Salah's not moving. He's crossed it.
Ozil.
Oh, come on, man. He's 5 at the back.
Oh, that's the post.
No, it's
Alisson. Come on.
Shoot.
No, don't shoot. Okay, cross.
Oh, shit.
Oh, my God.
Oh, he's done it. Dossary takes the lead.
Instant. Let me watch this. How does he know how to plan his run and cross the ball?
It's Ryan's gentle whispering in his ear. That's what it is.
Salah's got it.
I've got a feeling about this attack.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh my God.
Nah. It's fine. It's a yellow card.
It was the most perfect foul you'll ever see. It's like if someone could see, they wouldn't have been able to make that foul. Run. It's
Salah?
Right wing. Cross it.
Oh, it's just overhit. That's it. Dossary with the win. Takes his first loss in a while, to be fair. He thinks everyone's a little bit sceptical on exactly what was going on there. You know, Ryan's taking the credit, but Dossary's your champ.
Welcome back then to the Gfinity Arena for the FUT 19 Champs Cup. And wow, oh wow. Honestly, words cannot describe how good that final was on the Xbox. I'm just going to show you in vision what happened and try and explain how good it was. The match between F2 Tex and MS Dossary. There was big talk when these players were standing at the bottom of the arena saying about what they were going to do to one another on the pitch. But unfortunately, MS Dossary, in terms of F2 Tex, he stopped him from getting back-to-back tournament wins. And wow, oh wow, that is that cross that put an end to it. And there was no extra time of more so when it went to penalties. So here we go then, ladies and gentlemen. MS Dossary talking to his friends, his fans that have come to support him. But that is the Xbox done. That is the grand final. Now MS Dossary waits in the cross-console final, but these two guys can potentially meet him in that cross-console final. Nicholas or MoAuba. It is going to be an epic game. We know how good the football is on the PS4 side of things. So you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Let's waste no more time looking at Nicholas. He knows what he has to do. He managed to defeat Stefano Pinna in that semi-final. And MoAuba managed to beat Yago with lots of goals, so let's do it. Let's waste no more time. Let's bring them out for our PS4 final. We have got Nicholas versus MoAuba! Gentlemen, listen, I'm going to come straight to you, MoAuba, because I know what this means to you getting to play potentially in MS Dossary in that cross-console final. What would it mean to you to get there?
Yeah, I would love it. So the whole PS4 side will hope that I can win. So I have to carry the PS4 side, and I have to beat this guy first.
Yeah, this guy scores so many goals. He likes to score goals. Are you worried about your defence taking on Nicholas?
Yes.
Okay. And do you worry a little bit? MS Dossary seems to have a lot of fans in the arena. Have you brought a bit of support down for you today?
Yeah, they will change his mind when they see my game, so that will be all my fans now.
Amazing, MoAuba, best of luck to you. And I know that translation is not going to be great for me and Nicholas, so listen, best of luck to you, buddy. You can head that way for me. MoAuba, best of luck going through to the PS4 final. This is what it's all about, that cross-console final. Grand final is waiting for either of these two men. I'm interested and intrigued to know a bit more about their squads, and I know two gentlemen who can break that down. They go by the name of Chris Trout and MLB at the touchscreen.
Thanks, Tom. Yep, we're here to look at the squads once again for this PlayStation final. Now, talk to me about this squad. Looks pretty similar to what we've seen quite a bit over the weekend.
Yeah, on screen we have Nicholas's squad. It is somewhat standard to the top-level pros, where the defense and the midfield, we're not seeing a change there. However, the attacking side is where you're going to start to see teams change up a little bit, differentiate based on preference. And you see the subs, we've got Eusebio, which is rare for the majority of pros. We've got Messi, we've got Neymar, and all three of them are going to come onto the pitch as super subs later in the game. And sometimes, if Nicholas is losing, you'll see him swap into a 4-2-2, and if that happens, then you're going to have Cristiano Ronaldo and Eusebio up top. So something we've seen before, and I'm setting that up because Mo's setup and what he's doing with his team and his tactics and the game plan, everything is very, very different from the majority of people. It might not look that way when you see it on screen, but let me tell you what's going to go down. And these guys have played twice. There's one win for Mo, one win for Nicolas, and that's definitely worth mentioning because, especially last year, no one touched Nicolas. So it's one of the very few pros that has a break-even record against Nicolas. And on screen, you see still the 4-2-3-1. However, on the defensive end, Mo plays 4-2-3-1. On the offensive end, he's going to be in the 4-2-2. He switches constantly throughout the whole match.
Interesting.
And Mo's able to do that because he lobs the ball forward while he's making the switch, because it takes a little bit of time. I'd say maybe 10 seconds to make that swap and it looked somewhat normal on the pitch. Sometimes even a little bit longer depending where players are running. And you're also seeing no Vieira, which is something you never see in FIFA 19
Why is
ever. So what happened was Mo got a red card with Vieira early on in the group stage. He plugged in Lothar and he's like, I like this better. And if you haven't been watching Mo's games, the man scores goals. He's explosive. He's dynamic. He's going to go forward. I've got good energy. He's got good energy on the virtual pitch. You're also going to see Dani Alves, and that's because Mo likes to cross. He's going to whip in constant crosses and apply that pressure. And no surprise, in my opinion at least, you're going to see Pele on the pitch. Pele is going to be someone who you'd rather have over Cruyff or over Eusebio because of his aerial presence. Much more athletic. He's going to get on.
Saw him in that last game as well.
Exactly. He's going to, yeah, absolutely. He's going to get on the end of a lot of crosses, and he's still an asset. He's still a weapon. And then on the sub, something else that's a little bit different is in the 70th minute every single game, because players make changes, Mo also makes changes. He's going to sub out Alexandro. You've got Jordi Alba on the bench, and that's just to try to combat the pace issue that he's going to have with the substitutions his opposition's making with the attacking players. Whew! That was a mouthful.
That was some serious energy there. I mean, I love the tactician part of that whole thing with Mo. It's actually really nice to hear that from some of the players. Sometimes they're a little bit cagey with their tactics, but it's nice to see how he thinks and how he plays in that game. Now, we know Nicholas loves scoring goals. I think he's scored over 70 goals in this competition so far. Not conceded too many. I don't think he's conceded over 30. And funnily enough, in his last game against Stefano Pinna, it was the first time we've not seen him score 4 or more goals. He only scored 2 in that one. Whereas Mo also loves to score a goal, but in this competition has conceded at least 40 goals. I think his goal difference is about plus 25 at this point. Do you have any insight on who you think might win this one?
I think Nicholas is the favorite, but at the same time, I feel like Mo can score goals at a higher frequency than Nicholas, especially if he's going to play more of a cagey affair. And speaking of Nicholas and Mo, I want to get underway. Let's watch the game. I'm throwing it back to Tom. Let's get some gameplay on display.
Indeed. Insight, foresight, the time reads midnight. That is incorrect information. What is correct information is that we are going to go to this PS4 final. I'm going to pass it over to these two gentlemen, Wonderboy and Chris Tunn.
Thank you very much. That's the nicest intro I've had all weekend off you, Tom. Thank you. Thank you for that.
Yeah,
but boys,
same here.
Yeah, I know. He's been bigging everybody else up, calling the best cast and duo in the game, and we just get, oh, these guys are here as well.
We'll take it.
But what a game we have on our hands. So excited for this one. The PlayStation Grand Final MoAuba going up against Nicholas. First and foremost, let's get the predictions out of the way because I know it's very, very difficult to do so. But actually, first, I just want to cover something. We did actually have F2 Texas' name behind the boys on the desk last time around, and he went on to lose. Just say nothing. Say nothing.
If you're a German fan right now, you're kind of worried.
Nothing to do with us. We're gonna get rid of this in a second.
But this man right here, MoAuba, you can't give him any opportunities. If you're Nicholas on the other side, you have to shut him out because I've been so impressed with how MoAuba, the German up there on the stage, has converted all his opportunities. I said it on the desk, I've said it in the past, that I honestly think MoAuba is one of the most dangerous and most precise timed finishers in FIFA 19 at the moment. And if you're Nicholas, you let him in and around the box, you give him any kind of shooting space whatsoever, he's going to hit that green, he's going to test the keeper at the very least. So I think that's the key to victory if you're Nicholas, and you have to watch out. Just keep watching out for every time MoAuba gets a chance.
Yeah, and you've got to stop that the space in the middle of the park, haven't you?
Of course.
And if you aren't going to stop that you need to make sure your keeper is on point, make sure your keeper movement is looking good. For me, though, you're looking at, in terms of class. We've seen Nicholas last year look very, very good, one of the strongest on the PlayStation. So far this year, nothing really too much to talk about. This is going to be an important win for him in terms of global series points.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it's done him well, the fact that he beat Pinna, Stefano Pinna earlier on, who is up there in the rankings as well. But yeah, Nicholas at the moment 8th in global series points. Obviously, the points he's going to obtain from this tournament going to propel him up the rankings a little bit, maybe into that top 5, almost definitely now, considering he is here in the PS4 final. But yeah, you're looking at Nicholas as a guy who, on paper, should be up there in the top 3 on the PS4 side. He went 7-0, undefeated in his group, Group B. Here in London, and I believe he was the only undefeated player at this tournament in groups. So that just kind of speaks to his pedigree, how well he's playing here in London. So yeah, Nicholas at the moment, you know, hasn't started off FIFA 19 the way he would have wanted to, but 1,500 global series points with a win against MoAuba right here by winning the PS4 side here in London will certainly get him up there in the rankings.
Well, we're about to get into this one, Harry. The PlayStation Grand Final, and if it's anything like the Xbox One, we are in for a treat.
Oh, yes.
What a game. I was nervous watching that. I really was.
Nervous.
Me and Richard were on the desk just going rocking backwards and forwards in my chair. Anyway, into this one, it is going to be MoAuba in the white kit from left to right, and Nicholas, of course, in the Basel kit from right to left. Harry, I really don't know who's going to win this one, but where MoAuba can win this is in this sort of area. We know how dangerous he can be, and he's going to put a snapshot off straight away from Pellet, but this will be cleared easily by Nicholas.
Yeah, a strong attacker is MoAuba, and the guys up there at the touchscreen broke it down perfectly. The way he sets his team up is really attacking. You look at that right-back position, Dani Alves for the man on the ball at the moment. MoAuba is definitely a more attacking right-back option. MLB up there, Mike LaBelle said he likes to cross the ball into the box, and Dani Alves is a perfect fullback to do that. So look out at the right-back position for the German up here on the stage.
Oh, Nicholas is playing with fire right now. Allowing MoAuba in these sort of positions, he is eventually going to get it away. But we know how strong Nicholas is on the attack as well. Both these players well storied in the art of scoring goals. Ferdinand.
I mean, absolutely. I mean, look at Nicholas's goal difference. He has a 30 goal difference in the groups alone. 47 scored, just the 17 conceded. And that strong, stout defense might just be the counter here to MoAuba.
Let's see if it is. First attack for Nicholas now, developing. Hullet in the middle. He's going to feed Ronaldo. They'll actually have Vieira to his right-hand side. Chooses to go down the left-hand side, though. Good skill moves. He's going to manage to make his way into the box here with Pele. It's across. Goal! Oh. That's very, very close. And Nicholas, with the first big opportunity, is not able to take it. Remember that one. A good opportunity there.
Is that the use of that flip-flap coming in right there from Nicholas, the Argentinian? Throwing a bit of flair on it. I like that early on. Just 10 minutes gone in the first leg. Obviously, we do play 2 legs right here, just as in the Xbox Final. But yeah, both these guys up there on the stage trading blows early on, and I think one of the key positions as well is going to be the defensive mid position for MoAuba, the German up there playing in the white kit. The guy said no Vieira for him. He's a mainstay as Vieira in most pro teams. Uses Lothar instead, so it's going to be one to watch out for. That might come back to bite him if Nicholas comes forward.
Could be, but here we go. Ferdinand looking for the feet of Cruyff, not going to quite be able to find that one. Vieira will clear this one away. Good defensive work by Nicholas. Great covering by him there. Just shutting off the lanes where he needs to. And Ronaldo now this left-hand side is going to be a release him. Hullet just couldn't get there. Pellet putting the afterburners on, going to turn, put it back onto his right foot. Has options on the edge of the box. Goes for the shot from there. He did have a couple of options to go for. That one's going to go out for a throw-in to Nicholas.
Right in the corner.
Very much so. Let's see. Can anything develop from this? Difficult to try and find much from this sort of position, but let's see. Ronaldo with the back heel is going to find nothing, and MoAuba will get this one away.
Yeah, I like the patience honestly shown by Nicholas, the Argentinian up there on the stage. Obviously, when you have the ball, you're sometimes a little bit pressured to try and play a bit more direct, but I like the way he was recycling for that attack, waiting for that perfect opportunity with Pele. Maybe not the perfect opportunity, but the highest percentage chance for him to get a good shot away. It was a green time finish, in the end went out for a throw.
Here's R9 on the offensive. This is where MoAuba is so strong. Hullet, speaking of strength, trying to get past Kyle Walker, not going to happen. The pace helping him out there. Is he going to be able to retain it? He does, he gets it back. Ronaldo into the feet of Cristiano Ronaldo, flick up. And we've seen that before on the edge of the box, Harry. We're well experienced with MoAuba's tactics from that angle.
Don't remind me. The great use of the active first touch system there. Almost beating Nicholas, but
Ronaldo's going to get a bounce. Good opportunity there, Neuer in front. Just a little bounce that might have helped him there. but Nicholas does survive a cagey start to this game.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, both guys up there on the stage having a good couple of opportunities. It's what you like to see early on. You don't want to see one guy getting flattened. Both these guys giving it their all up there on the stage, and here's another chance for MoAuba.
Oh, it's a massive one! And that's a hair's breadth away from the left-hand post. Eusebio puts that one wide. Both players with a couple of slight opportunities, you would say. That might have been the biggest of them so far. MoAuba wastes that one. Ronaldo to Hullet. Back to Cristiano Ronaldo now. It's a good opportunity for Nicholas to get some runners away, and does so. Vieira manages to turn Hullet, and Ronaldo feeds it into Pele. Slow, patient play by Nicholas. Something we've seen a lot this weekend. A lot of players at the top level take their time and wait for the perfect opportunity. That might be this one here. Tries to drag it across, but Ronaldo will retain it once again. Vieira, edge of the box, looking for the option. Yellow time, not going to help you from there, but Pele will get the ball back.
Yeah, we use the term recycling attacks a lot as commentators, and what that means is just not being afraid to play it backwards if there's nothing on in front of you. Maybe Nicholas should have done it right there, and now that gives MoAuba an opportunity. But yeah, you're right. Great patience shown by Nicholas in his attacks, and he's going to need to be patient. And honestly, that's a bit of a strange position to give the ball away if you're MoAuba. I mean, maybe not just looking at the play that Nicholas was controlling in front of him, but yeah, a bit of a lapse in concentration right there. Could cost him.
Yeah, he did actually have his fallback, Dani Alves, quite far up the pitch, but does survive. That slight scare, giving it away again. Sloppy from MoAuba. Now there's going to be room down this right-hand side for Cruyff. Looking for a little bit of space to cross it in. He does have both Ronaldos in there, R9 and CR7. So deadly in the air. Hullet feeds it in Ronaldo. Pele, you were thinking about the first-time shot, not going to happen. No, he is going to get a free kick. A little bit of a late call by the referee. And this is a dangerous position. It will be passed off, he thinks. But being covered here by MoAuba, but that means the box is going to get flooded. Does he go for the shot? It's going to be with R9 on the edge. Goes to the ball roll. Can't quite find the space that he wanted. Back to Ronaldo on the edge of the box. This time, turns inside. Not going to happen, and Hullet gets in the way once again. He does that so well, does Ruud Hullet. Just getting in the way of any opportunities, and he's such an important player for all of these teams.
Yeah, you'll never see a team without Ruud Hullet in these kind of tournaments where everything's unlocked. He's the best defensive mid in the game, the best centre mid in the game.
Possibly one of the best players in the game. We were having this conversation backstage before. It was like, who would you rather have, R9, Eusebio,
yeah,
Pele, or Hullet? And you've got to say Hullet is going to be at the top of that list. But Dani Alves down this right-hand side will feed Eusebio, who has broken through towards the back post. Surely this is the first goal. MoAuba opens up the scoring here in the PlayStation Grand Final with a well-worked goal. Eusebio jinking and turning inside the box, finds himself with an inch of room, and R9's always winning that at the back post.
It's not vintage MoAuba. It's not the tight finish we're used to seeing from outside the box from clear-cut opportunities, but you're right, R9 using his jumping right there, heading it into the back of the net, and advantage MoAuba. I think, honestly, that might be the longest that MoAuba's gone this tournament without scoring a goal. I mean, it took him the entire half. This guy's an absolute goal-scoring machine, and Nicholas's stout defense finally breaks there just before half-time.
Could that goal open the floodgates here? Both teams now going into the half in the first leg. And it's 1-0 to MoAuba. A cagey first start. Neither really playing flowing football, you would say. The FIFA from these two hasn't necessarily been some of the quality that we see in the Xbox final, but it just seems as if both are just trying to unlock each other, trying to think of a way to get through.
Yeah.
But neither of them figuring out too much yet, but MoAuba did find a lock that he had a key for.
Yeah, he broke the deadlock, and you say about these guys trying to figure each other out what the magic formula is. It's actually Lionel Messi onto the pitch on the right-hand side of the attacking mids for Nicholas. So maybe he's looking for his countryman, a fellow Argentinian, to just unlock the German up there on the stage.
Ooh, Hullet trying to feed it through for Eusebio there. Not going to be quite able to find it, but Nicholas is going to be able to get the ball back in the middle of the park. Dangerous opportunity here. Still has it, and Dani Alves is out of position. Looking for the quick pass because he knew a couple of defenders were pulled away.
Very scrappy.
Very, very scrappy. Just going for it, just trying to find the opportune moment, but it wasn't presented to him. Both players very scrappy, as you said, Harry, at the beginning of this second half.
And Nicholas's nickname is the Iceman. Not sure if that's a self-proclaimed nickname, but he's going to have to be cool as ice up there.
Big fan of Top Gun, do you think?
Maybe, or is Iceman a superhero? Is he an X-Men?
I'm not sure, Paul.
I can't remember either. But yeah, he's going to have to be cool. He's going to have to keep his head up there, because MoAuba, if he gets into that third, fourth gear, he's going to make you pay.
It's danger. Danger here, potentially Messi is going to get in the way of that one, and his pace down the right-hand side is going to be such a threat. MoAuba is one of these guys who doesn't like to sit back and defend and take his time. He likes to attack, attack, attack.
Flag stays down.
Ronaldo down this right-hand side, looking for a little bit of room to try and find a teammate here. Vieira, edge of the box. Ronaldo there, back defending. But here it is to Messi, who is offside. And Nicholas not going to be able to find anything from that attack.
Certainly not. And we say, very scrappy affair. And we talk about MoAuba's third, fourth, fifth gear. If he starts banging in goals, then they come in bundles for him. The plus side for Nicholas at the moment, the goal machine just kept to one here. He's looking for more, but you want to try and keep MoAuba in that second gear. Don't let him push up the gears, otherwise the tide will quickly move away from you.
This could be a quick attack from Nicholas here. Hullet was momentarily out of position, but does manage to get back and keep hold of that midfield. Walker now. Looking for Messi, is onside still. Back inside to Vieira, a little bit of space here. Finds Ronaldo, the pass catches him off guard, but Hullet towards the edge of the box. And the run from Eusebio into the box does not help him out there. I think it might be Pele actually, sorry, Maldini now. Back into Ferdinand, and MoAuba just seems quite comfortable defending all these chances that Nicholas has had. He's had most of the possession, but he hasn't really done much with it. Every time MoAuba does go forward, he's looking dangerous. That's a good ball out to Dani Alves. What a pass that is. Pele, one-on-one. Neuer, he moves his keeper perfectly. Nicholas, the chance is still on. Eusebio to Ronaldo. Little flick up, and Maldini's always going to win that one, and he will get this away. He will just about survive. MoAuba looking the more likely in the PlayStation Grand Final. And Maldini just about gets in the way of that green timed finesse that we've seen go in so many times from MoAuba.
Yeah, so many times we see him hit that green, and you can see changing to that 4-2-2 as Mike Labelle set up there at the touchscreen. He switches into that kind of formation often. Very fluid in his formation changes.
Do you think that's maybe a little bit dangerous at this stage in the game? We're only in the first, like, 65 minutes in. Do you really want to be showing all your cards at this point, or do you just want to start playing your game?
The issue for Nicholas is at the moment is that think of how many chances he's had against MoAuba at the moment. You know, something's clearly not working. If you figure out in the first leg, then maybe that's something you can amend for the second. If he gets another goal, obviously we're all tied up. There's only one down.
Oh, big head by Ronaldo. Matthias is going to find himself in acres of space, and once again, he finds the top left corner at his second chance. And we'll put it in. A good goal by MoAuba, but where was the defenders? Matthias left all alone, and somewhat fortunate to get the second opportunity, but takes it well either way. MoAuba now looking to put his place in that cross-console grand final.
Looking to pick up the 1,500 Global Series points as well. We questioned leaving Vieira out of your team, and I think Mike Labelle again off of the touchscreen said that it was MoAuba who got a red card with Vieira, and that's why he started using Matthias. But I mean, it's clearly come good there. I mean, he's put the goal in the back of the net.
Opportunity here, and what a shot that is. That's going to be Neuer pulling off the save, and Nicholas snapping at that one. I think you can miss the time, but here we go. Oh. And the header in is saved by Neuer very easily. But there's times where Nicholas is rushing these attacks. I mean, that shot there from Ronaldo that's got the corner just came from nothing and did force a good save out, but you feel as if he's maybe snapping a little bit here. He is only 2 down, and we've seen bigger comebacks than that, but here we go. MoAuba wanting to add to the tally now. Hullet into Cruyff, looking for the space, and does see it behind. Is he going to be able to get there? Jordi Alba does just that. Cruyff couldn't get the free kick, but chooses to play on. Hullet back to Jordi Alba. Good exchange of passes. Just trying to unlock this defense once again. MoAuba
so patient.
He went for that time finesse we know he's so good at. Eusebio heading that backwards. Has to be careful, and Hullet will pick up the pieces and set Messi on his way.
Yeah, look out this right-hand side. The last 2 or 3 attacks from Nicholas have come down this right-hand side. He's obviously trying to find Messi. He's using Messi as a catalyst for the rest of his attacks, but it's not working at the moment.
Cruyff down this left-hand side. Looking for the cross. He's not going to get a second bite at it either. That one is going to be cleared away, but Nicholas, he feels a little bit flat here. It has to be said. MoAuba has been well in control of this game, and that lead does show that. But here we go. We've got Messi on the right-hand side. There's men over here. He's going to put it into the box.
Oh.
Neuer just about gets there ahead of Pele. That could have been an opportunity there to get this one back, but he's giving it away. CR7 now has men in front of him, but a good win in the end by MoAuba. Eusebio puts it out to Hullet. Back to CR7, a little bit of room in front of him. Don't want to give him this option. Eusebio Second opportunity, great save by Neuer. MoAuba relying on his countryman Neuer to keep him in this one. He's well in the lead still though. Neymar can't get through, Ferdinand's there.
Nicholas starting to loosen up there on the stage, and you can see the drag backs, the skill moves, they're really working out for him.
It's a good ball! And a thunderous header. 2-1 now as Nicholas halves the deficit as Cristiano Ronaldo gives him a lifeline in this first leg with an absolute bullet.
Absolute bullet it is. And again, it's the skill moves unlocking the goal for Nicholas. Winning the corner thanks to the drag back from CR7. The shot, I believe it was from Eusebio, forces the save from Neuer, and then the goal from the corner. Maybe that's what Nicholas needs. Maybe he needs to start putting a bit of flair out there on the pitch. It certainly worked out for him then, and gets that goal back. You might just feel like that could be a telling goal. Maybe MoAuba looking to bounce back immediately here before the second leg even starts.
Does that set this tie on fire? Cruyff now. MoAuba looking for an opportunity at the back post. Ronaldo can reach it, but not quite get his foot wrapped around the ball. 87 minutes in, and the game has started to heat up a little bit here, Harry.
Yes, it has, and it's no surprise Nicholas scoring a goal, and both these guys scoring, honestly, considering we know MoAuba's goal-scoring pedigree. Nicholas obviously scoring those 47 goals in groups. That was a long time ago now, and he's coming forward again.
Messi having a little look down this right-hand side, as he would expect. The pace causing all sorts of problems, but MoAuba will get this one away. Jordi Alba, good flowing football from him. The German moving forward now with Cruyff. Can he add another goal to his tally before the second leg? Matthias, he's got options in front of him. Slowly walking this ball forward. Pull it, edge of the box. Finds Cruyff on mark. Bottom left corner. Fantastic work by MoAuba. He sold the right-hand side. Finesse. Empowers it into the bottom left.
And that's a near identical goal, I do believe we saw from MoAuba in the semi-final. That low-driven shot near post. Again, the green-timed finish. Absolutely pivotal for MoAuba in making that goal work, and that's the instant response he needed and he wanted, he was looking for at the end of that first leg. And Nicholas, that's unfortunate, but you're still 2 down.
It's tough. It's very tough. It was a very tense...
the first leg.
It was just the first leg. Just the first leg between these two now. A very tense game, as we can see by both players, how they'll play. MoAuba definitely seeming the looser of the two up there, not feeling the pressure as much, whereas Nicholas seems to be playing a little bit tense. Did sort of loosen up, as said, towards the end of that game.
And that's where he was finding most of his success, right? I mean, you think about the goal that he got, thanks to the corner, you know, there were drag backs, there were skill moves being used before then to open up the opportunity. Maybe that's where Nicholas is feeling MoAuba is a little bit susceptible as we look over the highlights of the first leg. Obviously, the second leg's still to come, but maybe that's something you look to exploit a little bit more from Nicholas. Wonder if there'll be any tactical changes, any personnel changes, but we started off with breaking the deadlock just before half-time. It was a big spell of play with no goals from either side. The first half almost entirely goalless until this one. You can see the instant relief going into the half from with the lead there from MoAuba. And
what a ball that was, by the way.
Tremendous, and that's why you use Dani Alves. I mean,
and just to speak on that, sorry to interrupt you, you seen when Neuer moved over to the left-hand side, he went for that instantly. Next time round, which we'll see with MoAuba's third goal, he sends it to the bottom left instead. So thinking back to opportunities then. This one was fortunate, we'll give him that.
Very fortunate,
But Matthias does find the top left corner with a second opportunity with a good finish. But as said, he thinks back to moments in the game where a save came in from Nicholas, and that time round he sells him that and he puts it in the bottom left. Real good composure and mind games from MoAuba.
Absolutely, and this is Nicholas's goal.
It looked like a header at first, by the way. It completely caught me off guard.
Well, most goals from corners nowadays are headers, but so I don't think anyone's going to begrudge you. And right there, if you're Nicholas in that kind of moment in time, 83rd minute, you get yourself your goal back, you think, okay, let's just see it off. And here it is, like you were talking about. The goalkeeper cheating to his left. MoAuba finds his left, the near post with that low driven, and it's a near identical finish, Chris, to the one that we saw in the semi-final from MoAuba. So he's obviously using the same tricks, and it's working out for him here in the PS4 Grand Final.
Well, the German well in control of this tie. Has some support in the crowd as well. And hopefully we'll have plenty of that support for our grand final, the cross-console one. But right now, the PlayStation 1. MoAuba has the lead.
He's looking relaxed up
Yeah,
there.
he's looking very relaxed. He's chilled.
He's looking at home.
3-1 up. Sailing in, sailing. Cruising.
Has to stay composed though, because
yes, absolutely.
if there's a man who is king composure, it's that man on your screen, the Iceman, a guy who has beaten Stefano Pinna in groups, beat him in his semi-final as well, if I'm not mistaken. And it was, you know, a cagey affair against Stefano Pinna, and he can't afford to get into another cagey affair here against MoAuba, because we saw in the first leg it was certainly benefiting MoAuba, the German, because it seemed for me, Chris, that a lot of the periods of play in that first leg, MoAuba was getting fortunate. He was getting the rub of the green, so to speak, and a lot of 50-50 balls bouncing his way. And if you're Nicholas, that's not the game you want to play. You don't want to leave it down to those 50-50 balls. You want to be playing clear-cut football. You want to be playing your own brand of football, obviously representing FC Basel up there on the stage. You want to be playing the Basel way.
Well, we are
is that a thing? Oh, no,
I think you might
it is now. You're welcome, Basel.
There you go. But we are about to get into this game. Anything from your perspective that Nicholas could change up? Do you think just maybe, I mean, it's easy to say play like you did in the final 35, 25 minutes in game. Is it as easy as that, or is there something that he maybe needs to do differently? Because he was having a lot of luck with Messi down the left-hand side, maybe concentrating on doing something else. Right-hand side, is, of course. Do you think he just keeps going down that route, or does he change it up? Does he try something else? Because that was the only thing that seemed to actually be working for him.
Yeah, it's tough to say. I think he's looking at the custom tactics at the moment. We'll wait until we head into the game, but looks like he's opted not to go for the 4-2-3-1. It looks like it's going to be the more attacking option, the 4-2-2, those two attacking mids behind the two strikers seems to be favourable, and maybe that's how he changes it up. He was playing for, I believe, most of the second half in the last game with that formation, with Messi on that right-hand side. Not sure if he's gone with him again. No, it's Cruyff to start, so it's going to be interesting. Like you say, Chris, how does he change the game? Because obviously the first half of this entire tie, the first leg, was won by MoAuba, and that can't happen again.
It can't, and an early goal would be good for Nicholas here. He's going to, as he said, get that little rub of the green. And that is exactly the start you want if you're a fan of the Argentinian man on the stage right now. Second leg, 1-0 at MoAuba. Pinned back a little bit here.
3 minutes, 30 seconds in game.
There's that rub of the green, he said.
Fortunate 50-50 ball that was more often than not in the first leg falling to MoAuba, now falls to Nicholas, and this tie is blown wide open. That 2-goal advantage down to just 1. It's halved by Nicholas.
Not a cagey start to this game whatsoever.
Oh, no.
It's exactly what we wanted. Sandro now down this left-hand side, back into Hullet. MoAuba wants to answer back instantly, restore that 2-goal lead that he found at the end of the first game. Sandro now, he's going to actually have Ronaldo. We know this is where MoAuba can be dangerous. Eusebio, he faked the shot, back to Ronaldo. Good patient play by MoAuba. Once again, the German not able to pay off this time. And it's going to give a chance here for Nicholas to counter-attack.
Yeah, very, I want to say, fortunate that MoAuba didn't again get that 50-50 after that shot, but it was good build up there from MoAuba, and good to see he's not lacking confidence. Both these guys play attacking football, and I have no doubt we're going to see more goals.
Oh, 100%. Nicholas will have to throw a few more men forward as time does go on, but plenty of FIFA left to play. Vieira here in the middle, going to find a good pass to Cruyff, actually went for the shot from there. Is it going to be retrieved by Nicholas? It is. Pele into Hullet, good flowing football. Finds Ronaldo, can't quite get past Ferdinand there. To be in the story, I mean, the centre-backs, Ferdinand has been the mainstay for a lot of these guys, and he's been fantastic for everybody so far this weekend. And great card. If you got the coins, I don't. I do suggest a Rio Ferdinand in your team.
This is one of the things I thought that Nicholas might try and exploit when Dani Alves is pushed up the pitch there for MoAuba. Try and get in behind him on that left-hand side, and that was the case right there, and instead he's flipping it over to the right-hand side. I like this a lot.
There we go with Kyle Walker. He's going to have to push his full-backs up the pitch if he wants to try and get a goal back here. Nicholas, he feels that way. Cruyff to Ronaldo. It's a good move. R9, edge of the box. The green finish came in. Oh, he's going to get it again! Yes, he is. Another opportunity. Another rebound goes in his direction. And Pele, with a goal at his mercy, is always going to score that. 3-3 in this tie. And it is really starting to heat up now.
All tied up thanks to that shot. And it's like you said, sometimes the balls bounce in your favour. Wasn't going his way in the first leg. Here in the second, 2 goals within 20 minutes in game for Nicolas, the Argentinian. That is going to tie this entire tie up 3-3. 2-0 in the second leg. And the momentum well and truly in favour of Nicolas.
100%. He's being so much better in this second leg. He's passing fluidly. The runs have been fantastic. The shots have been great. As said, finding that little bit of luck, but not much luck needed for this opportunity. He built that all himself, but a good save out of Manuel Neuer. The corner precedes it. Cruyff, Sandro's going to put it up in the air. Who's going to win this one? It will be MoAuba. A little bit of respite for him as Neuer gets a hold of the ball.
Bit of a wry smile from MoAuba up there as he just feels things aren't going in his way at the moment. And with it all tied up, if you are MoAuba, this 4-2-2 for Nicolas has been really, really the difference maker in the second half of the first leg and the first half of this second leg. 4-2-2 is doing him all kinds of wonders at the moment.
It's been fantastic for him. He may well run that one out and does.
At what point, if you're MoAuba, you can see him right there just taking a little second to compose himself.
Do you make a change?
You make a change, do you? Maybe mirror the 4-2-2. Not sure what MoAuba really has up his sleeve. Obviously, Nicolas adapting very well here in the PS4 final.
So MoAuba's making too many mistakes here, though. Giving the ball away. R9 turns inside. Maldini does read it very, very well, and the German will try and get this one away. He's been pretty much camped in his own half here. Through no fault of his own.
Yes, great pressing, great pressure, honestly.
But that's what happens. This is what happens when you send so many men forward. Nicolas, he drew it up, but Ronaldo can just give MoAuba the lead once again. The defence just nowhere to be seen. They vanished. And MoAuba takes the opportunity with lethal precision.
Hand slaps all round from R9 with the celebration. And honestly, if you're Nicolas, you move the keeper the right way. You're thinking the keeper maybe does better right there, but that's again MoAuba using R9 to great effect, restoring his lead. Nicolas forever chasing the game, but because he was chasing the game, the pressure from the defence left that quick 1-2 passing, and look at this again. Oh, unfortunate not to get the touch off there with CR7. This is back and forth.
Both defences just choosing to not be playing in this game, which makes fantastic FIFA. A great game so far between these two. Here we go again, MoAuba now. He hasn't had many opportunities, but when he has, he's looked very, very dangerous, and he's going to be giving this one away here. Nicolas Pele running forward. You thought the shot could have been on, but Hullet will dispossess him. And potentially an opportunity for a counter-attack.
I think MoAuba maybe just with Pele right there, use the finesse, use that time finishing that he's done so well. Is he onside here? Yep, flag stays down for Cruyff, so another recycle of the attack.
Vieira now. Can't get past Hullet. Cannot get past.
Not many can.
Walker back to Vieira. Second bite of the cherry, getting past Hullet. Succeeds this time. Pele finds its way back to Vieira. Just building. Just waiting for that opportune moment. That wasn't it. Pele finds the pass to Hullet. And a break is on from MoAuba here. We've seen the last break was devastating. Free kick going to come in. I think that should just be a yellow for Rio Ferdinand. I hope so. We don't want anything to spoil the tie too much.
Yep. Wouldn't be surprised to see anything more than a yellow, and it is a yellow in the end. But we speak about MoAuba's clinicality. Again, is that a word? I don't know, I just made it up. We're going to go with it. His clinical nature. You don't need to get so many opportunities if you're MoAuba, because he is so clinical. We saw in the semi-final against Yago, he had less shots. He had less passes completed even, and it doesn't matter, as long as he gets his one opportunity, he's going to take it.
Ronaldo does have CR7 in front of him, but Hullet to his right-hand side. Cruyff going to be dispossessed by Alexandro. An opportunity for MoAuba to get this one away. Good pass forward to R9. There's white shirt streaming forward here. He chooses to recycle the attack. Dani Alves, we've said, can be one of these players that divides opinions. We've seen his attacking prowess is fantastic, but his work rates do let him down a little bit, and that's why a lot of players don't play with him, and they stick with Kyle Walker. But that attack was started by him, and Ronaldo shrugging off Ferdinand. Sandro finds Matthias on the edge of the box, not the guy you want there, and Hullet. I feel like I'm repeating myself here, but he's shutting it down again. And the pass is on. and does find Ronaldo backwards and forwards here, Harry, and what a pass that is. It's absolutely electric. Pele towards the edge of the box. Ronaldo! Nicholas ties it up. It's magic. 4-4 now, and the break is devastating from the Argentinian. Backwards and forwards, backwards and forwards. Who's going to get an established lead, Harry?
This McGeady spin right there, absolutely key. Although it doesn't fake out the defender, it allows the passing option to be available for Nicholas. And what a pass it was to find the man who sticks it in the back of the net. That man, CR7. We're all tied up going into the break. The referee surely will blow his whistle now. Oh, baby.
Well, how do we separate these two? Nicholas has been dominant in the second leg.
And you could say that about Yago in the semi-final, and it was MoAuba who defeated that Argentinian. He has another man from Argentina to defeat here in the PS4 final. I'll tell you what, this is, I'm out of breath, to be honest with you.
Stick with a 4-2-2 if I was Nicholas. It seems to be working much more. Yes, you are leaving yourself really at a disadvantage at the back, but his football going forward has been sensational. He needs to stick at it.
Maybe even call off on the pressing, maybe switch to some different custom tactics, maybe just play a bit more possession rather than trying to press for as soon as you lose possession. And maybe that might be the difference maker, because you remember MoAuba's goal in this second leg all came from the high pressing of the defense from Nicholas, so you've got to watch out for it.
Oh, Ronaldo, a little bit of room here, looking for the pass through to Hullet. Maybe if you want to swap those roles there, could have been an opportunity for a really good chance for the German. Right now, Nicholas pushes forward. We've seen fantastic attacking football from him so far. And Ronaldo has found his way through. Could this be a dagger? And it might just be! Bodies on the line. And MoAuba survives. A corner coming in though. Messi to the front post to Sandro, who tries to feed it off to an attacker. And MoAuba will somehow survive, and he'll somehow get it away, and there's potentially a counter-attack on here. He might recycle it now, but Hullet striding forward has Sandro to his left. And not many attacking opportunities coming forward, but we said he doesn't need many of them. He hasn't had many of them, though.
No, certainly not. And credit to MoAuba's defensive capabilities there, bringing the keeper out, shutting down that angle. Very unfortunate if you're Nicholas that two players in front blocked the shot off.
Oh, look at this. He can't get through. Ferdinand is there to shut it down. Messi's pass into the centre was fantastic, but Neuer...
So much pressure.
Shuts this down. Indeed, it's just so fast. MoAuba can't react to it at times. And the 4-2-2 has been an absolute revelation for Nicholas.
Really has. That pressure is the difference right now between the first tie and the second leg. A chance there for a first time. You can see Nicholas shake his head. He's expecting a better opportunity than that, and that is the difference though. I mean, look at this, it's 3-1 right now here in the second leg. The first leg was mostly MoAuba. Nicholas really struggling to find his feet, and now, like you say, this 4-2-2, the pressing high up the pitch, not giving MoAuba time to build his attacks, might just be the solution here for Nicholas.
Hullet in the middle, challenged by Hullet. Cristiano Ronaldo will win that ball back in, try to push forward, but MoAuba now wins about a little bit of a scrappy affair in the middle. Not much to separate these two. We've got 30 in-game minutes to go, and Dani Alves is on his bike down the right-hand side. Not much energy left. Back to Eusebio, who can't find the pass. Nicholas now. It's his game to lose, do you feel? Because he seems to have been the more active, but you've got to wonder how much energy do some of these players have left. There's been a lot of movement forward. It's looking like a decent amount at least. CR7 will release Pele down the side, who does look tired, but let's see what he can do here. Oh, it's fantastic.
What a drag back.
He's done so well. The ball in's good as well. A crucial deflection by Maldini, and MoAuba survives once again.
To answer your previous question, Chris, you can tell MoAuba at the moment playing a dangerous game because of how high Nicholas is pressing up the pitch, but it's a potential 3-on-3 at the back right here. I'll come back to my point. In fact, Mateus is just going to slow this game down, and you can see MoAuba's intention, try and beat the man immediately, but the pressing from Nicholas is so well, playing very aggressive on those interceptions, maybe a custom tactic coming in right there from Nicholas to make that happen, and MoAuba trying to beat a man. That's not his game. His game is those clear-cut chances around the box, and finally, we see the pause come in. What changes?
He's been very direct, MoAuba. Very direct, so potentially a change in the middle, but it just does seem to be a change coming from Nicholas there. MoAuba maybe not necessarily thinking of anything, but Nicholas, look at the stats, has dominated this game. 3 goals, 9 shots, 8 on target. There's MoAuba. Still, a 50% conversion rate from MoAuba in terms of shots is good, but he just needs more of them. That's the thing.
All it takes is one, though. All it takes is one from MoAuba. Again, I have to keep coming back to it. That semi-final versus Yago, he was down in almost every single statistics after those 2 legs that they played, and still came out a clear-cut victor. I think it was 7 goals from 9 shots on target. That's a hell of a conversion rate, and that's something that MoAuba is famous for, those timed finishes. He might, again, be the best timed finisher in FIFA 19, so Nicholas has to be careful.
Hullet over the chip ball forward. Is Nicholas going to be able to get there? Manuel Neuer.
Classic Neuer.
Comes flying out with a Superman punch. This one will get away from MoAuba. Good attacking play, has a little bit of room down this left-hand side. He's going to have a room for Cruyff. The goalkeeper's coming. Oh my God! What? Hold on. Has he saved that?
How's that allowed?
That's a red card, surely, ref. What's going on there? Anyway, we'll ignore that happened. The free kick coming in.
I don't think that
he's went for it.
I don't think the shot, honestly, in that one-on-one situation is the right route to take if you're MoAuba. Why not ball roll it around the Russian goalkeeper, take it around him, use a skill move, something.
Did he save that with his hand?
It certainly looked like it.
Anyway, we'll get back into it. A fantastic move by MoAuba.
Controversy here in London, Chris. I love it. It's
Controversy.
spicy.
Neymar down this left-hand side. Nicholas now an opportunity to take the lead. And he does so for the first time in this game. It's 5-4. And Eusebio is accurate. Nicholas now has the lead, and MoAuba has it all to do with 15 in-game minutes to go. Couldn't have put it anywhere else that Neuer couldn't have reached it.
It's a great header from Eusebio, a great finish. Just the finish that Nicholas needed. 15 in-game minutes. Plus added time is all MoAuba has. You can see immediately switching from that ultra-attacking to the defensive for Nicholas. We are watching through Nicholas's console, so...
I mean, the fact that he's been playing ultra-attacking when it was 4-4...
That would just be for custom tactics, I believe, Chris.
I suppose so, I suppose. Hold it, edge of the box for MoAuba now. Can he tie this one up? Henry!
Oh, that's a rare time finish miss from MoAuba.
Corner ball does come in, though. The deflection sends it out. Pull it into the mixer towards Cruyff. Ronaldo's going to find it there. Eventually bundles it over the line, and the German ties things up. 10 in-game minutes to go, and we cannot separate these two in the PlayStation Grand Final.
MoAuba just...
It was just bodies, just throw bodies at it, see what happens.
Look at the player cam. He knows he's so fortunate to get that goal. Again, it's not vintage MoAuba. He misses the time finish. We were speaking and bigging him up so much about his time finishing. That right there, that's just fortunate, you want to say? Amazing. What a game.
What a game indeed. Well, we asked if this one could live up to the Xbox Grand Final. Still a little bit of a way to go, though. Neymar, ball in once again. Eusebio is there. He's been so dangerous going forward. With the headers in the box, he's only little, but a hell of a jump on him.
Sounds like me.
I don't know if you have a jump. Do you? Are you that athletic?
I'll show you after this.
Oh, okay, excellent. Alves down this right-hand side to Hullet. I have no idea which way this one's going. MoAuba has had very little opportunity in this game, but every time he's made it count. But speaking of opportunities, here goes Nicholas down this left-hand side. Eusebio's unmarked in the middle, and Manuel Neuer pounces on it. Backwards and forwards, end to end.
I just thought that might be another goalkeeper blunder if Neuer doesn't pick that ball up. Luckily he does, and it's safe as houses for MoAuba. 2 in-game minutes. Is there a final twist in the tail?
Cruyff, back to Ronaldo. MoAuba, it's perfect FIFA.
Oh, the movement from Nicholas is vital.
Unbelievable. Hullet to Jordi Alba, not long left. We're in the dying seconds. Maldini fires it across, there's nobody there. Nicholas is able to get a goal kick. And there's 3 minutes from it. Harry, I'm out of breath. These grand finals have been sensational, but it might not be over. A potential opportunity for Nicholas, but MoAuba will snuff this one out. 1 minute to go of normal time, and there might be one more stab at it. Messi, Eusebio to Ronaldo to Neymar! Nicholas steals it from the death. We're not far from King's Cross here in London, and he's come straight out of platform 9 3/4 because that's absolutely magic.
Absolute scenes in London in the last breath of the game. Nicholas with the goal that will see him be your PS4 champion. MoAuba punts it up the pitch, but it doesn't matter. The Argentinian Nicholas with the 1,500 Global Series points. We thought the Xbox Final was good. The PS4 Final just stole the show.
Oh my God.
I'm sweating.
What a game. If we're sweating, I don't even know, they'll be dripping.
Some very moist hugs going up there on the stage.
What a game. What a game.
Looking at the stats here, I mean, Nicholas, 12 shots, 11 on target. You can't say it's not deserved. 5-2 in the end in the second leg, and we know these two put on a show and have incredible goal-scoring form, and boy, did they show it.
What a sensational game. Tom has Mike LaBelle and Trout with him. Try and break it down, because I need to sit down.
You have a good sit down, Mr. Ton and Mr. Wonderboy. They looked after the casting there of that game. You stand up.
He's sitting down, I'm standing up, you know. My energy's high, man.
He's got a lot of energy, Mike LaBelle, and I tell you what, you need a lot of energy to continue watching that, because it was end-to-end. It was back and forth, 7-6 on aggregate over those two legs. Talk to me about the highlights of that match.
Were you not entertained? I was thinking after the last match, I was like, there's no way they're going to be able to follow this up. That's going to be the one. I can't believe we saw such a back and forth, so many goals too. Typically, especially in Nicholas matches, I know we talk about his offense, but as games get farther on in tournaments, people start to get a little more cagey, less mistakes, and Nicholas is the type of player who wants to play FIFA where every pass he makes, every shot he makes is 100%. He looks for that type of structure, and Mo is the absolute opposite.
Yeah.
He wants to disrupt what you're doing. He wants bodies going everywhere, and you saw it.
I don't know if you know.
He's throwing it all in the mixer.
What's funny is backstage, he was saying that in a different way. He was saying that Mo's winning this and he's great because he's throwing himself out there, and Nicholas is too precise and he's holding himself back. And now you're like, yes, Nicholas is exactly
I think he was
what you
talking to
should have
somebody
done.
else.
Yeah, he must
I
have
don't
been.
think that was me. That doesn't sound like me.
Here's the replay of that second leg we went into. Nicholas taking on MoAuba in the PS4 final of the FUT Champs December. Listen, the thing is, Trout, do you think he missed Vieira today, MoAuba? You highlighted him before the game. He's got a different squad lineup compared. He's done so well to this point, but you know, there's something in the meta there with the players.
I don't think so. I don't feel like the goals he conceded, Vieira would have done anything differently. It's not like Vieira's height or a physical presence was a difference, and that is the reason why he conceded the goals he did. I think it just came down to Nicholas took his opportunities, he played them so damn well that it doesn't matter who you had there, it was going in, and that was kind of the story. I feel a bit bad for Mo because I really thought he was going to do it. He played some awesome FIFA, really made the most of his opportunities, and in the end it was just so unfortunate that he couldn't get over the line.
But hey, listen, didn't get across the line. He still picks up some Global Series ranking points. However, talk to me about what Nicholas has achieved throughout this tournament. And now he picks up those 1,500 Global ranking Series points.
That's just a great goal. That's just perfect FIFA. He knows exactly what he wants to do there. And I think that is why Nicholas is going to go on. I think he's going to win the whole thing.
6-5.
You've got him beaten Dossary.
Yeah,
Woo. I think so. I mean, this is the matchup that the people have wanted for a while. Last year, everybody was like, Nicholas, Dossary, World Final, PlayStation, Xbox, put that on the books. We want to watch. And it didn't quite go that way, and now you're getting that. Right now, early on in FIFA 19, and I told you guys like days ago, both these guys are starting to grow. I see it. I'm seeing the changes. They're adjusting to the meta.
His face.
What, hashtag Mike knows. Put that somewhere, on a shirt maybe.
Hashtag Mike knows. Listen, let's look at the PS4 global rankings at the moment as they stand. As you can see, Joxan right at the top, but Nicholas picking up this 1,500. That is going to help him throughout the the long journey it will be to get to the E-World Cup right towards the end. What do you make of that, those top 5 players?
I mean, at the end of the day, they just want to make sure they get in the top 60. I don't know what that point total looks like, what's going to be the minimum amount to get in the top 60, but I feel like this top 5 right now, surely you're thinking they got to hit. There's no way they're not going to make the top 60 overall. So I think they've solidified themselves.
I was going to say, probably the best 5 on that console as well, and arguably within shouts for the top 5 across both consoles.
Yeah, people were loving that. I feel like in this arena, and I don't know if you're feeling it at home as well, that MS Dossary was getting a lot more love in this crowd. It helps when you bring down a posse of people that back you up, support you. One of his crew is the Royal. He's looking forward to this final in the cross console, as we are too. But he is currently with Lottie. Is he looking forward to it?
I think he is. We were just having a quick chat, and I said, has your boy MS Dossary gone? And he was like, yeah, of course he has. I mean, he's been playing so well. You faced him earlier on, but you guys exchanged some nice things afterwards. Has he got this in the bag for you, the Royal?
Yeah, I think he will win for sure. I said it yesterday. He's the best player in the world, and he's now the best player in the world.
How do you think Nicholas is going to fare against him? We just saw quite an incredible game there, very back and forth. Do you think Nicholas is going to be able to even score a goal, or do you think MS Dossary is really just going to sort of go through this one like a train?
I think MS Dossary and Nicholas has the same play style. It will be a tough game, but let's hope it goes for MS Dossary.
Okay, and I'm going to get a prediction. If you could predict what the end score will be out of the 2 legs, what would you say?
I would say 6-3 for MS Dossary.
Love that. Love that. That's a good score, I think. Well, thank you very much. And you're going to be rooting for him all the way.
Yeah.
I'll let you get back to all your mates and all the fans up there and let you watch this incredible grand final ahead of us. Tom, it's back over to you.
Thank you very much, and thank you to the Royal sticking around to support his buddy. Lottie's saying there, he's... I've told you once before.
You told me to hit the table. You told me to hit
I said it. They didn't like it in production.
Okay. They don't like that.
Lottie's saying that MS Dossary is going to be like a train, potentially going through Nicholas in the grand cross-console final. But if it's a British train, it's going to be stops and delays, and we don't want that at all. However, Chris...
Then 2 will come at once.
Exactly, and then there'll be leaves on the line. We don't want that. Chris, I've got a question for you. What does TD stand for? TD, come on, come on. Twitch drop. There's a Twitch drop right now, not Tom Deacon. So listen, guys, you know what to do. Link up your Twitch account with your EA account, and then simply you could possibly earn yourself a rare mega pack. That is simple. It's just below right there. I can't believe you didn't. That's such an easy question. TD.
I'm not good at these puzzle games.
Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter. What is going to be a puzzle is working out what is going to happen for the cross-console final, the grand final between Nicholas and your main man, MS Dossary. When we come back after a break, we'll have all of the analysis from these 2 guys, or maybe some more people, maybe even the crowd. Who knows? See you in a second.
We all know champions rise early.
Yeah? Well, this one stays up late.
They all want to meet Neymar. But me, I am Neymar. I'm De Bruyne. I'm Dybala.
And my Mbappe is more Mbappe than Mbappe.
Plus Mbappe que moi. This icon played for years without winning the Champions League. But I've already won it. Twice!
Ronaldo's the best striker in the world. But on my team, I play centre back.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Not that way.
Come on. What? You can do that.
Okay, okay. Run that burger.
They say Pep's a genius.
Pero yo le gano.
My scored exterior.
Can you reach the final in Madrid?
Madrid? It's right here in LA.
So here it is, the biggest game of the year, the Champions League final.
That's right, James. Cool. What's going on here?
take it from here.
For the players.
Welcome back to the Gfinity Arena, where we have held and witnessed some beautiful FIFA throughout the day. Just to bring you up to speed, we obviously had 3 epic Xbox matches. We kick-started with F2 Techs taking on PSG Dax. That happened earlier on today. Then we moved in to the Royal versus MS Dossary. What a great game that was. F2 Techs taking on PSG Dax. Ended up being 4-0 to F2 Techs on aggregate across those 2 legs. Then we did move into that Royal versus MS Dossary, 2 mates taking in on each other. It was all smiles until they started to play. And then actually, to be fair, there were a few more extra smiles as well. But eventually, MS Dossary going through 4-3 on aggregate. And then we had that juicy final between F2 Techs taking on MS Dossary. And what a final it was. On the desk with me on set, and Dan Gaskin. It was an epic final, that one, for the Xbox.
It nearly ended us. I think at one point it was just back and forth. You know, Dossary came out on top, obviously, towards the end. But, I mean, if you want an indication of how close that game was between those 2 players, look at the last kick, pretty much, of regular time. The ball rolling agonisingly towards Dossary's goal after a deflection, hits the outside of the post and goes behind. I mean, it was insane. If you haven't seen it, please go and watch him back. It was a special one.
It was indeed. And extra special that F2 Tech said he was going to take that win quite comfortably from MS Dossary, and he said, let's see. We also had PS4 matches today. We had the 2 semi-finals plus that final of the PS4. We kick-started with Nicholas taking on Stefano Pinna, and then, scenes in that one, the 2-1, cagey, close affair. They said on the desk, do not expect that for the Yago versus MoAuba game, and they were correct because they are the experts. That's why they are here in the Gfinity Arena. That one finished 7-4, and then we went to the final, which is just moments ago. And goals galore and almost extra time again. But Nicholas said, not today. He would have said it in Argentinian, to be fair, but I understood him. Dan, what did you make of it?
Two incredible console finals, and you could see what it meant to Nicholas there. A shame for MoAuba, who has performed exceptionally well in this tournament thus far. But Nicholas, right from the group stages, he's really showed pure class. And we did kind of question ourselves, like, I think we could see him making it to the final this time. And now he's made it all the way. It's just so exciting for him because he's got that chance at trying to take that title that everyone wants of the console champion and the overall champion.
Indeed. And both of those winners have now led us to this moment now for the grand final, the cross-console final, to be precise. And it's going to be such a good game. I just feel it because MS Dossary is coming into this, and he wants to make it 3-3 out of UK competitions, doesn't he?
Yeah, London's kind of become a second home to Dossary. He has a very good time here, a very good winning record as well, but I feel like the man in front of him is the man that could take this. I don't know why. Nicholas, I think you look at momentum going into finals, he's just come off of the back of that last gasp second winner against MoAuba, and I mean, that kind of sets you up. You just want to get into the next game, you want to get ready, but Dossary's the man who's just beaten Tex as well. Tex, we were talking about all tournament long, how good he was. Dossary's just beaten him, so it couldn't be set up any more beautifully.
I feel like Nicholas took full advantage of the goalkeeper movement from MoAuba. And I don't think there's as much on the side of MS Dossary, and that might actually help him, because there's not as much mind games that Nicholas can kind of play around with. The other thing for MS Dossary is he's got to defend that kind of Xbox title. We've seen Xbox dominate for however long and however many tournaments. I'm sure some of the analysts and maybe even Richard and Brandon might be able to give us a more exact amount, but he's got to do it for the Xbox players. They've all been saying, is Xbox better, is PS4 player better? Well, MS Dossary is going to defend it for us.
He is indeed. And what we've noticed from Nicholas throughout this tournament here in London, in the Gfinity Arena, is he likes to score goals. He's offensively incredible, but will he have enough defensively to hold back MS Dossary?
Yes.
And the head nod from onset says yes.
I mean, you talk about the attacking play from Nicholas, but I always look at him as a very solid defensive player. He builds from the back. He's very methodical in the way that he goes forward. It's only when he's sort of forced to change his formation. If you see him go into that 4-2-2, that's when things will change. That's when he becomes more offensive. But usually, as I say, very slow in his build-up, surgically precise in his passing, always looks for the best possible high percentage opportunity before pulling the trigger. So it's going to be a good clash of styles.
First time shots as well, finesse. I mean, he didn't look happy there. It's like his coach came in and went, "You are playing. This is. You're going to the final."
And I feel like a player like Nicholas needs that someone behind him to give him a little bit of momentum, because I think he doesn't often show passion. You don't really see it from him. He's very calm, just focuses on the game. But then when he got that final goal,
yeah, he let it all out.
Oh, it all erupted, and it was great to see.
But like a book, the front cover is misleading. You think, there's nothing in this book, but honestly, underneath, I'm sure he's going through all the different emotions.
And he's going to want to flick to that last page, I'm sure, and try and lift that trophy.
That's a spoiler.
Oh yes.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, it is. I mean, defensively, his record, I think, is actually the best in the tournament from everyone available. His goal difference is absolutely insane. He scored so many goals. And that's where MS Dossary is going to be looking at Nicholas and saying, well, where can I actually expose him here? Because he's looked good at the back and defensively. He's scored so many goals, so he might struggle.
The thing that was impressive for me, sorry to quickly just add another point, is the way that Dossary took on Tex and sort of evaluated the way that Tex attacks. He kind of counteracted that. I'll be interested to see if he's come up with something here while watching Nicholas play that can kind of help him tactically going into this final.
Yeah, and obviously in terms of their squad differences and who they have up front, there's not much of a difference between the two guys. Does it come down to the goalkeeper, perhaps? And we saw some fabulous saves from Courtois. I think it was you, Gaskin. It was like, he could just put a foot out, and that's what we like about him. Does it come down to the minute details of players that are using?
I don't think so much. I mean, you know, pretty much if you look at sort of the 13, 14 players that are going to be either in the starting lineup or in the squad on the bench, it's pretty much going to be the same. We have seen, you know, Mateus used a little bit instead of Vieira at some points, but I think you're going to see very similar squads here. The one thing that I always keep an eye on is how often Nicholas makes those subs, how early on in the game that he likes to have those players with full stamina. He likes to keep them as close. Like I mentioned when I was casting last year, he'd take off both of his central midfielders and change them at half-time just to make sure they had the stamina. So it'd be interesting to keep an eye on when he brings those players on and when he needs those fresh legs and wants them on the pitch.
I want to ask you a question, Dan. While we're waiting for the grand final to get going on this, I want to ask you, how will F2 Tex be feeling right now and MoAuba? Like, how will they be feeling?
MoAuba's going to be feeling particularly hard done by, I think. He was through on goal, he had a chance, keeper came out, wiped him out, and it's a free kick. And it's a goal-scoring opportunity. Like, it's kind of dirty play, some might say, but you've got to do what you've got to do.
It wasn't only that chance. You've got to remember that Nicholas pretty much went straight up the other end to score the winner after MoAuba had a clear shot on goal that Neuer somehow got a knee to or something to send it over the bar. So he's going to be devastated. I think Tex is going to be reflecting and thinking, he'll probably be a bit more like, OK, I can't win them all, you know, but he still got to the console final, still the second best player on Xbox. He's still got 2 trophies, he'll be all right.
But of course, and the thing is, Dan, you said not complacency, but he did have a lot of bravado, and I mean that in the nicest possible way. He's entertaining, I love the guy. However, he did say, yeah, I'm going to get this win, and then went upstairs. Do you think might be a more humble F2 Tex that comes out just to make sure he doesn't say something that he might regret after that match?
I hope not. No, I want to see the same Tex. I want to see the confident young man, because he is still the best player in my eyes. Regardless if he did lose today, it was bound to happen that eventually something wouldn't go his way. He will look back at it. He will be disappointed, but at the same time, he'll say, look, I've won so many tournaments. He can have a fantastic Christmas now, and then just look on to the next few tournaments he's got coming up. Because, remember, he has qualified for those LQEs. He has qualified for those FUT Champs Cups because he is insane.
Yes. Right then, gentlemen, we go to the cross-console grand final, and to everybody watching right now, there's a small matter that we have to sort out. Which console are we going to start on? So let's bring them out for our grand final. We have got MS Dossary versus Nicholas. Nicholas, to my left. Listen, buena la suerte for you. Yeah, that's almost. He's just in his own zone. MS Dossary, talk to me about this. You put F2 Tex, that conversation to bed. Now, potentially the grand final. Are you going to say to me, let's just see what happens again?
Nah, I wished I played Nicholas in FIFA 19. In FIFA 18, he was one of the best, and he's still in FIFA 19 one of the best. And let's see.
Of course. Now, you have got some amazing support that have come along. The Royal was bigging you up, saying how good you are and how far you can go in this competition and potentially now win this. What would it mean to you, 3 out of 3, coming to the UK and dominating?
It's really huge. If I win it, I'll be the first guy to win a major in 17 and 18 and 19.
Okay, well, listen, you're taking on Nicholas. No translators, so I'm going to just leave this man. I'm just going to give him the nod, which means best of luck to you, sir. What we are going to do is find out which console we are going to play on first. So I'm going to bring in the adjudicator for me, and we are going to flip this coin. I'm going to do it, and Ali's going to make sure this is correct, because if it is a heads, that means we will go to the PS4 player who will decide which console we will start on. That will be Nicholas, my man to the left. If it's tails, it will go to the Xbox, which will be to my right, and MS Dossary will decide which console we go for. So I feel this is a nerve-wracking moment, but I'm just going to flip it up like that. Perfect coin flip. It is tails. So that means the main man over here, MS Dossary, you decide which console we start with. What are we going for?
I'm playing PlayStation first.
Okay, PlayStation first. A smile from Nicholas. All right, gentlemen, there you go. Job's done on that. I'll let you head off, MS Dossary. Ali, the adjudicator, administrator, did nothing there. He's a rocket scientist. He's so overqualified to look at a coin and say, yeah, that's done. Nicholas, you can head that way for me. MS Dossary, you can head that way. Perfect from you two, gentlemen. Right, let's get down, let's break it. We need to decide what is happening for this. We're going to start with the PS4. It's going to be our first console we start with, and then we will find out what the guys on the desk think. On set, Dan Gaskin, what do you think for that?
I loved Ali's contribution to it.
Is he actually a rocket scientist?
Yeah,
I believe so, yeah.
100%, yeah.
100% qualified. So he just said, yeah, all my qualifications say that's tails.
Down to this moment. Anyway, obviously starting on the PlayStation is going to be a bit of it depends how you look at it, isn't it? Nicholas has got the chance to obviously play on his preferred console to start off with, but I always think it's the advantage to go maybe second on your console, knowing the game situation. It's a little bit like playing at home in the Champions League. When you go away, you try and get a result, and then you come back home and you feel a little bit more comfortable and you're trying to get that win. So you sort of know what you got to do, how you got to perform. It's, yeah.
And extra time penalties, it's going to be on your preferred console for MS Dossary. He's going to be playing on Xbox second, so that's certainly why he's picked it, and that gives him a little edge. If Xbox players didn't already have the edge, because some say that PS4 going on to the Xbox is a little bit harder in terms of controllers, but the amount of players here that can now play on both consoles, is just...
Most of them practice on both,
yeah,
because of these situations, so, it's kind of a...
And if they don't, Christmas is coming up, might buy the other console and then...
If they win this, they can buy a lot of them.
Wow. OK, I like that idea. Gentlemen, I'm going to ask you, because I'm going to ask everybody at home as well. Here's the thing. On our Twitter, @Gfinity, we're going to put a poll up. Who would you like to see win the cross-console grand final? A, if you want to say that MS Dossary is going to win it, put that. And if it's B, you think Nicholas, well, you can put that. There's no other option, obviously, unless you want to say it's Onset or Dan Gaskin, but we're not going to put that. It's just two options. Who is going to win this cross-console grand final? Gentlemen, put you on the spot in a nice way. Let's discuss it. Let's break it down. Who do you think is going to win it?
After you.
Who do I think is going to win it, or who do I want to win it? That's the question. I want an Xbox champion to continue, because I'm an Xbox player. However, I think Nicholas, he might have this one.
I'm going with Dossary. He's got the record in London. It's his second home, and the way that he performed in the Xbox final, I can't say no.
He always goes against me.
He always goes against you, but I like that, yin and yang. Also, the interesting thing is we saw, could it be the hat-trick for F2 Tex? Well, it could be the hat-trick of wins in the UK for MS Dossary. Now, listen, while we let the players get ready before our cross-console grand final, let's have a look at the best goals throughout the tournament so far, because there could be some gems coming up. What do you make of these ones? The F2 Tex versus MS Dossary. That's a bit of a wonder goal right there.
Yeah, one that maybe MS Dossary wasn't really expecting. Just smashed in on that left foot. You expect finesse to come out of there, and yeah, we have seen some phenomenal goals this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, different types of goal as well. You have the long-range strikes, you have the technique there, and then you have the the jinking runs and the strikes from distance. You can see the variety of different ways there are to score, and you can see how these pros kind of know every single aspect of the game. That looks impressive there. That's the time finesse shot. If you get into a position there, that's a pretty common way of scoring that goal. Neymar there with a pretty comfortable finish.
Go with his head.
I really hope that the MoAuba one is in here, because for me, that was the kind of standout individual skill moment of the game. I mean, that was a huge goal there to win. That was actually to get Dossary back into it, I think.
Neymar's got such fabulous hair. You don't want to mess it up by headering it, do you?
Absolutely not, and I'm sure the characters will be thinking about that. But a lot of these goals were incredible, but you've also got to put into the factor in when they scored those goals.
Yeah.
It came in quarterfinals, semi-finals, even group stages when potentially they could be eliminated. That's how important some of these goals were. It's what makes them extra special.
So it's not just the sort of how glamorous that goal looks. It's about when it happened on the pitch. You're saying that makes it such a better goal because of the time that it happened. Is that what you're breaking down?
Yeah. Some of them, like this one,
Technical,
he was already like
technical masterclass.
He was already 6 goals up, and that was just a beautiful goal. But however, some, even if they were just your normal finesse shots, it was the time that it happened. But that is just exemplary, I think Chris Tunn would say.
Aye, Chris Tunn, exemplary?
Exactly.
That is exemplary, ladies and gentlemen. There it is, the back of the net. The keeper's going to be furious picking that one out.
Chris Tunn is a poor man's Ray Hudson.
So there you go, best goals. If you had to pick one just off the top.
My bad, man. Just because of technical skill, it's something we didn't see a lot of. You know, flicking the ball up to yourself, clicking that right stick in, and then hitting the overhead kick. Thank you for entertaining us.
Yeah, and we have had 2 fantastic finals already on the Xbox and the PS4. You're expecting the same for this one, Dan Gaskin?
Yes. I think this is going to be a great final, but a very different one. We had quite a bit of goals scored in that last PS4 one, but I think this could be quite a cagey affair. 2 very solid defensive players, like to pass it around in the middle. I think both will probably be playing 4-2-3-1, might cancel each other out a little bit. So first 20, 30 minutes, if there isn't a goal, we could be looking at something very cagey and very scary.
Yeah, there are the players getting ready now. As some people have asked, I know my mates have said, what do you do when the games are going on? That is a good question, and I can answer for Dan Gaskin. You might be backstage, open a few packs up of your own. Did you manage to bag any beauties?
Of course he did. This is Dan Gaskin. Literally the most insane pack luck in the world.
I did get 4 86 pluses and 2 informs, including Dembele.
Unbelievable. What do you put your luck down to? Is it just the way you carry yourself?
Blow drying your hair in the morning, I think, is key.
As you can see.
That's why I struggle. There we go, now we know.
There you go, the admins are behind rocket scientist Ali. A beautiful moment last night after while we're just waiting for the guys to set up. I'm not rambling to take any more time away from getting down to the action. But Ali, good guy. I saw him on the old tube and I said, I'm just going to read my book, mate. Knowing full well what his role today was, going to be checking the coin. But the players getting ready. What preparation will they be doing right now? Break that down for me.
Just setting your team up, you know, making sure that all your player instructions are right, making sure that your controls are right, etc., etc. I mean, I want to focus on what these guys have got to do to win this game. You know, you've got Dossary on one side who's shown, you know, that he can dominate a game in that first leg. That's kind of where he beat Tex, in my opinion, coming out of the gates hot. And then you've got Nicholas, who has that kind of the ace up the sleeve of that 4-2-2-2 formation where he's managed to score so many goals and kind of flick a switch from playing that slow, defensive, methodical play and kind of prodding and poking, looking for openings to score, to sort of an all-round, much quicker, you know, more aggressive attacking style. And I just feel like that could play a lot into it. If Dossary's first leg is strong here on his away console and then he goes back to the Xbox in the second leg, I think that's where it could be determined. So I think a lot of this game depends on this first leg, even the first 45 minutes of it.
I think Nicholas has scored over 70 goals in, what, like 12 games of FIFA, or 24 games of FIFA if you consider both legs. And I think that's what MS Dossary is going to be focusing on. How do I stop those goals from being scored? If he's done his research like he clearly did with Tex, he knows what Tex is good at, he pressured him, he made sure he wasn't giving him the space out on the wings because Tex was fantastic there. If he's done the same research here in the final, then MS Dossary should be able to tactically win this one, but it's whether it's going to come down to tactics or maybe just mechanical skill.
Obviously, they're both winners. Now they get to be an extra winner in the grand final and the cross-console. But is the job done for them in terms of getting those global series ranking points? The opportunity.
Never done.
No, I know it's never done, but when you approach the tournament, do you reckon these pros are looking at it and going, look, I need to get the points, that's the most important thing. I can get some money as well, great, well done me. And if I can show the FIFA community what I'm all about, then it's a job done. Because at this stage right now, it's just a bit of pride on the line, really.
I feel there's only one thing these pros are thinking of when they come into the tournament is, I want first place, and then if they get knocked out of the tournament at any point, they'll go, OK, all right, how many Global Series points have I got? OK, that's kind of it's a reactory thing.
So that's the last thing you
Exactly, it's like they're not worried about that until they get to the point where they have to worry about it, to be honest with you. You know, I bet they all know how much prize money's on the line for first. I bet they all know how many global ranking points there are on the board for first.
That's the competitive element of them. They only think
outside
about
of
first.
that, I don't think that they'll probably have to ask someone, because that's all they're interested in.
Okay. Like, no extra points for finishing this. They both get the same amount in this grand final. Are they both going to be qualifying for the E-World Cup with the amount of points they have now? Probably. They're going to get there, but you want to be able to be at the top, get a good seed, yada, yada, and both the players are just crazy.
OK, well, let's refresh, let's relax for a second, because when we come back after a break, we will have all the action of the cross-console grand final. We'll see you in a second.
Bienvenidos a todos, señoras y señores. No se despisten, que empieza lo bueno.
For the players.
Here we are then at the Gfinity Arena, ready for the FUT 19 Champs Cup. It's interesting, gentlemen, we were just chatting through that break. These are the two most consistent players of FIFA 18, and now they're proving they're back up to the pace where they need to be for FIFA 19. And we're going to see this in the cross-console grand final.
Yeah, it's taken them a little bit of time to adjust. You know, FIFA 18, these definitely were two of the most consistent players, always, you know, in conversations at the start of the tournament for who's going to win this tournament. So, as I say, slow start for them both, you could argue, because of the high standards that is set during FIFA 18, but now they've started to get used to the meta, they've got used to the move of the goalkeeper, we've sort of talked about it quite a lot, but it's so true, it does take some time to adjust. And now they are sat here in our cross-console final, and it just shows the talent and that natural raw ability both have when it comes to FIFA esports.
Beautiful. Dan Gaskin on set. Let's get to it. We are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to throw it over to the casters. Brandon and Richard, take it away.
Thank you very much, Tom. Well, here we go. This is the big one. This is what everybody at home would have watched, you know, for the whole weekend. Yes, you've had some rewards, but, you know, the big reward is watching this huge cross-console final. As we know, $40,000 for the winner. Both players have already secured 1,500 Global Series ranking points each, and we've seen how that's affected the rankings already. But we're playing now, not just for that prize money. It's for the trophy, the reputation of being the champion, the FUT Champions Cup champion here in London and of the month of December.
This is what we live for. We live for cross-console finals. We live for drama. We live for big Xbox players, big PS4 players, giants of their representative consoles clashing against each other in once-in-a-lifetime matches. MS Dossary from Saudi Arabia against Nicholas from Argentina.
It's like it's been coming, this tie for both players. You know, we've seen them at different events throughout the Global Series so far in FIFA 19. Of course, we saw MS Dossary at that Continental Cup, did not have a good tournament there. Nicholas couldn't compete at that one because obviously there wasn't a spot allocated for his country. Then MS Dossary didn't make the first FUT Champions Cup. He was in that LQE, he made it to the knockouts and got knocked out by Gorilla there. And on the other side of that, Nicholas played in the first cup, lost to Tor in the knockouts, played in the LQE, lost to Kurta Dilo in such a tough game for him to take. And now it seems like everything's just falling into place for him.
If you are just joining us for this cross-console final, both of these players already secured 1,500 Global Series ranking points on the rankings. It bumps them up into the top 5.
Which is what everybody is playing for. And if you have joined, we're playing on PlayStation first. MS Dossary won the coin flip.
Yeah.
And here's a little stat for you, Richard. The last two cross-console finals that have started on the away console, the away players won. 2-1 for Tex against Joxan and 3-0 against Stefano Pinna. Is it still a debate, the away console? You use the same players now. Once it was the icons and the debate. Now it's just the controller size and moving the goalkeeper.
I won't even say this is an away console. MS Dossary competed in an event this year on PlayStation 4. It completed at the Continental Cup on PlayStation. So can you say it's even an away console? It's just a different console. I think that's a better way to put it. Whereas for Nicholas, the only time we've seen him on that Xbox, he got humbled by Tex, DH Tex it was then, around 12 months ago in Barcelona. Has he improved?
As we know, both these players enjoyed a bit of success last year. It was the playoff win for Nicholas in Amsterdam. You have to say it was a long time coming as well after making the latter stages in tournaments for so long for Nicholas, and it was kind of like a realisation for him. Yes, I am a very, very good FIFA player.
Yeah, second biggest event of the year last year, the playoffs, next to the FIFA Interactive FIFA E-World Cup Grand Final, in which the man he's facing right now went on to lift. MS Dossary.
The world champion from last year, FIFA 18. You heard him say it as well. Won a major in FIFA 17. Of course, he won that Manchester FUT Champions Cup in FIFA 18. Can he do it in FIFA 19 now? The first player, as he said, to win 3 consecutive majors in different years, different game cycles as such. He comes forward now on this away console, as we're saying. The cross-console final, as we know, $40,000 for first place, $20,000 for second place. aggregate scoreline, no away goals. Just drawing at the end will continue to extra time on the console that is played on second. So if they are all square on the Xbox side of things, you know, when we hit the 90th minute there, we'll continue extra time on that console.
Both of these players had late drama to get to this stage. On the console final, on the PlayStation side of things, Nicholas with a 93rd minute winner against MoAuba.
Here he goes. This is Nicholas on the finesse. It's time to perfection. It's a long, long old road, this grand final.
It's all about staying calm right now, not letting yourself get excited. Think about what you're going to spend, maybe the extra $20,000 if you win this game on. Just about keeping your head. And Nicholas, one of those players, rarely, never shows emotion. We saw it in that last game.
They called him the Iceman. I've seen on Twitter, you've heard it from the other casters as well, that done a fantastic job this weekend of just... This guy does not give us emotion until what we just saw then against MoAuba. 5-4 win.
It's mechanical.
Last minute goal.
It's mechanical for Nicholas, just the way that he moves through the motions. Everything done for a purpose. There's nothing out of time. There's nothing out of position. Everything he does, he wants to have an effect on the game. There's no wasted motion, no wasted skill moves, no wasted shots. I saw the shooting stats from the last game. He had 11 shots on target out of 12. He only shoots when he's got a good opportunity to score.
Speaking of someone else that likes to enjoy a goal or two, MS Dossary replies straight away.
We didn't know what to expect coming into this cross-console final. Both of the players, they can shut out a game. If they wanted this to be a 0-0, I definitely think they could. But they've come out inside 21 minutes, and we've seen two really nice finesses into the back of the net. Are we in for an early Christmas present, Brandon?
Well, it looks like we could have one in our hands at the moment. As we know as well, both of these players have tasted a defeat here. It was Nicholas losing to the hands of Maestro and having to play him again later on in the competition. And winning there. And MS Dossary just pulling his way through as not. Of course, the game he lost was in the group stages. Went 6-1. Nicholas 7-0, the only player out of the 64.
Yeah, he lost to Tim Latka. Did MS Dossary 3-1.
As we know, the competition started back on Thursday. It was a different format for the players. 64 players came here from all over the world, 21 different nationalities. And now the two that remain is an Argentine and a world champion who is also from Saudi Arabia.
First time in a while, no European presence in this grand final.
And the first time as well, Richard, that we've seen a different player in a final. This is our fourth grand final, our fourth, event final of the Global Series Continental Cup. We know what happened there. We'll come on to that after this attack now. Ball through. Here's Hullet. And a great tackle. But, just recapping on what we've seen so far in FIFA 19. Obviously, Joksan against the Stranger. The Continental Cup there. That was a PlayStation-only competition. F2 Tex against Joksan. The first FUT Champions Cup in Bucharest, in the LQE in Bucharest. F2 Tex against Stefano Pinna. This is a different final altogether.
Yeah, some fresh blood in this cross-console final. MS Dossary and Nicholas both deserve to be here. Both had huge hurdles to overcome.
F2 Tex is a huge hurdle in itself. And
MoAuba as well in that final.
Exactly that. And what a game that was on both sides. They were such good games, so exciting.
Go one round before that, 2-1. He beat Stefano Pinna, last week's grand finalist.
The quality is everywhere, Richard. We don't need to go into depth with it that much. We can see on the screen. Dossary beating his, friend, the Royal as well, who you have to say, he just lost potentially in a semi-final, right? A console semi-final. Did you see it about half an hour ago? He's cheering for him in the crowd, getting him to do his typical celebration MS Dossary does, hands behind the ears. We talk about sportsmanship across esports, any sport. Look no further.
We'll be seeing a repeat of that celebration in around 30 minutes' time. Oh, Nicholas, they're putting a stop to this fantastic run from MS Dossary.
MS Dossary, look at the space he's got. Eusebio, can he play it back over? Saw the idea. Alexandro just stands strong and says no thank you.
I think Dan alluded to it earlier on the desk. Extremely heavy in the cross-console final towards the Xbox. I believe the last time PS4 player did beat an Xbox player in a cross-console final, I'll tell you just after this attack.
Ronaldo cuts back inside. You can tell he's looking for the finesse, and it's easily read by Manuel Neuer.
Look at the Club World Cup 2017, where Marcuso beat Rasu in that final. Since then, Xbox domination in the cross-console finals.
Last attack now in the first half, in the first leg. As we said, we are on PlayStation. This is your grand final, the cross-console final. The best player on PlayStation up against the best Xbox player from this event. And at the moment, we are all square heading into half-time. A fantastic first half of action. It was Nicholas that opened up the score. He's only had one shot as well.
That first half was flown by. 1-1 at half-time. 38% possession from Nicholas. Not what you tend to see from his games, but MS Dossary being the dominant on the ball retention. Nicholas is switched into that 4-2-2 right now. Let's see what sort of game that attacking flair in the final third can he bring to the table. Can it disrupt MS Dossary?
Here's a few stats to you as well, which MS Dossary concedes 1.33 goals a game average. And then back onto that as well, Nicholas, 1.50. We know they both score goals, don't we, Richard?
Yeah, they both score heaps of goals. Nicholas has been prolific all the way through this tournament. Looks like back post cross.
MS Dossary, Eusebio. He's still in possession. If he can just get rid of that, well played. The point to address, as we said, they both scored, they both netted over 70 goals throughout this tournament. And you can see why they're in the final. Not conceding many and scoring heaps of them. Still 1-1 here.
With that switcher play, potentially from Nicholas.
Can he find a way through? No, he can't there. As we know, Nicholas was under that transfer market banner for a long time. We were like, where's he going to move to? Where's the big move? And as we're approaching that FIFA 19 launch, the new competitive year, out came the move to FC Basel. And what a roster they have got. Vieira cuts back inside, keeping everyone guessing. It's the French CDM. There's the finesse. That one's blocked. It was timed as well.
Hey, you talk about rosters. Look at that rogue team at the minute. Enrazek, Goal Machine, and MS Dossary. One of the most stacked teams in FIFA esports. Lovely ball down the line.
Eusebio, again, simple cross all the way over. Cristiano Ronaldo was waiting for it.
Been utilising a lot of crosses on MS Dossary. I'm interested to see, we're watching that MoAuba game, seeing that he might be susceptible to a cross to that back post.
See Messi on the field as well, Richard, which I don't always tend to see unless it's a sub. However, I know, obviously, one of his teammates, MS Dossary, Goal Machine, he enjoys using Messi bird cam as well in centre midfield, as we know. Of course, they're playing on these esports competitive accounts. They can use a number of players up to a certain day. Here we go. Here's a chance. It's finesse. There's Messi on that left foot. We know it's so deadly. Saw it all year last year on FIFA 18.
What a story that will be. Messi firing Nicholas into the lead to Argentine. Heroes in their own right. Messi on the pitch. Nicholas on the virtual pitch. This game really even at the minute.
It's in the perfect balance for anyone that's home as, you know, as a neutral here. You know, you're new to competitive FIFA. It's shaping up at the moment for a really good second leg where both players are going to have to come out and attack. And
do you feel as though Nicholas has to take a lead going on to the Xbox side of things where he's less familiar, though?
You would say that. You would say that, Richard, because obviously, you know, the main difference, if we're looking really in depth, obviously the controller size, which can affect moving the goalkeeper. If you are a player that does move the goalkeeper, we heard a few players already talk about that.
Yeah, especially that right analog stick, slightly positioned differently, PS4 to Xbox One, so could be a hazard potentially for Nicholas. He has just queued up all. He's not happy with something on the pitch, wants to make a change. MS Dossary not going to let it happen for the foreseeable future.
MS Dossary's happy to keep it at 1-1 in this
Nicholas,
game.
He's that adamant he wants to make a change. He just booted the ball out.
No time to waste for the Argentine there. And it's going to be a big call as well. R9 coming off for Eusebio.
Eusebio and Neymar both coming on. You rarely see that. You rarely see someone just launching the ball out of play because he's that. He wants to make a change that quickly.
He knows MS Dossary's not just going to keep the ball out of play and give you a pause for free, is he? So he took the risk himself. Yes, he's giving back possession.
Goes perfectly what Mark was saying earlier about he's very strict with his substitutes. He used to bring in on his centre mids last year, 45, 50th minute.
He could have played the ball there to Ronaldinho, but just seems so happy and content in possession. Is MS Dossary will get a chance now, though. Cristiano Ronaldo out to hurl it. But lovely fake shot. Oh, and a lovely goal as well for the man on the away console. Could have easily taken the shot early. Basically a fake shot to open up a pocket of space. Watch it again. Keeping in line there with the left back of Alexandro. Just bursting away. And now he's 2-1 up.
This year on FIFA, unpredictability breeds success. If you can got something different in your locker, a fake shot, a scoop turn, something that your opponent is just not expecting, 9 times out of 10, you'll create a good opportunity from that. People are robotic in the way that they defend, with expecting that finesse over and over again.
You mentioned about how important this game is on the PlayStation side, Richard. They haven't had too much experience of seeing Nicolas go over to the Xbox side. You know, you mentioned back in Barcelona in FIFA 18. Here's a chance now if he can win that. No, he can't. Neymar jumped up and just about soaking up that pressure is MS Dossary. We saw MS Dossary up against Stefano Pinna, who was at this event and on the away console, seemed quite happy.
Look for that threaded through ball down the line. CR7 is offering it. That's the right back.
He nearly played him on as well. Walker was out of position. The two centre-halves are just keeping Eusebio, Pele to Ronaldinho. He's going to have a shot. Wasn't really troubling the keeper too much, though.
Yeah, very audacious, that attempt. Ronaldinho on his left foot outside the box. No real angle to work a finesse or a near post shot. So,
and this here, you can see, look at the score. We know these two do not, you know, give up goals easily. They do score quite a few. You can see how good defensively both these players are. When you're seeing a scoreline this low in a competitive game of FIFA. Of course, we are here at the Gfinity Arena. It's all live in London. Pull it. Play it through again to Cristiano Ronaldo. He's got the ball again outside the boot. Well done. A great finish again from MS Dossary to put him 3-1 up. What a first leg he is having here.
Perfect first leg for MS Dossary. Been in this position before in that cross-console final only a couple of months ago against Stefano Pinna in London in a big, big game. Lovely little through ball to Cristiano Ronaldo, who just pokes it past the goalkeeper at the near post, outside of the right boot, into that top net.
Now he's 3-1 up and he's set himself up fantastically. It seems like he just thrives under the pressure in a big final, Richard. You look at the FIFA World Cup final, if there's one final you're going to be pressured in or worried in. Nicolas, here's a chance for him. Hullet with the shot. Oh. Keeper was moved as well. It took a kind of deflection on the way through. No, he didn't. It went through the legs.
Yeah, keeper will lift. Rooted there in the goal.
Stranded. It was on target. It could have been deadly. Comes again though, MS Dossary now. Remember, he's playing on PlayStation. Looks no different to an Xbox player here. Will win a corner, and he'll be happy to win that. Just over 3. Oh, we're going back to someone else now then, apparently. I thought there was a clear deflection out there for a corner.
Could have been offside, potentially. Just when that ball did bounce back up, but Nicolas going to try and get one more attack.
He will get one more. What's for Neymar on the overlap? Alexandro wants to use him. Yes, he will. Neymar all the way across. Front post flick on if he was there for Cristiano Ronaldo just to get his head onto. You mentioned about a result was needed for Nicolas in this game. MS Dossary. He played the E-Club World Cup on PlayStation. He doesn't really care what console he's playing on.
He played the Continental Cup this year, 2 months ago on PlayStation, and hung in there.
Oh no, not again. MS Dossary back inside. Cristiano Ronaldo, 4-1.
It came, it saw, it conquered. MS Dossary, England is his second city.
Every time he's in England, he always puts on a performance. You go back to Manchester last year, FUT Champions Cup winner there. You go to the final in London. He just seems to thrive off playing his FIFA in the UK.
But it's a clean air of England, potentially. Who knows? Someone asked him after the game. What's he like about England?
4-1 up. I have to say it again. You know, you look into the Fury away console, home console, he's 4-1 up on a PlayStation. Doesn't faze him. He'll play on whatever. There we go. First game concluded 4-1 result, Richard, to MS Dossary. Bear in mind, both these players do not concede goals. Nicolas, as we said, averages like 1.50 goals a game he concedes. Went unbeaten in the groups he did. He's just lost 4-1 there.
You can have all the stats you want. You can look into the game as much as possible. You can analyse it over and over again with the stats, with the statistics. But it's all about showing up in that grand final. It's all about playing your best FIFA at the perfect time. And MS Dossary seems to be one of the best pros around at doing that, at performing when the lights are shining bright. What a performance.
What an incredible game,
on his unfamiliar console. Now we switched over to that Xbox One. What a performance from Dossary.
Looking at the most goals scored as well between, of course, the cross-console final. You look back, of course, to the first FUT Champions Cup in Bucharest. That was a 2-1 win there, of course, for Tex against Joksan. And then you look to the LQE. That happened the week after. That was a 3-0 to Tex against Stefano Pinna. Now we've just seen a 4-1 MS Dossary in cruise control.
But coming into that game, I said it before the game even kicked off, there wasn't an away console for Dossary. It felt as though, for Nicholas, this could potentially get a little bit ugly in that second leg if he's not used to that Xbox controller, if he can't get used to that manual goalkeeping, potentially. So, and Nicholas is going to have to pull something out of the bag.
I don't think we even expected that game. However, it was
Nicholas.
Yeah, Nicholas had the best start in this. He played through to Ronaldo. Simple finesse for him to put him 1-0 up after 17 in-game minutes. The player that was on his home console, we have to say again.
Yeah, while the highlights are rolling, a few of the stats from the game. MS Dossary, 7 shots, 6 on target, with 60% ball possession.
Happy to keep the possession. That was what that was the goal, of course, that made the game 1-1 there. Cristiano Ronaldo. The Cristiano Ronaldo-esque finishes we're seeing in all these competitions at the moment. That's the reaction from him there when he got the goal. Nothing, not getting too carried away. Of course, his family member behind him there and his coach just saying, good job.
It was 1-1 on the 70th minute. Dossary rattled in 3 goals in quick succession and just killed this game, potentially.
That was a great goal there, Richard. We can see it on the replay. A lovely ball there. Through to Eusebio. Could have easily went inside. Could have easily went to the far post. Didn't need to. Dropped the shoulder. This was the 80th minute, she said, Richard. Rattled in 3 goals in 20 in-game minutes. Cristiano Ronaldo that time. We're thinking 3-1. Okay, maybe that's enough there, MS Dossary in the first leg. However, he wanted more.
Yeah, perfect example of this game of why you always need to be switched on for the entirety of the 90 minutes, because no matter if it's minute 1 or minute 90, when you're playing against someone as dangerous as Dossary, he will punish you. 4-1 on the 90th minute. CR7 once again.
Carl Walker as well. They're just holding on, or just holding the line really for MS Dossary's Cristiano Ronaldo to just be played through. Added time of 2 minutes. And of course, a fantastic game there. First leg of action, 4-1 win on the away console of MS Dossary. However, there's one man that loves talking about FIFA, loves breaking it down. And we're going to throw over to that board right now.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, we're here up at the analyst board, or what I've given
Breakdown board.
Breakdown board, Mike's board is what I want to call it, because, well, no one else has been allowed up here. It's been a little bit hostile any time someone comes near. It's like a dog with its food. Start growling at you.
I don't think I'm territorial, I'm just saying.
Well, there's something you want to talk about here, especially within that game.
Yeah, I want to talk about key touches, because something that makes MS Dossary so special is he makes the simple plays, he just adds a little bit of extra flair, and it's in the right moment at the right time, and it's not easy to do. So in this example here, you've got one of these classic 50-50s. Nicolas is stepping, Dossary, he's trying to receive that pass. He could just turn here. However, he's going to use a fake shot. And by using the fake shot, he's going to attack this space, which gives him a little bit of some additional time to make a decision if the goalkeeper is going to shift left, if he's going to shift right, and he can decide if he wants to go on the near post or the far post. And that little extra bit of time increases your percentage of converting this opportunity. And that's exactly what you're going to see there on the near post. Makes it look easy. This is on his away console. He's got to be licking his chops.
Yeah, well, question here is, what could he have done differently there? Nicholas, what is it that would have made that a little bit more in his favour? Could he have used something like the offside trap to potentially push his defenders out and maybe catch him offside?
Well, it's all about kind of reading that situation. So if you're going to go for it, which is what Nicholas does here, then you take the gamble. If it gets behind you, there's a lot of space, there's a lot of opportunity. And a player with the quality, the standard, and just being in form. I feel like MS Dossary is in form right now. He's not going to miss those types of opportunities. Not today, not tomorrow, not yesterday. I mean, the man has grown into the competition, and he's got to be feeling good going into the second leg. Speaking of the second leg, Richard Buckley. And we have Brandon over there. You guys ready to get into the second leg?
We are indeed, Mike. And you heard it there. Fantastic stuff from Mr. Chris Trout and Mike LaBelle, of course, breaking down all the action throughout the weekend.
I don't think I've ever heard my name shouted as loudly before, so thanks for that, Mike. Or something to take away from the weekend. Thank you, mate.
He said there, Nicholas, about gambling, you know, not gambling as such, but going for the game. He has to make the gamble as such and go, right, I'm going to play, three at the back. I'm not maybe three at the back, but I'm going to go for the game. What are you smiling at? You're just looking over to the guys on the desk.
Dan Gaskin giving me his prediction.
All the team there. We're going to jump into this other game, though. We're going to go back to the home console. of MS Dossary as Nicholas, you could say, travels the short distance of about 10 yards away to his away console on PlayStation. He looks focused as ever. He needs 3 goals, remember, to pull this back.
First things first, I want to see something different from Nicholas. It seems to be much more attacking when it goes into that 4-2-2. Show me that from the get-go. You're 3 goals down. There's no point playing in a 4-2-3-1 till the 60th minute and then making changes because it's already too late. Start with a 4-2-2 and show me something going forward. Because in that last game, it pretty much a Dossary masterclass, I think it's safe to say.
As we said, it was 1-1 until the 70th minute. And MS Dossary
just turned it on.
The confidence was just oozing out of him the last 20 minutes there. Scored 3 goals, put himself in great stead for this second leg. But here we go, this is your grand final. This is your second leg. And at the moment, if you're a Saudi Arabian FIFA fan and you're an MS Dossary fan, you're going to be over the moon because he's 4-1 up, coming back onto his home console. If you don't know what we're saying, 2 legs as always in the cross-console final. Your best player on PlayStation, which is Nicholas from this tournament, up against MS Dossary, that Xbox player. And
first goal is everything. Nicholas gets it, starts to just apply the pressure slightly to MS Dossary.
It was a coin toss, as we know. MS Dossary was like, you know what, PlayStation first for me.
And if this result goes his way, genius move from MS Dossary, play on your opponent's preferred console first, and then...
Do you feel like when you're on your home console as such, Richard, on that first game, do you feel pressured to get that result? And then sometimes it ends just not going well. Here we go. It could be a chance back for Nicholas now. There it is. Okay then. Johan Cruyff. Gifted with the kind of like a dispossessed ball at the back there. 7 minutes in game.
Game on, 4 goals to 2. That was a perfect start to this game for the neutral or for an Argentina or a PS4 fan.
But the point I'm trying to make is as such as that's the 3rd time now, Richard, that they've had a cross-console final this year, and every single time that we've started on PlayStation, the Xbox player has won in that first leg.
Is it time to break the mold? Is it time to break the curse?
Let's see them. 1-0.
Is it time
for
a PlayStation cross-console winner? We've not had one for a very, very long time.
FIFA 17, it sounds.
It's over 18 months ago.
In London,
Xbox has been dominating for 18 months in the cross-console finals.
E-Club World Cup, as you mentioned, Richard, back in London ahead of the grand final. What a tournament that was. Eusebio tried to force it through. Aldini was in the way. If you didn't know already, Nicholas kicking from right to left in that white strip of FC Basel, and then from left to right it is Rogue's kit, of course, in the game. A number of esports kits in FIFA 19 Ultimate Team now.
Tell you what, Nicholas
seems
looking pretty confident right now. It looks like he's picked up this Xbox controller a couple more times since Barcelona. Looks more familiar.
He's moving it really well, isn't he? 7 minutes in, he scored the goal. He got an unfortunate touch there with R9, didn't just lock onto the ball as he wanted to.
Yeah, and look at that run down the line. Number 19 for MS Dossary, decide to recycle, keep it calm, keep it cool under pressure.
As we said, this is where...
Well, a few risky passes from Dossary, a few passes not going his way at the minute.
I'm saying this is where potentially history could be made for both players. It would be Nicholas's first FUT Champions Cup win. It'll be MS Dossary's 3rd time in England, 3 trophies.
Yeah, remarkable record for MS Dossary. And the first player to win a trophy on FIFA 17, FIFA 18 and FIFA 19.
At a FUT Champions Cup, as we said. Ronaldo tried to feed it through, but defensively, a lot better from Nicholas. Those CDMs just sitting in deep, doing the job they need to. Ronaldo, nearly to Ronaldo. Didn't expect that time. He could have driven forward.
Argue that Dossary would, with a victory here, cement himself as the best FIFA player of the current era since FUT Champions was implemented into the game. You've got to say, world champion, multiple major champion.
It's a different story again because we said it earlier. It's such a slow start in FIFA 18. It took him to what? The game came out in September. Here he comes now. This is a chance to go in front again. He just made the keeper guess. 1-1 in this game, 5-2 up in aggregate, 3 goals ahead once again is MS Dossary, and what a finish it was.
The magic word, patience, right there. Watch the chance back, he plays it into Drew Hullet and he just stands for a couple of seconds. He makes the goalkeeper move before he shoots.
Where are you moving your keeper?
Once Nicholas had moved, he found the space, slotted it in, and once again, re-establishes that 3-goal lead coming in to this second leg. And Time slowly going through that egg timer for Nicholas. It's running away from him, the game.
But the point I'm trying to make is, you know, for FIFA 18, our first event, event of that global series was in January as such. This year it's been, you know, straight off the back in October with that Continental Cup when the game was released in September. MS Dossary, a slow year. It took him to like April last year for us to really see him at an event and perform, and he obviously won the tournament in Manchester. Now he's starting well from the word go. If he holds on as well, Richard, for another 60 end-game minutes, he will be a champion here. Johan Cruyff, he'll tilt over shot as well. Save there by Thibaut Courtois.
Risky tackle as well there from Dossary. He did actually slide in with Maldini. We know this year you can get penalised once a shot has been taken if you fall over a couple of legs.
There we go, pull it. With all the time in the world once again. Could it be worse for Nicholas? Can he play one more all the way across? Oh, Eusebio, he's going to whip it back over.
Yeah, really unlucky there from Dossary. Good play to get into the opportunity, but just one pass too far. But this final shaping up nicely at the minute. Nicholas can get another goal potentially.
Before half-time. It's definitely possible. He doesn't need us to tell him that. After that 5-4 thriller against MoAuba.
Ooh, that's a risky tackle. Referee enjoying it though. Likes the feistiness.
He's playing it on, of course. As we approach half-time slowly. Was part of the FIFA 19 Global Series. Basically, the Global Series points are everything. It's all about those rankings this year. Trying to rank in that certain position for the playoffs as we go throughout the competitive year. Oh, there we go. Could have been risky there. He picked it up, though. Did Walker off R9. Here we go. This is Nicholas.
Oh, good reading.
Intercepted by Walker straight down the other end.
Yeah, really good defending there from MS Dossary, stepping up with Walker, and now...
What's Cristiano Ronaldo? He's going to make that run.
He's going to come all the way across the box, this. More than likely.
Look at the space in the middle if he wants to use it. Vieira of all people to just maybe.
So the one thing there that's jumping out to me straight away, the goalkeeper movement on 2 goals from this game, from Nicholas, has been very subpar. Is that because of the controller? You're talking, he's not used to playing on that Xbox. It's the right stick, it's a different position. Look, where's he going? Is De Gea going on his holidays? Has he booked off early leave?
Just moved completely to the right. I was about to say there, Vieira. Kind of saying, right, so we can start writing this name on the trophy now because it's like it's getting closer and closer.
It's Manuel Neuer, not De Gea. But still.
Doesn't matter either way, he's currently 4 goals down on aggregate. The great point you meant, Richard, you know, about these controllers with that, the stick a little bit higher.
We didn't see that on PS4. We didn't see
any issues with the goalkeeper.
We didn't see poor goalkeeper on the PS4 from Nicholas.
Oh no, not again there from Nicholas. A harsh tackle as well. 4 goals up, MS Dossary. Yeah, there's not many people that get better throughout the competition, or better as they go into the finals. You know, the 2 people I've seen do this so far throughout the whole, you know, competitive FIFA that we've been involved with, is a shot for Nicholas is probably F2 Tech and MS Dossary, who just seem to get better
day by day
throughout the competition. Some people start well, then fall off.
Yeah, I think Gorilla has that in him.
Yeah, definitely.
We've just not seen it this year in particular, but Dossary and Tex both have got that ability just to go one step further, it feels like. You see Dossary, he'll beat that game against Tex. Late goal in that game, extra time. It's going to take a lot out of you. It's going to drain you. What's he do? He comes into the cross-console final, full of energy, currently leading.
And that man in the crowd, you can see there, the Royal, obviously a very good friend of MS Dossary. They played against each other as well in the last 4 on the PlayStation side, where Dossary won 4 goals to 3, and it's great to see him supporting his mate all the way through, potentially to lifting that trophy.
We did see a formation change from Dossary, switching into that 4-3-3, second variation, with the CDM just sat behind 2 central midfielders. The wide players as well. As Nicholas does pull more men forward, if he switches to a 3 at the back, you've got 3 attackers, always against 3 defenders in that situation then for Dossary. So, counter-attack, central.
Ronaldo to Eusebio. Eusebio now in a bit of space for Nicholas. Oh, well read there by Rio Ferdinand to just stick his leg out and say, no thank you, Cristiano. 4-0 and a half, or 4 goals and a half, I should say. Can it be done?
Ask.
Can it be done? You have to say, if we did see a comeback, probably one of the best comebacks we've ever seen. MS Dossary has other ideas.
What a tackle.
So does Maldini. He had to make it. He had to make that tackle. Whoever wins this will pick up $40,000 that trophy as well. That trophy is going to be lifted 6 times in FIFA 19. And it's crazy to think we're already literally minutes away from the 2nd time in this global series.
That trophy will be lifted 5 times in total, I believe, by only 3 people, potentially. Rocky, Dossary, and Tex.
Which is crazy to think.
Repeat champions.
We know Rocky's qualified for a tournament next,
beautiful.
so we might see him potentially coming back to lift it. And what a story that would be as well.
Eusebio coming forward here for Nicholas, looking to create just something to restart the engine. Ronaldo, heavy touch, and Kyle Walker easily clear that away. And who else? R9 winning the header like he usually does. It's the reason he's in every single team.
Ronaldo to Vieira. This is MS Dossary, the world champion, showing to us that, you know, I can still do it on FIFA 19. I may have had 1 or 2 rough tournaments earlier on in the year, but I'm ready to lift that trophy. 4-0 up, he still leads.
Rough tournaments only by his standard. A top 16 and a top 8 finish is not a rough tournament for the normal player, for the normal pro. That's an unbelievable start to the year. For MS Dossary, we're questioning, has he still got it? Has he adapted to the game? Has he got the new meta? Of course he has. He's a world champion.
World champions just stay hungry for more and more and more. After lifting that trophy, as we said, in London, he want to do it again. He's
wants to be the first ever
minutes away. Here we go. Nicholas, there's a goal. 65 on the clock. He's got himself a goal back. 2-2 in this one. 3 goals in 25 in-game minutes. He smiles. Nicholas, I don't know if he's smiling to say it's over, or he's smiling to say, okay, finally I've been able to find the back of the net against MS Dossary. Maybe see a sub or just something a bit more attacking from Nicholas. I'm just trying to look at the formation he's playing. I think he's still stuck with 4 at the back at the moment. Heard Mike and Chris Trout just saying, you know, I'm going to be interested to see if Nicholas goes for the game. If he, you know, says, right, I'm going to go out for it. Because we always talk about it, saying you'd rather go out for it and say, you know, I've given it my all. MS Dossary, though, he's just going to just keep on pressing, keep on knocking on Nicholas' door, saying, you know what, I'm coming back in again, until I find that trophy somewhere in that house. Dossary to Vieira. The pressure is still on for the Argentine, even at 3 goals up for MS Dossary. You don't see him holding the ball, you don't see any game management from him yet, you just see a FIFA player that's so hungry just to continue scoring goals. Nicholas, 3 goals.
In 15 minutes.
If we could see this.
It's possible.
It definitely is possible. As he comes forward now.
If he scores from this attack.
To Ronaldo with a fake shot. Eusebio again.
Oh, not
no.
a chance. I thought he just tucked it in to that post, inside that right-hand post. Eusebio on his weak foot. You're expecting that to go in on a 5-star weak foot.
I thought he was setting us up there for something incredible.
I thought we were going to see something special. He's got 15 minutes left. He has to score from this attack. You've got to think. Look at all the men going forward.
He's got Neymar on this left-hand side. I believe he's fresh, just on as a sub. You can see they're full of energy. Ball roll 2 from him. Neymar again, out to Hullet. Really well done there from Nicholas. Oh, and there Alexandro standing strong again. He's been so efficient for all the players throughout this tournament. It's going to be interesting, though, Rich, as we head into that new year in 2019 with the next FUT Champions Cup and the LQEs, how the teams may differ. Here's MS Dossary again. There we go.
Game, set, and match.
You might as well get the name on the trophy now with just over 10 in-game minutes to go. He leads 7 goals to 3. And looks like history will be made again from a FUT Champions Cup. Last time it was Tex. 2 trophies. This time it's going to be MS Dossary.
3 trophies in England. First ever champion on FIFA 17, FIFA 18 and FIFA 19. And he's done it on FIFA 19 inside 10 weeks of the game being released. The man is on a different level.
He loves playing his FIFA in England, as we said, and says it in interviews. something about when I come up here and play FIFA in the UK, it just seems to play a lot better. Of course, it's miles from where he originally lives in Saudi Arabia, but seems to just thrive on the pressure. And what a final this has been. 7-3. You know, Nicholas, he's played well. You can't really put your finger on it and say, you know, what he's done wrong other than, what, 2 goalkeeper movements. MS Dossary again. There we go. Bearing in mind, this is a grand final. This is a cross-console final. 8-3, he leads. He can win 4-1 on an away console. He's 4-2 up on his own one.
What a performance from MS Dossary. Running out of superlatives to describe this man during this weekend.
He's done it again. An MS Dossary-esque performance. This isn't anyone, this is Nicholas. And he deserves all the plaudits as well in the world.
Make it 9.
To pull himself. Oh no, not again. MS Dossary with Omri off the post. Are we going to go as far as saying highest scoring final yet, or?
Potentially so, yeah. Both these players.
Just adding time to come. MS Dossary, you're going to be a champion again. The FUT Champions Cup champion in the month of December in London. $40,000 to your name. Your name back on that trophy once again.
Both of these players walking away from this final with 1,500 Global Series ranking points.
And the point we have to remember as well that Nicholas can take away from this game. He is still, first of all, got those points. He is the best PlayStation player from this tournament. Seconds remain. MS Dossary, he's going to do it again. 5 names will be on that FUT Champions Cup. PSG Rocky now. DH Tex, F2 Tex, MS Dossary, and MS Dossary once again. Congratulations to the Saudi Arabian. Coming out through 8-3 on aggregate. Started on the away console on PS4, won that 4-1, then went back home as such. And, you know, we questioned him at the Continental Cup. He still made, as you said, you know, round of 16, still got himself through the groups. Then we saw him again at the next LQE. Didn't make the first FUT Champions Cup. LQE got to the top 8 again, and now we're seeing him in the first, you know, major of the year. We have to say one of the 6 FUT Champions Cups. Of course, they are all majors.
I think you're coming into this tournament. MS Dossary felt a little bit disrespected. People not saying he's one of the favourites. People not saying, I expect him to go far in the tournament. What did he do in the group stages? He finished top. Every single hurdle that he's come up against, he smashed it. That big game, that console final against F2 Tex, he showed what he had. He showed that he'd still got that passion, that desire. We often question when people win large sums of money. When he win $200,000, $250,000.
Do you give up? Do you say no more?
Do you just go off for a year? Do you say, you know what, I've got the money, I can sit back a little bit, I can take the sponsorship, the endorsement deals? Or do you continue to play for the passion of the game, to lift trophies, to do your celebration on the stage? Tom Deacon, what a final.
Incredible final. Thank you very much, gentlemen, to Brandon and to Richard and to the 2 guys on this desk. Onset and Dan Gaskin. Listen, what an incredible grand final that was. The name is in the background. It was, and now it's just the champion. That is how people will refer to him. Ladies and gentlemen, should we welcome him out? I'm asking the audience. Should we welcome the grand champion out? Yeah, we will do it. Please welcome your grand champion for FUT 19 in December. It's MS Dossary. Congratulations, MS Dossary. Talk to me. What does it feel like to kiss the trophy again? You've lifted that trophy once before. Have you missed it?
Yeah, I do. I want one for my collection more. There's my name already here.
It's already there. What does it feel like? It's going to be engraved now. I couldn't do it quick enough while you were playing.
No, it's already once there, so this is the second trophy that I won on the FUT Champions Cup. I'm really happy. I want to give this to all my friends who enjoyed the day.
They're applauding right now. They've been cheering you on. Did you feel their presence throughout when you were playing today?
Yeah, I do, and I want also to thank my family and especially my fans. They was incredible, and they was upset that I lost on Bucharest, so I hope this
makes up for it.
Makes up for it.
Yeah, you kept saying, let's see. Come on, actually, we'll leave it for a second. Is that all right? I'll look after it. I'll look after it. Come and join me on the desk, MS Dossary. You're champion again.
Congratulations, lad.
And listen, I've got to ask you, MS Dossary, let's get down to it. I'm going to give you that mic there. What does it feel like? Because some people, do you think they didn't give you the respect you deserved going into this competition?
Yeah, to be honest, there was a lot of speak, let's say, that I'm not good at FIFA 19. I hope the score in the grand final shows them how good I am.
They're so good on set, Dan Gaskin. When you put it into words, he dominated in that grand final. It didn't feel like a final, it felt like a group stage match, and that's no disrespect to Nicholas, but that's how rampant this guy is. It was an enthralling final.
And I remember back at Paris Games Week, your first tournament in FIFA 19, you weren't looking that fresh. I think you turned time finishing off, didn't you, at that tournament?
I didn't know anything about time finishing and goalkeeper movement.
And so was that the tournament that really showed you, look, I need to put work into the game, I need to change things up here?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's two things new on FIFA 19. If you don't put it, then you will not go far. So immediately, the day after, I trained about it, and yeah, as you can see, now I'm champion.
Yes. Champion again, 3 out of 3 in the UK. What is it about the UK? Richard was saying, is it maybe the fresh air, which we couldn't understand because London's not exactly the freshest place. But what is it about the UK? Do you just feel kind of at home here?
Yeah, I feel like home. There's my family also lives here, so 3 out of 3 over in UK and 4 tournaments, 4 majors, FIFA 17, FIFA 18, FIFA 19. Nobody has done that. So I'm really glad, and I hope I can continue to the form to defend my real world champion title.
That's what you're building towards. Onset, what did you like about MS Dossary's play?
It was a Dossary masterclass. This was what we saw last year a little bit. Before every tournament, everyone's going, you know, Dossary's the man to beat. Dossary's the man to beat. How important was that win against Tex, though, today? Did that sort of restore your belief in winning tournaments again? Because you kind of come up a little bit short against him and some other players at the start of the year. Does that make you think, I'm back on top, I am #1 once again?
Yeah, Tex is one of the best players, if not the best, in FIFA 19. It was my toughest game, of course. He's a really, really good opponent. But yeah, I felt like when I won against Tex that I'm back on the top.
You are indeed back on the top. We've been thoroughly impressed and entertained by you today. So thank you from me, but thank you from everyone as well. MS Dossary, without letting you sort of forget about what you've just achieved, what happens next now for MS Dossary?
I still have winning mentality. I want to win trophies as much as I can. I don't care about money. I just really care about trophies and sending back home again some trophies and gift for my fans because they deserve the top, the top, the top.
Indeed, they do. Listen, MS Dossary, I don't know if you've been watching throughout the day, but we've been breaking down some of your plays. Mike LaBelle and Chris Trout are going to do exactly that over at the touchscreen right now.
Thank you, Tom. Yeah, we're here for another breakdown on Mike's board. Not territorial about it, but we're going to look at some of the game that we just saw in that final. And, you know, it's the grand final. It's a big pressure game, a lot of pressure on your shoulders. MS Dossary's already won the first leg. There's a lot going on there, and he's got to be smart about how he makes his moves in this next game. And just how important is that game management in this final leg and, you know, stopping someone like Nicholas coming back into it?
This is one of MS Dossary's greatest traits, is that he's able to play FIFA while he's ahead, while he's behind, and he's able to make the correct adjustments without necessarily going all out where you're going to see him lose himself within the gameplay. And he's going to have time management in this example, but while he's going backwards or going side to side, and one of the biggest mistakes we make as FIFA players is often, we got to go forward, I got to score now, I need to go forward every time that I attack. And Dossary has this mastery of being able to almost lull his opposition to sleep. He's like, oh, he's not paying attention that much. Oh, I could be a little more aggressive. I can be a little more overzealous. And right when you do that, he finds space in behind. And that's what you're seeing in this freeze frame. It's going to be something that we've seen time and time again. He looks at the goalkeeper. He's got a little bit of time. He sees the goalkeeper is starting to shift, which tells MS Dossary, okay, then we're going to challenge him on that post. I see you're shifting for the across the body. It goes right at him. Finesse shot. Makes it look easy. Makes it look a lot easier than it really is. But it's all about his ability to basically take care of a lead. It's hard to do. We've seen so many comebacks, and you just don't see those types of games when you're looking at MS Dossary gameplay.
Yeah, I mean, he scored 79 goals before this grand final, Nicholas, and it's maybe a case of everyone who's played in at that point hasn't quite clocked on the fact that Nicholas is, you know, trying to push for the ball, trying to be aggressive. And in that case, maybe MS Dossary just has that little bit more mental edge over him in this kind of situation.
He's making a lot of players that are the greatest in the world. Everyone that's here is spectacular. They're not here by coincidence. And the fact that he is able to create that separation and then has this ability to manage a clock in a way where he's not just holding the ball, he's not clearing it deep, he still has full control. And I talk about this a lot, his structure and his tactical adjustments. He's maybe the best in the world at doing this. Last year as well, we saw that when he became a world champion, he had mastered 4 or 5 formations, and this is before game plans were even implemented.
Okay, well, there you go. Mike, pleasure as always having your breakdown. Gives me and my Division 4 ability a little bit more insight on how I might be able to, you know, not get relegated. But Tom, back to you on the desk. Let me hear your thoughts.
I thought they were breaking it down there. They were getting well into the humbles there. I don't think I've ever seen Chris Trout be so humble.
Smile on his face, wasn't it?
I know, a little smile. What does it feel like, Mr. Sari, when you're hearing those guys up there break down your play? Did you agree with all of it? I've always been intrigued by this.
Yeah, most of that, especially the formations. Yeah, and I'm really happy to hear that.
You're getting the woohoo from Mike. Listen, obviously, we know what this is building up towards. Those 1,500 Global Series ranking points are getting you closer to defending your title. That must be the main plan and objective for 2019.
Of course, my main plan, I said it last year after I won, I want the world champion title. You know, it's important. So some guys to call me the world champion, so I don't want to take it from me.
No, of course. You get used to it after a while. Dan, Gaskin, and Onset, what did we make from today? Breaking it down, the final thoughts, because, you know, we leave the FIFA to do the talking, but just to wrap things up.
I mean, a last question from me to you, Dossary. How much preparation went into your opponent's formations and stuff? Did you look at how Tex played, for example? Was there anything you changed in your own game because of how he played?
The only thing I changed was against Nicholas in the second leg because he was playing like five attackers players. So I went to 3 midfielders and as well RW and LW, right wingers and left wingers, to try to keep the ball as much as I can. Nicholas was playing fast, so that was unexpected from him because we always used to see Nicholas playing position as me.
You certainly adapted well. I think that's what I took from most players at this tournament that did achieve a lot, whether it's quarter-final, semi-final. They were adapting in their games. They were changing things up in that second leg. So that's what I was impressed by most.
Yeah, and what impressed you, Onset, over the last 4 days? I mean, it's been a grind, but it's been so exciting, and we've seen some fantastic FIFA.
It's been the level of play and the kind of never-say-die attitudes of a lot of players as well. We've seen some insane comebacks throughout this weekend, and it just shows that at whatever stage in a game you're at, you're never really out of the game. Unless you are, unfortunately, Nicholas in the second leg against MS Dossary, where, you know, you really did dominate. But it just shows that every single game of FIFA is exciting. There's always something to watch, so you can never take your eyes off of it.
OK, well, listen, thank you very much, Dan Gaskin. Thank you, Onset on the desk. But give it up one more time for the winner of December, the FUT 19 Champs Cup winner, MS Dossary. He is the champion. It's written behind him. Well done to him. We'll see you again soon, no doubt. A big thank you to Lottie Van Praag, also to Mike LaBelle and Chris Trout. They're up at the touchscreen, but also to Brandon and Richard, who have been cast in today, and also Wonder Boy. Oh, there they are. Look at the humbleness from that man. Get that cagoule outside where it belongs, Mike LaBelle. And thank you very much to Wonder Boy and to Chris Tunn. Right then, 4 days. 2 epic competitions that resulted in us crowning 1 ultimate champion. We've had an absolute blast here at the Gfinity Arena at the FUT Champions Cup with insane gameplay, pure passion, and moments of magic. A huge thank you to all of you guys that have tuned in at home. We hope you've enjoyed the last 4 days as much as we have. We'll be doing it all again in January when we return for the Licensed Qualifier event. I'll be here, you better be too. That is right, I will be back though. Right, guys? Guys, will I be back? No one's answering on that. OK, fine. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you soon.
We've got both consoles being represented here today. We will have a cross-console champion.
Oh, good opportunity for Tex straight away. Tex into the Xbox Grand Final. And that's the goal to open up the game. You'd have to say it's game over.
CR7 breaks the deadlock. Cruyff for the long range.